I'm Kelsey, and I'm reporting from Baltimore. If you think you had a bad relationship with your mom, wait until you hear my story. But before you get your mind blown, make sure to like and subscribe. Also, we've got some super cool MSA merch just for you. I'm talking awesome bottles and notebooks, perfect for your daily grind. Don't miss out. Check them out in the description below. Have you ever heard of maternal instinct? Well, my mother hadn't. Literally. Her first words when I was born were, "Not now." She was so absent in my life that when I was a kid, I used to believe that my nanny was my mom.
Mama, I love you.
Oh, no, sweetie. I'm not your mom, but good luck with that. She was almost never at home, and when she was, she spent the whole time on her phone or engrossed in her Mac.
Mom, it's really late. Can you tub me in?
I can't. Criminals don't sleep, kid. I have to take care of the city.
Mom, for the last time, you're not Batman.
No, she wasn't, but we were as rich as him. My mom was a hotshot judge who dealt with high-profile celeb cases and was always on the news. She was like a celebrity, so we lived in a huge house and she drove a shiny Rolls Royce. My childhood was like a big winning streak. Fancy gadgets and futuristic toys. Check. Anything to mute the tiny human. Private visits to the planetarium and zoo? Check. Are you sure I can't just leave her here? That's the lion's cage? Is that a no? Despite the money, my life was far from being great. I didn't want expensive toys. I just wanted my mom to give me a little attention. So, since I was a kid, I tried to get it any way I could. Let's just say I was a bit of a troublemaker. One time, when I was visiting mom at work, I got bored of finger painting and went to her office, which was strictly off limits to me. You can probably guess what happened next. I took my finger brushes and turned her aesthetic office into a huge 4-dimensional twister board. She didn't yell at me at that time, but I did hear her scream at the nanny who was supposed to be looking after me. I told you never to lose sight of her. You're fired. A few years later in school, this girl was breaking into some teacher's office. She began to shuffle through everything in search of some papers. I noticed her shoelaces were untied, so I walked into the office to warn her. "Hi, your shoelaces." But when she heard my voice, she got so scared that she jumped out the window. She dropped some papers and I grabbed them. Turns out they were math exams. At that exact moment, the teacher came back from lunch. Oops. The next thing I knew, I was invited to the head teacher's VIP lounge and mom arrived, giving me the side eye. "Mom, you're not gonna believe what happened." "You're right. I won't. So save it." I only got like a 2-day suspension. But either way, my mom decided to take me out of that school and put me into a much stricter one to make me a responsible adult. Before my first day at my new school, she only said one thing to me. "This is your last chance." I didn't know exactly what she meant, but I knew my mom hated having to deal with the problems I created. So I figured that all I had to do was stay out of trouble. Easy, right? Well, not really. Staying out of trouble meant not having any fun. And it's not like I had anyone to spend time with. Of course, I always wanted a sibling, but I never had one. What about friends, you might be wondering? Well, I guess I wasn't exactly popular at my new school, but it was not my fault. The school my mom sent me to was very prestigious and traditional for boring, wannabe perfect rich kids. So, my reputation was not the perfect hook for new friendships. I tried at least to make one friend, but each kid there was either completely afraid of me or so boring. My last hope was Laura, the resident brainiac of her class. She knew every answer and loved going to school. Although, weirdly, sometimes she'd have a couple of days off and never looked sick. Don't get me wrong, she's as dull as ditch water, but for some mysterious reason, I like her. Not that it was mutual. We were paired together in science class, but it was like an experiment gone wrong.
Please, I can't be with her. I can't get into trouble.
Come on, we're gonna have fun. I tapped her on the shoulder to encourage her, but that made her drop the test tube she was holding. Luckily, it wasn't that toxic. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was really toxic, and the school had to be evacuated. I was really trying to stay out of trouble, but trouble seemed to chase me. Outside the school, while we were waiting for the men in suits to take care of the hazard, a boy started to pick on Laura with his little drone. He kept flying it closer and closer to her. Laura covered her head and threw herself to the ground while everyone laughed.
Stop! Leave me alone!
He didn't, so I had to step up for my new friend. I picked up this big stone and threw it at the drone. But turns out my aim is not that good, as I bullseyed it into the head teacher's car window. When my mom found out that I had started a chemical disaster at school and vandalized a teacher's car on the same day, she was absolutely furious. Let's go. When we get home, you are gonna start packing. Packing? Where are we going? We are not going anywhere. You are going to boarding school. I thought thought she was joking, but she was dead serious. Mom, no, stop. Let me explain. There was this drone, and I tried to defend my friend Laura, and... Stop lying for once. You're out of control, and I'm on the biggest case of my career. You need someone who can straighten you out. Then, just like Voldemort when you said his name, someone interrupted our discussion. Hi, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it over here. I'm Laura's mother, Kelsey's friend. Great, she's gonna defend me. I can take her in if you want. I'm a specialist in child behavior. What? This must be a joke. Spoiler warning? It wasn't. I'm sure I can turn your little Kelsey into a perfect student, like my Laura. I looked at Laura, and she looked at me with some despair, as if she was trying to tell me something without speaking. She subtly shook her head. What is it? She wants me to go to the bathroom? So, what do you say? It sounds ideal. Before I could protest, my mom had already arranged to pay a generous sum of money to straighten me out. I was immediately shipped to Laura's house, only with a suitcase of my possessions. I didn't even get to say goodbye to my mother. How could Mom do this to me? If she'd taken the time to listen, then she'd know I did nothing wrong. This can't get any worse. Okay, you might think that staying with Laura's family sounded better than a boarding school, right? Well, trust me, it wasn't. It was much worse. Let me spill the tea on Laura's parents. The dad was never there, always working, just like Mom did. I didn't think I saw him even once. The worst part, he was the good parent there, because Laura's mom, she didn't love. If my mom had a cold heart, hers was a certified iceberg. Lights out at 7 p.m. Breakfast 5:30 a.m. sharp. Then it's silent study until school. Silent study? Talking unless invited means losing privileges. After school, it's silent study again until dinner. When can I use my phone? Breakfast 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. Wait, what? But 3:30 a.m. for both of you. Then I saw Laura with her finger over her lips, desperately trying to get me to shush. Hand me your phone. All social networks are completely banned. What? I can't miss my daily dose of MSA. I need to get out of here, and fast. I thought being Laura's roommate would help in devising an escape plan, but to my surprise, Laura was used to this. She can't starve us whenever she wants.
Shush, she'll hear.
She has supersonic hearing. Come on, don't be ridiculous. Breakfast at 2:30 a.m. tomorrow. Darn! In the next couple of days, things went from bad to worse. I tried to talk to Laura in science class. Can't you see how wrong this is?
Kelsey, please, just don't make it any worse.
I was actually considering trying to get used to that new lifestyle, but then Laura's mom took it too far. I had been studying for an age, and quick note, wow, it's amazing what you soak up when you actually study. But anyway, I needed soda, and Laura gave me a death stare when I snuck out of our room. When I got to the kitchen, all the cupboards and fridge were locked with Fort Knox level security. Then I was caught red-handed. No wonder your mother gave you away. Hey, don't bring my mom into this. She couldn't deal with you anymore, so she quit on you. I couldn't stand her anymore. Shut up, you meanie. Maybe I didn't say meanie. You are not going to disrespect me in my own house. To the study room for the night. The study room was an extremely small room where she sent us when we misbehaved. I had to spend the night there. I tried to sleep using a book as a pillow, but I couldn't stop thinking about Mom. I had to go see her. I knew she was angry, but I was also so sure that she loved me and that she'd take me back if she knew the truth. One day, I managed to cut school and get to our house, but apparently she had moved. When I snuck back to school, the principal was waiting for me. Hi, Kelsey. Laura saw you leave. That little goody two-shoed snitch. Your foster mom's waiting in my office. Oh boy, I made up my mind. You and your other students shouldn't have to deal with this. She'd be better off homeschooled. The thought of being locked up all the time in that house with her was truly scarier than any horror movie ever. No, I'll be good. I am good. I swear. Of course, my vote didn't count. From then on, I wasn't allowed to leave the house. It's the only way to keep you from trouble. How on earth is she qualified to foster kids? I tried to lay low while I came up with a brilliant plan to escape for good. Still thinking, what is this? What did I do now? Surprisingly, this time, she wasn't yelling at me. She was furious with Laura. You got a B+?
It's the day I felt dizzy.
I don't care about your excuses. You know where to go. Laura headed straight to the study room. I was still angry at her for ratting me up, but after she spent the whole day there, I started getting worried. I decided to sneak her some food. I'm going to get help to escape. I may need you to cause a distraction.
Are you out of your mind? Just leave me.
Laura, You don't deserve this. My mom will take us both. When she knows the truth, she'll be so happy to have me back. Laura remained silent and refused the food. After 2 days of being locked in the study room, Laura was released. I guess that explains her absences from school. Sometime later, I asked her how she was able to stand so much time locked up in there without losing her mind. I just draw things on the wall and time goes by. As you can see, things in that house were absolutely crazy. Finally, some days later, my ticket to freedom presented itself. Her mom was out somewhere, and all the windows and doors were on lockdown, but I managed to break one like a superhero. First, I went to school to tell them what was going on, but let me tell you, being a hero is a thankless job. The head teacher looked at me like I was pitching a school play on Mars. Let me call your foster mom. With my superhero escape plan foiled, I had no choice but to step out the window quickly. Next destination, the police station.
Go, now, or I'll have you arrested for wasting police time.
I seriously must have one of those faces. Nobody believes me. There was only one person who could save me and Laura, my mom. I ran to the court, stayed low, and waited hours until I saw her getting out of a fancy car. Wow, she has bodyguards now? I did my best to get her attention. Mom, hi, Mom! Mom! But it was useless. She didn't notice I was there. Some things never change. When she disappeared inside the building, I snuck into the place hoping no one would recognize me. Soon, I found Mom. She was in court with her gray wig on and in the middle of a trial. I decided to wait until the trial was over to avoid interrupting her work. I knew she hated that more than anything else in the world. See, I can be a good girl. However, it was all so boring. It was so obvious that the guy with the mobster tattoos who appeared on the tapes was the bad guy, and there was no plot twist. After a while, I just fell asleep. Waking up at 4:30 in the morning was too hard for me. A little later, someone grabbed me by the arm and woke me up. I thought it was my mom, but when I opened my eyes, to my shock, it was Laura's mom.
Come on, your mom spotted you and told me to get rid of you.
She did see me?
Can't you understand that she doesn't want you anymore?
Laura's mom tried to silently pull me out of the courtroom, but I let go and hopped up on one of the seats. Mom, you gotta help me. Laura's mom is a psycho. Everyone turned to look at me. She forces us to study all day, and when we're bad, she locks us in a tiny room. You have to believe me. Please, Mom, I love you. Mom looked at me in embarrassment, showing no hint of compassion.
I'm sorry, everybody. My daughter is a troublemaker, addicted to lies. I should have sent her to boarding school.
I could hear my heart breaking. I knew my mom was mad at me, but at that moment, I understood that she didn't love me, not even a little bit. Laura's mom grabbed my arm again to pull me out of there. This time, I didn't resist. I was completely defeated. But right at that moment,
Kelsey is telling the truth. Everything she said is true.
Everybody, including myself, now turned to look at Laura, who was standing on some seats a few rows behind me. I hadn't noticed, but her mother had brought her with her.
Laura!
My mom is a monster. Please help us.
Laura, shut up, or you will spend a month in the study room.
The whole courtroom gasped, just like in a real courtroom drama. One of my mother's security guards grabbed Laura and was ready to pull her out of the courtroom, but I broke free from Laura's mom's grip and jumped onto him to help her. Chaos followed as the rest of the bodyguards, along with our mothers, stepped in to catch us, while Laura and I scurried around the room.
Go, girl! Run! Be free!
A few seconds later, more people from the courthouse came in and finally caught us. We were taken to an office where Laura and I awaited our fate. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Your mom will be extra hard on us.
You can say that again.
For what it's worth, thanks for sticking up for me. You should have seen your mom's face. I always knew you had it in you.
I guess your rebellion inspired me.
Finally, we were friends. After a few hours, somebody finally came. Girls, we held hands and waited for the worst. We investigated what you said, and apparently you were right. At your mom's house, Laura, we found the study room with your drawings inside. So she was detained and you will go to another family's house. What about me? You're going with your mother. She wants to apologize.
I'm really sorry, Kelsey. I should have believed you. I don't know how I can make it up to you.
Well, to start, we can take Laura in.
Done.
Laura smiled and I hugged her. We moved in with my mother. Her remorse was short-lived and she soon returned to her old ways, ignoring our existence completely. But we didn't care. Me and Laura had each other. We became not only friends, but sisters. I told you guys I always wanted a sibling. As soon as we turned 18, we moved in together and started a new life far from our mothers. A happy life, because family isn't the only one you're born with. It's also the people you encounter along the way, the ones who support and love you no matter what. My name is Mira, and I'm from Delhi, India. I lived with my parents and my twin sister, Nani, and even though they loved me to bits, I was pretty sure I was adopted. I was born with a condition that turned my skin white and my hair blonde. I looked totally different from my twin and basically everyone in my city. I was so sure that I was adopted that Mom and Dad had to do a test to prove me wrong. My sister didn't make it any easier. Nani nicknamed me Ghost Girl, and that spread like wildfire. She would act like she got scared whenever she saw me.
Oh no, it's the ghost! Someone save me!
One night, I sneaked into Nani's room and waited for her under her bed. When she lied down, I pulled her by her ankles and she screamed.
There! Now I scared you for real!
I could terrify Nani into behaving, but other people, not so much. As we grew up, people looked at Nani like she was a goddess. And when they saw me, they asked, "You look tired. Did you not sleep? Are you sick?" When I was in the 8th grade, I fell madly in love with a boy in my class. When I worked up the courage to ask him out, he looked deep into my eyes and said, "Your eyelashes are see-through. It's like they're not even there." So creepy. That stung. I slapped him and ran away in tears. I was heartbroken, and when people called me stupid nicknames now, it hit worse than ever. Nani tried to cheer me up, but a walking vision of beauty would never understand how I felt. I wanted to be anyone but me, and I got my chance to do that in just a few weeks. Our teacher in school introduced us to a pen pal program. Each of us had to write to a kid our age from a whole other country. When I got my first email from a boy named Archer, I was excited. He knew nothing about me, and I could be anyone I wanted. I told him I played the piano and the violin, and that I was tall, tan, with long, shiny black hair. When we exchanged photos, I just sent him a picture of Nani. When he sent me his picture back, I literally screamed. He was gorgeous. Nani spotted the picture from behind me and jumped on it.
He's cute. Who is he? Tell me right now or I'm showing Mom.
I told her what I did, and I thought she would get mad at me for using her picture like that. But she just said,
"So we can tell him anything?"
"I guess."
"Let's tell him our parents are spies."
We spent hours making up crazy stories to tell Archer. Most of them were too ridiculous to use, but it was so fun coming up with them. Even though I wasn't totally honest with him, I genuinely enjoyed Archer. We tried to beat each other in online games all day long, and we talked for hours into the night. I thought I'd never have to pay for the lies I told him, until one day when my dad gave me some horrifying news. "I got a job in Portland, Oregon. We're moving to America." That was the city where Archer lived. There was no way I was telling him about this, and I kept acting like I was in Delhi long after I'd already moved to the States. I really thought I could hide until the first day of my new high school. I walked into class and my eyes landed on Archer. No. This was my nightmare. The teachers asked us to introduce ourselves, and without thinking, I decided to switch names with my sister. "I'm Nani, and this is my sister Mira."
What?
I rushed Nani out of class later and told her what happened. "This is crazy. We can't switch names for the whole school just for one guy. Please, he's the only friend I've ever had. I don't want him to find out like this." That was when Archer stepped out of class, looking really mad. He looked at Nani, thinking it was me. "Mira, is that you? Oh my God, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Delhi."
I didn't tell you I was moving here?"
"No, you sent me a picture of you in Delhi yesterday." Nani was out of words. "If you didn't want to meet me, you should have just said so." He walked away and I cringed. I'd messed up big time. Archer stopped responding to my emails, and he didn't accept any of my gaming requests. I deserved the cold shoulder, but it made me so sad. I tried to make some new friends in school, and to my shock, it was actually easy. Things were different here from back home. I no longer got bullied for being blonde because there were blondes everywhere. People were actually nice to me, but the problem was they were cold to Nani. She was the one who looked different now, and people here didn't treat her like a goddess. Nani acted like it didn't bother her, but I knew she was lying. One day we were in school when a boy asked Nani out. When she said no, he started messing with her. He threw her books on the ground and said, Who do you think you are? Whatever, you're ugly anyways. Tears of shock filled Nani's eyes. I flew to hit him, but a hand showed up out of nowhere and punched his lights out. It was Archer. He picked up Nani's books and handed them to her. Are you okay, Mira? Yes. Then he just walked off without another word. Wow, he's amazing. I know. Too bad he'll never talk to me again. Wait, I have an idea. Nani ran up to Archer and apologized to him as me. I was nervous about whether you'd like me, so I just lied. Can you please forgive me? I'll buy you dinner to make up for it. She was going out with him now? I asked Nani what her plan was, and she said, I'll gently break the truth to him. Then you guys can be friends and we can stop lying. I agreed to her plan, but after their first date, Nani came back without telling him. I asked her what happened, and she looked really weird. He didn't give me a chance to say it. He talks non-stop. I'll tell him next time. Next time? They went out on a date again. I trusted Nani, so I waited for her. But 2 more dates happened, and she didn't do it. One day, I followed Nani to spy on their date. I saw them outside a restaurant. Nani leaned in to kiss him. Oh my God! I was about to scream, but Archer held her back at the last moment. Mira! Whoa, why are you here? I gave Archer a flimsy excuse and pulled Nani away with me. You like Archer, don't you? That's why you're not telling him. No, he's just sweet and he made me feel special. I couldn't say it. Do you really like him? Tell me the truth. When she said yes, I felt like someone shocked me. So that was your plan? Keep dating him till he falls in love with you? Can't you go get another boyfriend? You're the pretty one now, and I'm the ugly outcast, right? Nani, don't say that. You sent him my picture. He chose to meet me on every date, not you, ghost girl. I couldn't help it. I slapped her. I didn't care about Archer. I just couldn't believe she said that to me. That was the biggest fight Nani and I had ever had. We stopped talking for days. I was so upset that I even stopped emailing Archer. They could be together for all I cared. One day, Nani and I came home from school, and we saw Archer walking out of our house. What? Nani ran up to him. Hi, are you here to see me? No, I'm here to see Mira. Nani froze, and Archer looked right at me. For the first time, I knew he was seeing me. I had a feeling something was wrong from the first day, but I had to be sure. Your parents told me your real names. Want to tell me the truth now? There was no backing out of this. Fine, it's me. I'm Mira. I got bullied for how I looked back home, so I sent you Nani's photo. Why didn't you say it when you got here? You lied to the whole school. I didn't want you to find out that way. You let me go out with your sister. When were you gonna tell me? That's when Nani jumped in between us. I stopped Mira. She wanted to tell you, but I made her wait. Why? Because I like you. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop liking you. I just wanted some time. For what? To play with my feelings like I'm your toy? You're both liars, and I never want to see you again. With that, he stormed off and Nani burst into tears. She locked herself in her room and refused to come out. The next day, she told everyone in school our real names, just like that. Stop it, we'll get in trouble. I don't care, I'm done lying for you. I want my name back. The word spread like wildfire, and when our teachers heard about the mess, they took us straight to the principal's office. She was furious. She made our parents drive over from work. Your daughters switched identities. They've been taking each other's exams. Their scores are all mixed up. We don't tolerate scams in our school. You're both expelled immediately. My heart dropped. Expelled? This couldn't be happening. We got the screaming of a lifetime on our way back home. I was in so much shock that I couldn't even cry. Had I just ruined our lives over a stupid lie? The first few days out of school were just frantic. Our whole family sat together and filled out school applications one after the other. If Nani and I even looked at each other, our parents would explode. A week later, they dropped a bomb on us. They were sending us to separate schools. They didn't want any more accidents. The truth was, I didn't want to go to school without Nani. What would I even do by myself? But I had too much pride to protest, and she didn't say anything either. When our parents showed us how far our school buildings were, it suddenly hit me. No, nuh-uh, we can't go to separate schools. What? Nani and I can't be this far away. It's just wrong.
Really? But after everything I did?
Don't you hate me? No, we're twins, aren't we? We're a package deal. We begged our parents to give us one last chance to be together. When they finally agreed, Nani and I were so relieved. I'm so sorry about everything, Mira. I was the worst sister ever. I called you names, I went after a guy I knew you liked. How could I be so horrible? When I was getting bullied every day, Archer was so kind to me. He did the same for you, and you loved that. But I love you more. I can't believe I forgot that. Can you ever forgive me? Of course I can. You'll always be my other half. We hugged each other in tears, and a heavy weight finally left my chest. We promised to always be on each other's side. Nani even asked me to make up with Archer. I was working up the courage to text him, but before I could do that, he showed up at our house. Nani pushed me to talk to him alone. He was so worried about our expulsion. He wasn't even mad at me. He just wanted to know if we were okay. We're gonna get into a new school. It'll be fine. I'm so sorry for everything, Archer.
You should be. You made me wait forever.
I thought you wouldn't like the real me.
I didn't like you because of your pictures. I liked you because you were sweet and funny, and you got really mean when you beat me at games.
My face was totally red now. Is there any way I can make it up to you?
There is one way. Go out with me. For real this time.
My jaw hit the floor. Are you serious?
I think the girl I fell in love with is still here. I want to get to know her. What do you say?
I was so happy that I jumped into his arms to hug him. He took me by surprise and gave me a kiss.
I'll take that as a yes.
Hi, I'm Summer, and I'm a famous blogger. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a rich single mother who owned a successful chain of hotels. Growing up, we were constantly knocking heads. She wanted me to eventually take over the family business, but I was obsessed with fashion. I launched my YouTube channel at 15, and in 3 years, I became a popular fashion influencer with over 500,000 subscribers. But Mom still wasn't convinced. One night, as I was getting ready for a yacht party, Mom came into my room with my acceptance letter to a top fashion college in France.
What's this?
Not now, Mom.
I don't care, Summer. Quit playing around and focus on a real career instead of some foolish dream. I'm not paying for this.
I don't need your money. I need you to start taking me seriously and understand that I want to do this. Why couldn't she just support my dreams? I was so relieved to see my boyfriend Charlie at the party. But 5 minutes into the event, he dragged me into a corner.
Listen, babe, I don't think it's working out between us anymore.
What? You're breaking up with me?
Yep, you're too, basic for me. I just don't feel the sparks anymore.
I was basic? He promised me the world just yesterday, and now he was dumping me? I got so furious, I grabbed a tray next to me and shoved it in his face before leaving. That should show him all the sparks he was missing. I'd only gone a few steps when I crashed into a waiter, and the next thing, I was dripping with spaghetti sauce. Are you blind? You ruined my dress!
You ran into me, Miss Button Eyes. Now about that dress, go to a dry cleaner.
The guy shoved some money into my hands and walked away. What an A-class jerk! Luckily, the yacht hadn't left the dock yet, so before things could get worse, I called my driver and went home. The next morning when I entered school, everyone looked at me with pitying eyes. Great, just what I needed. I felt a little better when my best friend / manager Dove showed up with my favorite coffee. OMG, girl, this must be such a shock. How are you feeling? I've been better. Poor baby, I can't imagine. Dumping you for Harriet? That's harsh. Harriet? As in my arch nemesis, Harriet? She and I never got along, and when she copied my ideas for her YouTube channel, I knew she was a good-for-nothing witch. I spotted her minutes later, ready to give her a piece of my mind. First my ideas, and now my boyfriend? Is anything about you original? It's not my fault that Charlie would rather be with me. And it's only a matter of time before I take your sponsors too. And then, all your followers. Dream on. Charlie's an idiot, so you kinda did me a favor. And my sponsors won't leave me. I have them wrapped around my fingers.
and my followers practically kiss the ground I walk on. Of course, I didn't mean a word I'd said. It was only to piss off Harriet. Besides, I was focused on building my college fund since Mom refused to pay for it. I had my savings, and soon I'd have enough to put me through with my new sponsorship. But the very next morning, my world exploded. Someone had hacked into my account and posted my conversation with Harriet. I quickly deleted it, but the damage was done. I was getting hate comments, and my followers were dropping by the second. Just then, Dove rushed in. I just got a call from 3 sponsors saying they're canceling their contracts with you.
Told you this fashion stuff is stupid. Now, if you're done goofing around, can we decide seriously about college?
No way. I'm gonna turn this around.
You better, or you'll do as I say. This is your last chance.
That's not fair. But Mom was already headed out the door. What a mess. I was pretty sure Harriet was behind this, so I rushed to the school to confront her. But just as I crossed the school field, I tripped and someone caught me just in time.
We meet again.
He was the waiter from that night. You! Ever since I met you, my life's been a mess.
Don't blame me for your troubles, princess. Now, if you're done being blind for the day, could you move? You're spoiling the view.
I looked over to see that he was busy painting a trash can? That dumpster is your view? He rolled his eyes and put on his headphones, completely ignoring me. Ugh, such a bozo. I continued on my way, and minutes later, I spotted Harriet in the cafeteria with Charlie. Tell me you had nothing to do with that stupid video. Oh, but I did. Besides being a fashion icon, I also happen to be a genius hacker. Why would you stoop this low? You called my baby an idiot. I had to do something. I wasn't kidding when I said that. I made Charlie popular. Strip all that attitude away, and he's nothing but a guy with an IQ of a tree. I can easily get another boyfriend anytime I want. Fine, prove it. Prom's in 2 weeks. If you find a date before that, I'll eat my words, take responsibility for the video, and say I made it all up. That should get your sponsors back. Deal? And why would I trust you when all you've done is lie and steal? Suddenly, Harriet climbed onto the table. Everyone, I have a confession. I went behind her back to steal her ideas. I'm sorry. Summer, you're the fashion queen. What the heck was that? Proof that I'll keep my word. I didn't want any bet with Harriet, but doing this was the only way to get her off my back and get my sponsors. Deal. The next guy who walks into that door will be my new boyfriend. I prayed someone hot would come through the door, but I almost fainted when I saw who it was. Oh God, no. The weird painter-waiter guy. I've already won. We'll see. I went to find Dove and told her everything. Even though she thought I was crazy, she agreed to help me. Dove was the student body president, so she could get me all the information I needed on him. His name is Martin. He transferred to our school last year and runs the school's art club. Perfect. That's where I'll start. But you know nothing about art. Of course I do. Makeup's art too. I decided to put my plan into motion by visiting Martin's art club. It was just him and 2 other guys staring at me like I was a piece of cake.
Lost your way, princess?
Call me Summer, and I'm here for my art class. Wow, did you paint that? It's amazing.
It's a dot.
It's the prettiest dot I've ever seen.
Why are you really here?
Fine. I was looking for you.
Why?
I want you to go out on a date with me. The boys in the room fell silent.
I know you think we're all pathetic, so please go and bug someone else with your jokes. I'm not interested.
Before I could say anything, he just packed his stuff and stormed off. So rude. I'm available. Ugh, as if. Later that day, Dove and I spent hours planning my next move. Just follow him around. You'll find something that you could use. I took her advice, and later when I saw him leaving the school, I followed him. I saw him park his bike near a cafe. I got down and peeked from the window to see him hugging a girl my age. Was he already dating someone? This could ruin my whole plan. I saw her leave for the bathroom and went in.
You know, stalking is illegal in all 50 states.
What? I'm just here for some coffee. That's not illegal, right? I'll have a latte, please. Martin made a face and left me to get my order. Just then, the same girl he was hugging approached me. She said she was a huge fan and wanted to say hi. Her name was Jane, and she was Martin's younger sister. Oh, thank God. As we chatted, I realized how different the 2 siblings were. She was so sweet and nothing like her sour brother. Their father was a sailor and was often away, so they lived with their grandmother and helped her run the coffee shop.
Don't you have work to do, Jane? And you, here's your order. Take it and go, won't you?
Slow down, tough guy. We're having a conversation. I'll pay for her time.
Unlike you, some of us have to work to get money.
I work hard too, you know. It's not easy to follow your dreams when… forget it. I just turned and left. I wasn't going to allow him to talk down to me. I'd only taken a few steps when I remembered I had to make him date me to win that stupid bet. Ugh. Just then, Martin caught up with me.
Hey, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
So does that mean you'll go out with me?
Why? You haven't noticed me in a year, so why now?
Because I find you interesting. Think of this as an apology for not noticing you.
Since you won't leave me alone, fine, but I'll pick the place.
Deal. We exchanged numbers and I left feeling proud of myself. Soon after, Martin texted me the address and asked me to come there at 6 a.m. sharp. Who wakes up that early on the weekend? But I had no choice, so I arrived 5 minutes early at some random dock. Suddenly, I spotted him working on one of the boats, shirtless, with the abs of a Greek god. Yummy crackerjackers.
You're early.
Yeah, so what's the plan? He reached his arm out to help me into the boat. As soon as I took one step, I stumbled, and Martin pulled me close to keep me from falling.
You wanted a date, right? So let's take you on one.
On a boat? They're kinda unlucky for me.
So you're backing out, scaredy cat?
Scaredy cat my butt. Let's do this, sailor boy. Martin smirked at me as we untied the boat and set out onto the water. So you're a painter, sailor, waiter, anything else I should know?
You ask too many questions.
You never ask any.
What do you want to know?
You paint all the time, but no one has ever seen any of your finished stuff. Why's that?
I paint to escape the world, but I don't think I'm ready for people to see it. It's my passion, not my career.
Why not? If you're good at it, it should be your career too.
Not everyone has your confidence, fashion queen.
So, you've seen my videos, huh?
I have a sister, remember?
We laughed and talked more before he dropped me back. That entire night, I couldn't wait to go to school and see him again. He was nothing like I'd imagined. Soon after, Martin and I were always together. We would talk for hours, and once, he even agreed to paint me for one of my videos. My followers couldn't get enough of him.
Is he your new boyfriend?
He's so much cuter than Charlie. I didn't confirm the rumors, but my numbers were rising, and Harriet was not looking happy. A few days later, we had an art exhibition in our hotel, and I invited Martin. I was over the moon when he agreed, but when I saw him, I was blown away. Wow, you clean up well?
Even nerds can look good, and you.
I know. I showed him around, and we were having a great time, till Mom interrupted. The Dean of Yale is here. Go meet him and be nice. Can't, Mom. I'm in the middle of a conversation. Mom gave me a stern look, but I took Martin's hand and walked into the garden.
What was that about?
Nothing. Just Mom being Mom. She wants me to take over the family business, but I have no interest in it. My YouTube channel means everything to me. It's what I'm good at. I'm not giving up.
I think you're brave.
Suddenly, I felt Martin's hand in mine, and my heart started racing.
Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
In a couple of minutes, we were parked outside his cafe. He closed my eyes and led me inside. Are you planning on kidnapping me? Another side passion?
Just wait for it. You're the first person who's ever come down here, after my mom.
I opened my eyes to a room full of phenomenal paintings. You did these? They're amazing. People should know how talented you are. You should do an exhibition. I'll talk to my mom.
Right now, all I wanted was for you to see them. I never thought I'd say this, but Summer, I like you.
I felt my stomach doing wild spins as Martin bent down to kiss me. But just then, I snapped out of it and pulled away. I gotta go.
Wait, did I say something wrong?
No, you didn't. It's just late. I'll see you in school. Bye. I ran as fast as I could to get away from him. I was head over heels in love with this guy, and he was perfect. But I was lying to him, and that was wrong. I told Dove about what had happened the next day.
You have to talk to him and explain the situation. I'm sure he'll understand that you made a bet to save your channel.
What if he doesn't? It'll break his heart. He needs to know the truth, Summer. Dove was right, and I had to do it right away. As I walked into the cafeteria later looking for him, I found Martin on his knees with a banner, asking me out to prom. Martin, there's something I need to… Oh my God, Summer, that's so cute.
I turned around to see Harriet walking in our direction. Go away, Harriet. What's your name? Sharton? No. Farton? Oh, I remember. Martin, right? Congratulations, dude. Your girlfriend just won a bet. Shut up, moron.
Am I missing something?
You don't know? Your girlfriend here just placed a bet that she could make anyone her boyfriend.
And well, you just ended up being the random dude she picked.
Don't you feel special?
Don't listen to her. She's just an idiot.
Oh, but I'm smarter than you think.
Harriet pulled out her phone and played an audio clip of me and Dove talking about how I'd made a bet to save the channel.
So, I was a bet? I thought you actually liked me. I should have known. This was too good to be true.
Wait, I can explain. I felt my heart crush as he stormed off furiously. I tried to call out to him, but he ignored me completely.
Well, that was embarrassing. But a bet's a bet, and I'm a lady of my word. I'll tell everyone I'm a genius hacker and I was behind the video.
I felt like I didn't even care. All I cared about was losing Martin. Harriet actually kept her side of the bet, and I got almost all of my sponsors back, but nothing made me happy anymore. I even planned on skipping prom, but Dove forced me to get dressed. Just then, Mom walked in.
So, guess you got your sponsors back, but
Not the right time, Mom.
I just came here to tell you I'll pay for your fashion school. You've worked hard and you deserve a shot. Let's see how good you are.
I couldn't believe my ears, and I realized that if I could change her mind, I could do the same for Martin. All I needed was a chance to make him hear my side of the story. I hugged Mom tight and rushed to his cafe, but it was closed. I called his house, and his grandmother told me that his father had shown up and they were leaving for a sailing trip for a year. It'd be too late by then. I rushed to the docks and was just in time.
Wait, you can't take that. That's my portrait.
I made it, so it's mine. What are you even doing here? Don't you have a prom to get to?
Not without my date.
Too bad. You should have thought about that before lying to me.
I know, but I was afraid to lose you. I thought it mattered what people said, but after meeting you, I only cared about how you felt. I'm sorry, I was stupid, but I love you, Martin.
You really mean it?
Of course, I love you, you weird waiter painter guy.
Then I guess I'll stay.
He pulled me in for a kiss, and it was worth the wait.
Hi, my name's Chloe. People say that my head is always up in the clouds. I guess I do spend a lot of time fantasizing. But you would too if you were in love. I'm in love with Michael. Isn't that just the most romantic name? I can't help but think of the day when he'll finally ask me out. I bet we'll end up together. They say that 25% of women marry their first loves. Watch out! A voice cried from behind me. I felt a pair of strong hands pulling me back. A moment later, I was down on the floor and a car horn was blaring in my ear. I scrambled away from the curb. That car nearly hit me. With my heart painfully pounding, I turned around to see who pulled me back. OMG, it's Michael. Are you hurt? He cried. Didn't you see the red light? You can't cross the street yet. I'm okay, I stammered. My heart wasn't just pounding because of the car now. Michael's face was just a few inches away from mine. Suddenly, he sucked in his breath. Is that your phone? He gasped and pointed to something on the ground. Oh no, I moaned as I gingerly picked up my phone. The screen was completely shattered. I must have dropped it. Michael helped me up, but I could only stand there and look horrified. Michael lightly touched my shoulder and asked me if I was okay. I could only nod when he said that he had to go because he was late for the game. I didn't know if I was feeling more horrified with Michael seeing me so stupid or for my phone getting destroyed. I dreaded going home. I knew I was going to get an earful from my parents. True enough, when I got to the kitchen, I told my mom about needing a new phone. What happened this time? She asked with irritation. I swear, Chloe, that's the third phone you've ruined. I couldn't even tell her that I almost got run over. That would get me so grounded for the rest of my life. Can I get a new phone? Please? I begged. It worked the last time. But my mom just shook her head. If you want a new phone, you'll have to earn the money to buy your own, she said. We're not spending any more because you're not paying attention to your surroundings. Chloe, you have to focus on the real world. Stop daydreaming. I felt too sad to argue. How was I going to survive without my phone? Then I remembered my AirPods. Oh, no. They were connected to my phone. I tried to disconnect the Bluetooth connection, but the screen was shattered. I guess I'll have to save up more money for AirPods as well. I sadly placed my AirPods on top of the flour canisters on the kitchen counter. I didn't want to hold them anymore. A few hours later, I was lying on my bed when Jasmine came in. I've been calling you the whole day. Why aren't you answering? She asked. So I heard that you broke your phone again, an irritating voice said at the doorstep. I turned and saw my brother Chris. It's none of your business, I told him. Even if he's just a year older than me, he always acts so superior. He's such a pain. Just leave me alone, I muttered. I'm going, he grinned. I just can't wait to tell Mac another Klutz Chloe story. Stop using that name, I shouted back as he closed the door. And stop telling people about me. I sighed and realized that there were other, more important things to think about right now. Jasmine and I had to think about a project for our business class. We needed to make a real business and make it happen. Whoever earned the most money from that project gets an automatic A. I hope we earn enough from this, she said. I nodded. I needed some money for a new phone. We just needed a great idea for a business. Our first idea was simple. It was walking dogs. I mean, how hard can that be? But apparently, Jasmine and I didn't think it through well enough. On the very first day of dog walking, we had to walk 8 dogs. Neither Jasmine nor I realized that we might have a problem making these dogs obey. Stop barking, Jasmine cried to Miss Penny's Chihuahua. Mr. Elliot's Labrador can eat you for breakfast, but all that shouting and pulling at leashes didn't work. The dogs were going crazy. A few moments later, Jasmine and I were in the middle of a furry island, and the dogs were trying to jump on each other. We couldn't even move because our legs got tangled up with the leashes. Can I offer you ladies some help? Said a voice from nearby. I turned around and saw Michael. I can't believe he's seeing me again, looking like a complete idiot. He whistled and whispered a few words to the dogs. He must have done some magic. The dogs started to calm down, but I was getting hypnotized by his voice too. Hey, Jasmine hissed as she elbowed me. We're loose now. She thanked Michael and practically pushed me to keep on walking. Let's get this dog walking over and done with today, she said, looking and feeling angry. Let's give these dogs back to their owners. This is a terrible idea. So I guess Jasmine and I were back on square one. We needed another business idea. I got it, Jasmine cried when she saw me the next day. I thought about it last night. I couldn't call you though. Don't remind me. I sighed. I still can't believe that I'm surviving this long without a phone. I felt so detached from the whole world. But Jasmine's idea was actually kinda cool. We decided to make cute picture frames with strips of colorful paper and glue. Jasmine saw some online, and they were in demand. We can use these beads and glitter too, I added. We were sure that people would line up to buy our creations. We spent the next few days making them, and they turned out really well. I bet even boys will buy these for their girlfriends, Jasmine said while we were lining them up on the porch to dry. Suddenly, I had the perfect vision of Michael giving me the pretty pink frame that I had just made. Of course, I would choose the best picture of us to put in it. Maybe we can take a picture in the park at sunset. I was so engrossed in my fantasy that I don't even remember Jasmine going home that day. So I was startled when my mom started shouting by the front door. Chloe, it's raining so hard now. Didn't you hear the thunder? She yelled. Are these your crafts on the porch? They're drenched. I ran outside and felt my heart drop to my stomach. Mom was right. Some of the frames were on the floor. Some of them were drowning in puddles. Even my favorite pretty pink one was ruined. Jasmine's going to kill me, I groaned. But oddly enough, she didn't. When I told her the news the next day in school, she just shrugged. "It's a blessing in disguise, actually," she said. I thought it over and realized that my idea was pretty lame. I mean, who needs a picture frame when you've got pictures on your phone? I wouldn't know, I reminded her with a sigh. I was starting to realize that I would have to live a few more months without a phone unless we made some real money. "Come on, Chloe," Jasmine said. "This is supposed to be an easy project. We just have to think of a business. Once we have a great idea, it'll be a piece of cake." I jumped up and squealed. "That's it!" It was the best idea ever. The easiest way for us to make some money and an automatic A was to provide people with what they loved the most. The answer was food. So Jasmine and I got working. We had an avalanche of recipes: baking materials, flour, eggs, sugar, and tons of sprinkles. For one whole day, it was whisk, mix, and bake. I promised Jasmine that I would focus and not even think about anything else except making the perfect chocolate cupcakes for our bake sale. After 6 hours of baking, we were almost done. I just had one last batch to pour into the cupcake molds. Unfortunately, that's when my brother decided to appear in the kitchen. "What's with all the cupcakes?" he asked. "Don't touch anything," I said, whacking him with a spatula. But Chris tried to swipe one anyway. I tried to grab it back, but ended up knocking the boxes of ingredients all over the counter. "Stop it!" I cried, and I heard something plop. "Hey, I just wanted a taste," Chris replied, laughing. His eyes were twinkling with some mischief as he ate one cupcake. He kept looking at my batter. Finally, my mom came in and shooed him away from the kitchen. "Mom, I'm going to hang out with Mac and the guys," he added. Then he grinned at me. "See you later, loser." I was so upset with my brother that I wasn't paying much attention to the batter. I just wanted to finish this so I could think of something nasty to get back at Chris. The next day, Jasmine and I set up a table outside the cafeteria. People loved our cupcakes. Money was pouring in. "I bet you can buy a new phone with all the money we earned," Jasmine told me happily. But I wasn't hearing her anymore. I spotted Michael walking to our table. "Hey," he said with a heartbreaking smile. "Can I buy one?" I blushed and offered him the best-looking one from the table. I expected him just to pay and leave, but suddenly he pulled up a chair. "I heard that you were slaving away to make all of these," he said. "They're good." I smiled shyly and offered him another one. "I'll eat another one if you eat one with me," Michael added with a wink. So I grabbed the nearest cupcake and took a bite. But even before I could chew, Michael suddenly asked me the most amazing thing. "Would you like to grab some coffee later? I'll pick you up at home." I gulped and practically choked on the cupcake. I started coughing. Michael gently patted my back. "Yeah, sure," I replied somehow and took a big sip of water to stop my coughing. "But I'll just meet you in the coffee shop." "Okay," Michael said, standing up. "See you later." I watched him walk away. When I turned to Jasmine, she had the biggest smile on her face. "We have the best project, and you're finally going out with Michael," she squealed. "I'm so happy." The hours couldn't pass fast enough. But finally, all our cupcakes were sold. Jasmine offered to add up all the money herself so I could go home and get ready. But that's when I started to feel funny. It felt like there were huge butterflies in my stomach. I figured that I was just excited and nervous about my date. I prayed that I wouldn't humiliate myself in front of Michael. I was massaging my grumbling stomach when Chris popped inside my room. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. Then he saw my phone on my desk. "Hey, someone's calling you." I told him not to mind it. I wouldn't be able to answer it anyway. Chris suddenly looked at me, then back at the phone. "What?" I groaned. "Nothing," he said, and there was a twinkle in his eyes again. "What's with the fancy face?" he added. "Do you have a date or something?" I nodded once, still massaging my tummy. Chris made a gagging noise. "Who'd want to date you?" he asked with a smirk. I smirked back at him. "You'd be surprised," I replied as I left, praying that my stomach would settle down. I finally got to the coffee house and sighed happily when I saw Michael. We sat and sipped our coffee. We talked and laughed. I've known him for a while now, but I had no idea that he would be this great. My tummy kept groaning and buzzing, but I tried to ignore it. When I checked my watch, I sighed. I didn't want our date to end, but I had a curfew. Michael offered to drive me home. I was starting to feel all tingly and excited. Will he kiss me goodbye? He opened my door like a gentleman and walked to the driver's side. Suddenly, in the quiet of the car, I heard a voice. "Kiss him! Kiss him!" I looked over at Michael, who was just getting in. "Kiss him," the voice said again. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Oh my goodness. Was it fate, or was God talking to me? I looked at Michael again to see if he noticed anything, but he was busy fiddling with the stereo. Kiss him, I heard one more time. So I did. His face was just inches from mine. I bent my head to catch his lips. I closed my eyes, and that kiss was the most wonderful thing in the world. Then suddenly, I felt a jolt in my stomach. I covered my mouth and started to heave. What's wrong? Was I that bad? Michael gasped. I tried to shake my head, but I couldn't. The only thing that my body allowed me to do was to lean down and puke. Coffee came out, the cupcake came out, and I felt something else pop out. I was too horrified to open my eyes and look. What's that? Michael said while looking at the yucky brown gunk on his car floor. I opened my eyes. Is that an AirPod? He gasped. My eyes flew wide open and I looked closer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. How did I ever manage to eat an AirPod? Then I remembered the cupcake. A lot of things fell on the kitchen counter while I was baking. The AirPod must have landed on one and I ate it. Michael became very quiet as he started the car. All the while, I sat and felt absolutely humiliated. I took a quick glance at him, and I was surprised to see his shoulders shaking. "I'm so sorry," I gasped. Michael couldn't keep it in anymore. He pulled over and started to laugh. He laughed for so long, and each second that passed made me feel worse. "You're really something else," he said between gasps. I felt so hurt. How could he be so mean? "No, wait," he hurriedly added when he saw my face. "What I meant was that you're amazing. Every minute with you is like an adventure. I love how crazy and unpredictable you are." Somehow, even with puke on the floor, I managed to smile and melt with his words. Michael practically said that he loved me. He dropped me off and said that he would just have his car cleaned. He promised to come back in a little while. I think I floated all the way to the front door and found my parents in the living room. "Great news," my dad said when he saw me. "Jasmine called. She said that your bake sale earned the most money. You won." My parents went over to hug me. Then my mom took out a box. "We're so proud of how you really focused on this project, Chloe," she said with a smile. "I think that merits a reward, too. Here." She handed me the box, and there was a new phone inside. "Wow," I cried. "Thank you." They spent the next hour gushing over me, saying that I was probably going to grow up to be a business tycoon or something. Chris even came over and patted me on the head. "You're not such a loser after all," he said. I tried to take it as a compliment. "How was your date? Did he even kiss you?" I stared at Chris. Suddenly, things began to click into place. He knew all about the AirPod. He saw it falling into the batter. He saw me clutching my tummy when my phone was lighting up. He knew that I swallowed one, and it was his voice I heard. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and I jumped up. Michael grinned at me. "Hey, Mac," my brother cried. "Come on in, let's watch the game." Michael shook his head. "Sorry, dude. I have other plans tonight." I saw my brother's jaw fall open when Michael reached out to hold my hand. "Were you calling my phone today?" I asked my brother sweetly. "It was so nice of you to check up on me. My date went great, by the way. This has been a perfect day, even with all the puking. I got a phone, an A, and a kiss. And I'll never forget the look on my brother's face when he finally realized that his little sister is dating his best friend.
Hi, I'm Grace, and I'm a liar. But before that, please like and subscribe. When I was little, my mom worked for this rich woman who was the third cousin of the daughter of the king of bleep. Oops, I forgot. Mom and I signed an NDA, so I really can't say which country or what king. Anyway, the rich woman had a fabulous life. She and her daughter Gigi, who was my age, lived in a beautiful mansion. They went to the spa every week and on vacation every weekend. But the only thing was that the paparazzi never left them alone. They camped in front of the house and hid in the trees to get a glimpse of Gigi and her mom. Gigi and I looked alike, so I'd often pose as her decoy. I'd walk out the front door in her fancy clothes and smile for the paparazzi, while Gigi snuck out the back into a tinted SUV and sped off. Life was great until Gigi and her mom moved back to bleep and Mom lost her job. We moved into a tiny house and Mom had to work 2 jobs just to afford the rent. I hated being poor. It made me sick to my stomach. So I decided I had to be rich one day. I worked harder than ever in school so I could get a good job and make a ton of money. Then one day, I was called into the principal's office and she gave me the best news ever.
Congratulations, Grace! You've been awarded a scholarship to one of the most prestigious private schools in the city.
I was over the moon, but there was one big problem. My new school was filled with rich kids. There was no way I was gonna fit in. That night, I had nightmares about them laughing at me and chasing me through the halls. The next morning, I woke up and prayed that I could win $1 million. And then the craziest thing happened.
I talked with your Aunt Maddie. She lives near your new school. You'll be staying with her so I can save some money.
I jumped for joy. I just hit the jackpot. Aunt Maddie was a filthy rich lawyer. She was so generous that she'd recently adopted a daughter my age. That evening, Aunt Maddie's chauffeur picked me up in a limousine and drove me to her mansion. My adopted cousin Victoria greeted me at the door. She looked like a supermodel, aside from these huge glasses that were way too big for her face. Victoria took me to my room, and as I was unpacking, she kept staring at my clothes. Whoa, what happened? I've seen homeless people wear better clothes. I was so embarrassed. I started crying like an idiot. They're all I have. I'm poor. Oh, don't worry about it, Grace. I've got your back. You can borrow some of my clothes. I've got plenty. Victoria led me to her room, where she opened a walk-in closet twice the size of my mom's house, filled with dozens of Gucci and Versace dresses, shoes, and handbags. I was in heaven. When we got to school, I strutted like a superstar down the hallway, and all the kids couldn't stop staring at me. In class, the teacher asked us all to introduce ourselves and share something interesting about our families. All the other kids came from wealthy families that owned huge business empires. Some even had parents who were famous celebrities. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I walked to the front of the class. I felt really nervous. I couldn't tell them about my poor single mom who worked as a janitor at a beauty salon and waited tables at a 2-star restaurant. Then suddenly, something strange came over me, and the most unexpected words just fell out of my mouth. Hi everyone, I'm Grace, and I'm an heiress to the throne of bleep.
Due to the privacy of the royal family, we cannot...
Jeez, can we skip the legal mumbo-jumbo and get back to the story? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, everyone in class stared at me like I was a unicorn. I took out my phone and flashed one of my photos from a magazine, and the kids went wild. Victoria appeared out of nowhere and pulled me to the side. Have you lost your mind? You just told everyone a big fat lie. My mind is right where it's supposed to be, if you must know. Plus, it's not really a lie. You were Gigi's stand-in. My mom told me all about it. You're stealing her identity. I'm just borrowing it. She won't even notice. Victoria walked away. Then a bunch of popular kids ran over to me. My plan was working like a charm. Are you really in line for the throne? Yep. It's a very real possibility. Everyone in line before me is old and sick.
I thought you moved back to Europe.
That's fake news. But aren't you living with Victoria? Yes. My mother wants me to have a more grounded experience among commoners, but it's just temporary. Ta-ta. Sorry, no more questions today. Maybe we can have crumpets and tea later. Then Damien, the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen, patted me on my shoulder, and my heart skipped a beat. His sparkly brown eyes and warm smile made my heart flutter.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of coming to my party tonight?
He took my hand and kissed it. Yes, please. That night, I raided Victoria's closet and found the perfect dress. I pranced around in the mirror, flashed my prettiest smile, and practiced kissing my hand. What's up with you? I told Victoria all about how Damien invited me to his party, and she looked pissed. Don't you mention that jerk to me. He's not a jerk. He's really cool, and he looks like an angel. Listen, you'll live to regret it if you choose to hang out with that idiot. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Damien's at the top of our class. He smells like fresh strawberries. He's super cute and the captain of the football team. He's perfect. Never mind. I'm out of here. Victoria stormed off in a huff, but I didn't have time to figure out what put a bee in her bonnet. I had to get to Damien's party. Of course, Damien's party was awesome. We danced together for hours, and at the end of the night, he gave me the most romantic kiss.
You're amazing, Grace.
I know. People tell me that all the time.
I've never met a girl like you before.
Which made sense because everything I told him was a lie. I must admit, I felt a little guilty for lying, but I wasn't hurting anyone. After that, Damien and I started dating, and we became the hottest couple in school. My popularity was through the roof. Even Victoria stopped shaking her head at me every time we passed each other in the hallway. Life was great until things took a horrible turn. One day, one of the rich kids invited me to an exclusive restaurant. I was busy enjoying my caviar when I looked out the window and saw Victoria and Damien having a heated argument across the street. I was about to go out to snoop on them, but our waiter Brian, this geeky kid from my math class, stepped into my path.
Excuse me, you forgot to pay for your food.
He gave me a bill of over $200. I had less than $20 in my bank account. I was invited to this party.
And we've been told everyone is paying their bill separately.
A couple of popular kids started staring at us, so without thinking, I handed Brian my bank card.
I'm sorry, but your card has been declined.
That's impossible. I'm heir to $1 million fortune.
We also accept cash.
This is no way to treat royalty. I want to speak with your manager now. I dragged Brian to the side, but I was so afraid he was going to call the cops on me that I decided to tell him the truth. Listen, there's no way I can pay all that money. Maybe we can work something out.
You rich kids always try to take advantage of people. Please pay so I can do my job. Aren't you from some royal family anyway?
I'm seriously not a rich kid. That was all a big lie. I just wanted to fit in. Suddenly, tears started streaming down my face.
Oh, geez, please don't cry. Listen, I know what it's like to want to fit in with the rich kids. I'll put it on my tab, but you have to pay me back this month.
I was so relieved. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted. It was good to tell the truth, but then it hit me. If Brian exposed me, my fabulous life would be destroyed. Could you please keep my secret?
Sure, but only if you agree to tutor me. I'm kind of struggling with calculus, and I saw you got 100 on the test.
I happily agreed. By the time I was done with this drama, Victoria and Damien were gone, and neither of them answered their phones. I called my driver to take me home. I waited in my room for hours, but didn't hear a word from either of them. I was confused, worried, and a little jealous. What on earth could they have been arguing about? A few minutes after midnight, I woke up to hear a car pulling into the driveway. I looked out the window. It was Damien, and Victoria was in the passenger seat. I saw red. I raced down the stairs and ran straight into Victoria. Why are you sneaking around with Damien? We aren't sneaking around. I saw you two arguing at the party. It's complicated, and I'm really tired. Can we talk about it later? It's not complicated at all. You're a jealous witch and a boyfriend stealer. And don't try to deny it. You hate that I'm more popular than you and that Damien's in love with me. Victoria marched to her room and slammed her door in my face. Something fishy was going on between those two, and I was gonna find out what. The next day, I asked Damien about Victoria.
Don't worry about it, babe. She's my partner for a school project. We were only talking about that. You know I only have eyes for you.
After that, Damien got really busy with football practice, so I focused on school and tutoring Brian. To my surprise, I enjoyed hanging out with Brian. He was smart and funny, and we were both huge fans of classical music. One night, he played one of Mozart's concertos on the piano for me. That was beautiful. I didn't know you were so talented.
I'm kind of a music prodigy. That's how I got a scholarship to our school.
A couple of weeks later, Brian aced his calculus test and invited me to his piano recital.
I'll be playing that piece you like, and a new song I wrote for you.
You wrote a song for me? Brian blushed, and so did I.
It's a thank you for all you've done for me.
I wouldn't miss your concert for the world. That night, just as I was getting ready to go to the concert with Brian, Damien showed up in a tuxedo. What are you doing here?
You're funny. I told you I was picking you up.
Oh God, I'd totally forgotten that Damien had invited me to be his date for his family's annual charity ball.
Come on, we don't want to be late.
Damien took my hand and rushed me to his car. When we arrived at the ball, Damien's parents were excited to meet me. They spent the whole night introducing me to all their fancy friends and bragged about how their son had landed the heiress to a throne. I needed a breath of fresh air, so I went out into the back alley for a bit to find Damien and the school's head cheerleader kissing. When they saw me, they turned as white as bed sheets.
It's not what it looks like.
Actually, it is. Damien and I are in love.
I was gonna tell you after the party. I just wanted to impress my parents by saying you were my girlfriend. You're their favorite royal, and they've been dying to meet you.
I slapped Damien hard in the face and stormed out of there. The next day, Brian marched up to me at school with a huge scowl.
I waited for you for over an hour, and you didn't even call.
I'm sorry. I had another engagement.
Like what? Your fake royal duties? If you didn't want to go, you should have just told me. You didn't have to play with my feelings. I may not be one of the popular kids, but I don't deserve to be treated like trash.
Brian stormed off. I was gutted. And just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, I got an alert on my phone. A gossip website had done a news report on me and outed me as a fraud. All the kids crowded around me like an angry mob. I ran outside and straight into a bunch of crazy paparazzi. They chased me through the parking lot,
I darted down the street and jumped into a cab. Get me out of here, please. The driver hightailed it out of there. When I got home, I raced up the stairs and locked myself in my room. Then suddenly, someone unlocked my bedroom door and turned the knob. Terrified, I hid under the bed. My lies had finally caught up with me. The police would haul me off to jail. My mom would be so embarrassed she'd disown me. The whole thing might even go on my permanent record. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the worst. Please have mercy. I'm just a kid. I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Don't be so dramatic. It's just me. I told you all this would blow up in your face. The lying, and most of all, Damien. Was he dating you too? No, gross. Damien and I lived in the same foster home years ago. That night at the restaurant, I got a text about our foster mother. She'd gotten into a bad accident and had to have a major surgery. She'd just woken up and was begging to see me and Damien. That's it. Damien hates that he was poor and he won't tell anyone he's adopted. Or that he and I know each other from a foster home. And he's always trying so hard to impress his snooty parents. You're not that different. He just wants so bad to fit in. That information hit me like a ton of bricks. At that moment, I decided to make a change. I apologized to Victoria and sent Brian a dozen I'm sorry memes. And I came clean to everyone at school. After my truth was revealed, I wasn't popular anymore, of course. I was even mocked and branded as a liar. But I had Victoria, and I eventually made friends with some nice kids. And it took a while, but Brian and I started talking again after I offered to tutor him for free for a year. In the end, I realized that being a popular fake royal didn't hold a candle to being surrounded by friends that loved me for me.
Hi, I'm Sage, and I have the wackiest condition on the planet. Every time I want to cry, I end up laughing instead. Yikes. Have you ever laughed at the wrong moment and it's been super awkward for you? Well, that's my life. Every single day. At first, my parents thought I was the happiest baby in the world because I laughed at everything. When I started teething at 6 months, instead of crying because it hurt, I'd keep my parents up all night because I couldn't stop laughing. And when I started crawling and bumped my head everywhere, I'd just burst into giggles. That's when Dad started calling me a weirdo. He hated anything unusual. What kind of kid does that? There's definitely something wrong with her. She's a crazy baby and it's embarrassing. She clearly can't help it. Can you, baby boo? But Dad didn't listen. He really started to hate me, and it wasn't just for laughing. Ever since I was a kid, I'd loved to color and paint. When I was 4, I spotted his brand new laptop and thought it was such a dull gray. So I painted the lid a bright red and each key a different color. I thought it looked beautiful, but Dad nearly had a stroke when he saw it. Who's gonna fix this? She's such a pain. Why couldn't you give me a normal child? Even though I was just a kid, his words stung, so of course I burst into laughter, which just made him angrier. But it wasn't just Dad. Everyone misunderstood me all the time. One day in 1st grade, Monica, the richest girl in my class, was crying because her dog was stolen. You lost your dog? What kind of a person steals a dog? That's so sad. Everyone hugging her turned to me in shock. Monica looked at me with sheer hatred. Get out, Sage, you're so mean! After that, I became the mean witch in class. Everyone started picking on me, especially Monica. And no matter how hard I tried to explain that I didn't mean to laugh, no one seemed to believe me. I wanted so badly to be normal. I started watching the saddest movies, listened to the most heartbreaking songs, and read the newspaper to get all the worst news. Nothing helped, because I still burst into giggles at my grandma's funeral. I was actually so sad. I loved my grandma. But as I cackled away, everyone stared at me like I was crazy, and I ran off. Over the years, Mom came up with a way to cheer me up. Every time Dad got mad at me, she put $1 in a jar in my room. By the end of each month, I had enough money to buy art supplies. But obviously I hid this from Dad because he didn't want to spend a single cent on me. In the 6th grade, I entered an art contest in school. I worked really hard to make a nice painting with my cheap paints and paper. But as soon as Monica saw I was participating, she just had to one-up me. She took classes with a fancy art tutor and brought her expensive canvas and paints. She won by a landslide. I was so disappointed that I wanted to cry. So, in the crowded hall, I burst into laughter instead. The art teacher turned to me confused. What's so funny, Sage? Are you making fun of Monica's work? No, I swear. She's just laughing because she's a sore, crazy loser. Well, I had a bad reputation back then, and everyone thought I was mean. I stopped entering art competitions after that. I stayed in my room all day, and nothing Mom did cheered me up. After my homework, I'd spent the rest of the evening painting away and posting pictures to my art account on Instagram. Until one day in 8th grade, I got a really unexpected message there from a stranger. I just love your painting. I want to buy it. Will you take $150 for it? Someone wanted to buy my painting? For the first time in weeks, I was flying. When I got the money from selling it, I bought more supplies and started painting my butt off. For the next few months, everything I made got sold immediately. I was so over the moon. So one day in the cafeteria, while Monica was going on and on about her fancy French art teacher, I casually mentioned I'd sold 10 paintings for $150 each. Monica was livid. She practically choked on the caviar she was eating. There's no way you and your trashy art will sell on my watch. Oh, and how do you think you're gonna stop it? You'll see. And just a few days later, I did see how low Monica could go. Someone stole my sketch pad from my bag. And right after, a new Instagram account sprung up with all my artwork on it. I knew it was Monica, obviously. I ran to complain to my teachers, but I was pretty upset and couldn't stop laughing. So they all thought I was joking. Why would I do this when I'm so much better than her? Monica convinced everyone that I was a jealous liar who tried to frame her. And then she and her minions started blaming me for all kinds of things I'd never done. One day, she put super glue on the teacher's chair, and when the teacher got up, the chair was stuck to her butt. As everyone started giggling and she tried to pull it off, her skirt ripped. Monica pointed straight at me. I saw her with the glue. You can even check her locker. As everyone stared at me accusingly, I laughed until my stomach ached. And that's how I started ending up in detention every week, because teachers thought I was rude and a troublemaker. At first, I was furious, but suddenly I realized I loved detention. No one could bother me here, and I could paint in peace for hours. As I was busy painting one day, someone tapped me on the shoulder and I turned to see a boy who gently wiped my cheek with a tissue. You had some paint on your face. I just stared at him like a dummy. Who was this cutie? I've seen your paintings and they're amazing. Well, you're amazing. Do you think you could teach me? Eugene was a new boy at school who got stuck in detention often because he'd always prove his teachers wrong. I became his detention art tutor. He was really kind and clever, and somehow he didn't judge me for my laughing. I don't think you're crazy or mean at all. It could be a medical condition, you know? Maybe my dad can help. He's a neuroscientist. I did go see his dad one day without telling my parents. He explained that I had a condition where my brain would get the wrong signal when I felt sad, and my body's response was laughing instead of crying. He said it wasn't in my control at all, and I never needed to feel bad about it. A week later, Eugene made an adorable hand-painted card to ask me to go out with him. Of course I said yes! One day, I was putting away my stuff in the locker when Eugene came running to me excitedly with a poster for a national art contest. You should enter this, Sage. You're really talented. I'm sure you can win. Just then, I heard Monica's nasty voice behind us. Ew, why are you telling this crazy loser that she's talented and raising her hopes for no good reason? Because he's my boyfriend, that's why. And why are you even talking to him? My step-cousin is your boyfriend? Are you out of your pea-sized mind? It's my turn to laugh at you. But I'd had enough. I pulled Eugene close and gave him a long, steamy kiss right in the middle of the corridor. My eyes! Ew, I can't watch this. Oh, no problem. We can just make out in the janitor's closet. And with that, I dragged Eugene into the closet while everyone was hooting outside. Obviously, both of us got detention again, but we didn't care. That was our happy place anyway. I started focusing on the upcoming competition, and I was really pumped for it. With my Instagram sales, I'd even made enough money to buy good quality materials. On the day of the competition, as soon as I started to unpack my supplies, I knew something was wrong. I started laughing. This could not be happening. My tubes of paint had been squeezed almost empty. Just then, I spotted Monica staring at me with a big, evil grin on her face. I couldn't give up. I wasn't going to let her bring me down. I did the best I could with whatever little paints I had, and miraculously, I won. But as I got off the stage with my trophy and $1,000 check, Monica walked up to me. You think you can fool everyone, but I know you're just a big fraud. I was wondering who that idiot was who keeps commenting on your Instagram and buying your paintings. And well, I had them tracked down. All this time, you've been pretending to be a great artist when your mommy has been buying your lame art. What are you talking about? Go on, run home and ask Mommy Dearest. Monica was just a lunatic. But when I got home, I saw something that made me actually like Monica more than my own mother for a minute. Mom was carrying something down to the basement. When I followed her, I saw that every single art piece that I'd ever sold on Insta was lying there. Mom, are you my mystery Instagram buyer? She turned to me in complete shock, and then she started to cry. Yes, it's me. You were so sad after losing that contest, and I just wanted to encourage you. You lied to me. All this time, I thought I was actually good enough. Honey, you are really good, and that's the truth. I only bought these paintings to make you believe in yourself. You what? We turned around to see Dad in the doorway, looking beyond furious. You're telling me that you spent my money just to make her feel more talented? I want every cent back. Give it back to me right now, Sage. Just then, he spotted the check in my hand and leapt forward to snatch it. But Mom stepped in. Don't you dare. It's her money and her talent. Well, it's my house, and I want you both out of it. Mom and I spent the night at Grandma's. The next day, when we went back home, hoping Dad would have come to his senses, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He'd thrown all my paintings in the yard, and he was driving over them. Mom, I'm not staying here another minute. Dad doesn't love us or care about us, and he's a maniac. Let's just leave him. We can manage on our own, I promise. We took all our stuff and moved to Grandma's for a while. After graduation, I worked super hard and built a new website to sell my art. Mom found a new job, but in another city. I was really sad to leave Eugene behind, but I knew Mom needed me. We tried to make it work long distance, but with work and school, it was really hard. Eventually, we both decided to call it quits. I laughed over my broken heart for days. Eventually, I got into a great art college on full scholarship and had my projects exhibited in many galleries over the years. On graduation day, I broke down into fits of laughter 5 times during my valedictorian speech. Soon after, someone emailed me saying they wanted to be my agent. We set up an interview at the cafe the next day. When I saw the agent, my heart stopped. Eugene! Ha! I knew you'd be surprised. I ran up to him and gave him a hug. He said he'd been following my work, and he couldn't wait to represent me. He booked me for shows that same week. During the last one, he whispered in my ear, I made a painting for you. Do you want to see it? I followed him to the end of the gallery and saw a painting of me and Eugene sitting in detention at school. I felt so moved. Suddenly, I felt something I'd never felt before. Wet tears streaming down my face. Was I finally crying? It was the best time of my life because that's when I fell in love with you. Sage, do you want to be with me again? I threw myself in his arms and gave him a kiss. Yes! Eugene was actually so excited that he'd made me cry. This had to be the weirdest romantic moment ever. 2 years later, we got married. We have 3 children, and the youngest, Freya, is just like me. No tears, only laughs.
Mom, am I weird? Everyone else gets to cry. Why can't I?
No, you're strong and you just laugh everything off, even when things are hard. You're not weird. You're absolutely okay. I made sure that not only her, but none of the kids in her school would be bullied. I studied to be an art therapist and started after-school programs for kids to help them channel their emotions into art. Little by little, I tried to make things better for our kids every day.
I felt really nervous as I walked down the hallway of my new school for wealthy students. I could feel people turning around to look at me and whispering, "Oh my god, I've never seen a goddess like her in my entire life. She looks like someone on the cover of a fashion magazine." Wait, someone thought I looked like a goddess? I was really getting the royal treatment on my first day. I had girls asking me to sit with them at lunch, and boys were dropping by to introduce themselves and bring me food. These people wouldn't look at me the same way if they ever found out about my parents. Just then, a nasty-looking girl walked over to my table and leaned on it, her face inches away from mine. "I don't know who you are or where you've dropped down from, but you better not cross me. I'm the campus queen, and I rule the school. Just then, one of the boys pushed her aside. Shut up, girl. I've forgotten your name already. All hail the new campus queen! When I got home that day, I quickly changed into my work clothes and rushed downstairs to meet my adoptive parents. How's your new school? Oh, it's so cool and fun. Everybody really seems to like me and... Okay, that's great. Go to the kitchen quickly now and help the cook. I walked into the kitchen to find it in complete chaos, and the cook was relaxing on her feet up on a stool. Why is the kitchen so dirty? And you haven't even started cooking.
Don't take that tone with me, Missy. Just 'cause you're going to some fancy school, I need to rest my feet. Now chop chop!
To everyone outside this mansion, I was the only daughter of two loving parents, but I was actually their maid's daughter. A couple of years ago, Mom remarried and just left me. The rich couple she worked for, Mr. and Mrs. Richard, decided to keep me, and I worked for them so I could go to a good school. Later that evening, as the cook and I were walking back home from the grocery store, someone suddenly bumped into me, and everything went flying everywhere.
Gosh, Emily, are you blind? Sorry, sir. The child's an idiot.
The man just glared at me and walked away. As I picked up the stuff, I couldn't help thinking I had to do well at the school and get a college scholarship, so I never had to work under her again. The first week at school was going amazingly well. My popularity was on the rise, and honestly, it was all really new to me. I was doing well in my lessons, and all the teachers really seemed to like me too. That is, until the day our real science teacher, Mr. Howard, returned from sick leave. The minute he walked into the classroom, I recognized him as the guy I'd bumped into.
Today, we'll be talking about something I detest. Viruses. I mean, you kids are annoying enough, but I hate it when you're sick and come to school with noses full of snot.
Wow, what an unpleasant guy.
Now, something a lot of people don't know is that the same virus that causes the flu can also infect computers. So if you don't want your computers to crash, stay away from them when you have the cold.
Wait, what? That was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard.
Yes?
I'm sorry, but that's not possible, sir. I've never given my laptop the flu. As a few kids started to laugh, he looked really mad.
Why? Have you never fallen sick? Are you Superman?
No.
If you're Superman, why don't you show everyone how you can fly around? Go ahead.
But I'm not Superman, and I can't fly.
Well, then shut up.
Just then, the principal walked into the classroom glaring at the teacher. Mr. Howard, you cannot talk to Emily like that. We're very happy to have such a smart girl here. She's definitely smarter than you. Emily, if anyone tries to bother you, you come and tell me, okay? Mr. Howard looked like he was having a fit. When the class ended, he called out to me to stay back.
Oh, no.
Reluctantly, I walked over to his desk, and what he said left me in complete shock.
I wondered why you looked so familiar. You're the cook's little helper I bumped into. So what? You're here now pretending to be all smart and rich?
I'm not pretending. My parents are really wealthy people, and I am smart.
Why were you dressed like a maid? Was that a disguise? Are you Superman?
Oh my god, not that again.
If you're really rich, answer this. What are the names of all the Kardashians?
The what?
Ha! I knew it. Every wealthy person knows the answer to that. I knew you're just a maid, and I don't like dishonest people, so I don't like you. I'll be watching you.
And he wasn't kidding. From that day on, anywhere I went in school, there he was. It seemed like he was hoping to catch me sweeping floors or something. I realized soon, though, that keeping up the rich act wasn't all that simple. These girls just seemed like they lived on another planet.
We're going to Paris for Christmas this year.
That sounds amazing. We're just having a party on Daddy's yacht. Emily, what did you do last Christmas? Washed 100 dishes and ate leftovers in my room with my hamster? My parents invited Lady Gaga over for a private concert. The girls screamed like hyenas and insisted that they wanted to hear every single detail. One day, they took me to the gym during cheerleading practice. Now that you're like the most popular girl in school, you've got to be in the cheerleading team, duh. Not every popular girl has to be a cheerleader, right? I'm not into this kind of stuff. I like to read books. The girls looked at me like I was an alien from outer space. They pushed me to try out anyway, and I was really bad at it. But the coach just said, "She's so pretty. She can just stand on the side and wave pom-poms. Welcome to the team, Emily." And just like that, I was a cheerleader. As I was walking out, I spotted Mr. Howard in the doorway.
Well, being a cheerleader is every maid's dream, isn't it? Wait till everyone finds out about you.
The next day in class, Mr. Howard suddenly dropped a book on my desk, making me jump out of my skin.
Happy birthday, Emily!
How did he know? Thank you, sir?
So, I'm sure a rich, popular girl like you must be having a grand celebration, right?
Everyone's eyes were on us now, and he was looking down at me with a smirk. Yes, of course! It's so big, I'm still planning it. But it will happen very, very soon. As all the kids gave me excited smiles, I stared down at my quiz in horror. What had I landed myself into? With everyone asking me about the party, I had to come up with something fast. I had no choice but to go to Mr. and Mrs. Richard. I'm really sorry, but I need to throw a big birthday party for my friends. I'll make up for it by doing extra chores. I thought they'd be really mad, but Mrs. Richard jumped up excitedly. Deal. Now let's throw you the biggest birthday bash this neighborhood has ever seen. And boy, did she go all out. The theme of the party was teen models, and there was a fashion show runway, makeup stations, and pink outfits for everyone. I was just really excited about the party favors because Mrs. Richard had let me choose those. As the girls tore off the wrapping papers, they suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Ew, you gave us books? Yeah, and not just any books. These are limited editions, signed by J.K. Rowling herself. The girls looked really disappointed. But just then, Mrs. Richard came running in and pushed me aside. I know what teen girls want. Diamond bracelets. There, you get one, and you get one. Everyone gets one. The books were rudely tossed aside, and I nearly went deaf from their high-pitched screams. The next day, everyone was still discussing how amazing my party had been. Just then, Mr. Howard walked in with our assignments and started distributing them. I was horrified to see the big, fat D on mine. And you get a D, and you get a D. Everyone gets a D. Mr. Howard, my assignment is just fine. And how can we all get Ds? Are you the teacher now? How can your assignments be fine when all of you were busy partying last night? Oh yeah, I saw the Instagram stories. But we submitted these last week. That's enough. I'll see you in detention now. The bad grade and the detention wasn't even the worst part. Everyone in class was mad at me now. Like this is my fault. Look, Em, we can't be friends with you and fail science. My parents will kill me, so we're sorry, but bye. And they all walked off wearing their flashy diamond bracelets. Ugh, these rich girls were the worst. I couldn't let him bully me and ruin my grades, so I decided to talk to the principal. After he looked at my assignment, he called Mr. Howard into his office. I was looking forward to the principal telling him off, but I was not expecting what came next. Mr. Howard, you're fired. What? You heard me. Now please pack your things and leave immediately. Mr. Howard looked completely stunned, then got up and left quickly. I was horrified. I hadn't meant to get him fired. Don't worry, Emily. I'll have the substitute teacher fix everyone's grades. Later, as I walked down the hallway, I saw Mr. Howard leaving with his belongings. He looked so sad. I'd gotten him fired, but I just felt terrible. I decided to go tell him that I'd talked to the principal about giving him his job back. Later that evening, I sneaked over to his house and pressed my nose against the window to see him having dinner with his mom and 5 rather scary-looking sisters. So, Howie, why don't you tell your sisters your amazing news? He just stared down at his plate silently. He got fired, ladies. What have I done to deserve such a stupid son? Why couldn't you be a lawyer or a doctor or an astronaut like your sisters? Oh my God, Howard, it's a pretty easy job. Isn't it bad enough that you're just a teacher and now you're not even that? Seriously, bro, you're never getting a girlfriend. Loser! Oh, by the way, Ma, I got a promotion at work today. As they all clinked glasses, I saw Mr. Howard leave the table. I could not feel any worse right now, and I kind of understood why he was a bit of a bully. Just then, I heard a voice behind me. What are you doing here? It wasn't bad enough to get me fired. Now you want to see my humiliation at home? And before I could even say anything, he sat down on the bench and started to cry. Mr. Howard, I'm really sorry. I never meant to get you fired. I came to tell you that I'll talk to the principal. Oh, what's the point? I'm just a dumb teacher. Even you think I'm dumb. No, I don't. And your family is wrong. Being a teacher is just as amazing as any other profession. You can make such a difference in so many lives. He gave me a smile. You really are quite smart, aren't you? I'm sorry I picked on you for being a maid. You are a maid, right? Yes, sir. Well, who cares? You're really going to go places one day, Emily. Oh, also, can I have one of the signed Harry Potter books? Thankfully, the principal listened to me and decided to reinstate Mr. Howard. Since then, he's become much nicer to everyone, and he's hired me as his personal assistant to do the fact-checking for him. We've become really good friends, and I finally have someone to discuss books with.
Hi, I'm Marie. Growing up, I liked all things geeky. Comic books, anime, and most of all, video games. I I was the kid in elementary school that would sneak behind some trees during recess to play my Nintendo DS instead of socializing. So I never really had any friends. And home wasn't so peachy either. Dad left soon after my sister Ava was born, and Mom, well, let's just say she tries. She worked as an attorney at some huge firm, so she always had money, just not enough time to look after 2 kids. What's wrong?
Mom's cooking again. She watched some stupid show on TV, the one where they wear big hats and cook fancy meals, and now she thinks she can do the same. She's gonna burn the house down, Marie. I'm scared.
I rushed to the kitchen, only to see the stove on fire and Mom desperately trying to put it out. I immediately grabbed a damp towel and threw it on top of the flames. And that wasn't all. Once, Mom tried fixing an exposed wire and ended up short-circuiting the entire house. Another time, she decided to grow her own vegetables. But a month later, she quit. And now we have a half-dug garden that turns into a swampy mud pit every time it rains. At least if you guys like and subscribe to MSA, it'll make all this a little more worth it. I always had to be the adult around at home, and basically brought up Ava all by myself. But even though my real life wasn't very cool, I kicked butt in the online realm. Video games were my thing, and no one could beat me at that, except Hero. The first time we met was on the first day of high school. He was new, and the teacher asked me to help him catch up. And I quickly found out that, just like me, Hero loved video games. His mom didn't make a lot, so he was always jumping from one part-time job to another. And it was his dream to become a world-famous gamer. Slowly, we became friends. And every weekend I'd invite him over and we'd go bonkers on my gaming system.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm the winner, you're just lazy.
That's not even a phrase.
But you get the point, right?
So yeah, having Hero around was fun, and I was glad to finally have a friend. But then I turned 18 and things kind of glitched. Hero and I had planned on checking out this new game store in town, and I was waiting for him at school, but he never showed up. I even tried to sell, but he didn't answer, and his social media accounts were gone. He disappeared without a trace. And as weird as it was, I decided to stop chasing after him and move on. I threw myself into my studies, topped my class, and got into a good college. With Ava in high school now, I figured she could handle herself, and I could finally get a fresh start away from home. Then one night, I was in my dorm playing video games when I got stuck on this one particular level. After my 5th attempt, I was ready to throw my controller out the window when I heard someone behind me.
Need a hand?
I turned around and found myself looking up at Adam, a senior, and easily the most charming guy on campus. What are you doing in my room?
Just came by to say hi to a friend down the hall. And then I saw you struggling, so I figured I'd stop and help.
I appreciate your not so called for help, but hey! Adam had snatched the controller from my hands and started pressing buttons like a pro. Within minutes, he'd cleared the level like it was nothing.
The trick is all in the NPC interactions. They each have coded movement loops that line up with the mission objectives. You pick up on those patterns, follow the right ones, and they practically guide you to the finish line.
Of course I knew that. I was just trying to improve my timing.
Right. You know, my friends and I are playing at the video game arcade tomorrow. You could join us if you want.
Thanks, but I like to play alone.
Suit yourself. But just in case you change your mind.
And he wrote his number on my desk and left. I tried to shake off his offer, but then I thought it had been a while since I was playing solo and maybe teaming up with others wouldn't be so bad. So, the next day I called him and he sent me the address. I expected it would be a casual gaming session with a few friends, but I was stunned to see that it was a massive gaming tournament. Hundreds of gamers sat around, dead serious, fingers flying over controllers, and eyes glued to screens. Just then, Adam spotted me and ran over.
Hey, perfect timing. You're playing with me.
I nodded and took a seat next to him. And together, we breezed through every challenge. The games were tough, but our sync was on point. And by the end of the tournament, Adam and I were on top of the leaderboard.
That was incredible. I knew you had skills, but this is next level. I couldn't even tell it was our first time playing together. You know what? You've gotta meet my dad.
I don't think I should. But Adam was already pulling me through the crowd before stopping in front of this tall man who looked like he ate gigabytes for breakfast.
Dad, this is Mari. I think she'd be perfect for a team.
Such a pleasure to meet young prodigies like yourself. Tell me, Maria, has the world of digital gaming always intrigued you?
It's Marie.
I know, but I prefer Maria. It has a certain melody to it, like the soft patter of keys under one's finger in the heat of play.
Sorry, what?
He just means you have a nice name. Anyway, Dad's a game developer and a professional gamer himself. He's the reason I picked up gaming. He's my hero, the legend, the person I look up to the most. Also, he'll be coaching us.
For what?
The tournaments, of course.
Adam told me he played for an international esports team. They traveled the world, competed in the biggest tournaments, and now they wanted me to join them. Playing international esports had always been my dream, so it didn't take me long to say yes, and the next few months turned into a wild roller coaster. We traveled from one tournament to the next, diving headfirst into the intense, fast-paced life of esports. And while I loved competing, Adam's dad made things really complicated.
Our primary objective is to establish dominance in the early stages by monopolizing resource nodes and obstructing adversarial progression.
What is he saying?
He wants us to capture as many resource points as we can at the start and block the other team.
Why doesn't he just say that?
That's just how he talks. You'll get used to it.
But Adam's dad's constant hovering and descriptive plans made every practice session feel like a mental marathon, and I just couldn't keep up. Then one day, after a grueling practice, I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an invite to the closed beta test of Infinity Nikki, a game that had been making waves as the coziest open-world experience out there. I was tired of playing endless battles and high-stake combat games with Adam, and I was looking for something that felt more comforting and fun. And the game seemed like the perfect escape. So I enrolled for access to the closed beta, got in, and boy, was that the best decision ever! The game took me into the magical world of Miraland, where Nikki, the main character, went on amazing quests with her cute companion Momo. The coolest part of the game were the ability outfits that helped Nikki navigate Miraland, gather resources, and complete quests. I got to explore dungeons, tackle boss battles, ride vehicles, and even capture beautiful moments with the photo feature. It was so much more than a dress-up game. It was pure magic. I was so amazed by it, I even joined Infinity Nikki fan forums to know more about shortcuts and outfit combos. And I found myself chatting regularly with one user in particular, Silent Warrior. Oh my god, Momo camera is so cute. I could pose in front of that forever.
Oh, but here's something that makes it even better. Usually, you can only take pictures of the scenery in Nikki, but there are certain spots on the map where this Feywish sprite, Dakabo, will suddenly pop up and look straight at the camera while you're capturing the shot. I swear, it's the funniest and most unexpected thing ever.
No way. How did you even figure that out?
Spent hours wandering the map, taking random shots. The first time Dakabo appeared, I almost dropped my controller. You've got to try it. It's seriously worth it.
Well, since you've been so helpful, I've got news for you too. December 6th is actually Nikki's birthday, and to celebrate that special day, all Infinity Nikki players will be getting this stunning new dress called Starlit Celebration, absolutely free of charge. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. But you have to log into the game before December 19th to redeem it, so tell all your friends to download it now. I've already told mine. It felt like I'd found someone who spoke my gaming language, and I really wanted to meet him. So naturally, a week later, I was one of the top players invited to play Infinity Nikki live at an exclusive arena. I walked in feeling excited, and I was at the snack bar getting a soda when another hand reached for the same can. I looked up and froze as I saw Hero smiling at me.
Didn't realize this one was yours.
Well, it certainly doesn't have your name on it. Just then, the announcer called all gamers to the stage for a quick face-off.
and I hurried to the stage. I was settling down in my seat when Hero pulled up the chair next to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him and focused on my game. I entered the breezy meadow, collected a bunch of daisies, and was just enjoying my walk through the vibrant flowers when Momo told me that there was a Whimstar nearby. So I hurried through the meadow, collected the Whimstar, and upgraded to a new outfit.
Wow, you're still as good as I remember.
Oh, so you do remember me. I thought the way you vanished, you probably forgot all about me.
Okay, yes, I deserve that. But I had a reason for leaving so suddenly, Mari.
That's when Hero told me that his mom had lost her job, and since they lived in her employer's house, they had to pack up and move to a new town, almost overnight. You could have dropped a text, at least.
I just couldn't find the time to. I had to pick up jobs to help Mom out, until I figured out a way to make money through gaming. You have no idea how many times I thought about calling you, but I just didn't know what to say. So when I saw your name on the Infinity Nikki forum, I decided to send you a message as Silent_Warrior.
Wait, you're Silent Warrior? So you took me for a fool not once, but twice? That feels good.
I'm sorry, I just didn't know if you'd talk to me. I even learned the whole game just to get to this live event and meet you, Mari. So, what do you say? Can we restart? I kinda miss you.
Okay, yeah, I missed him too. Hero was the one person who always understood me, and he did genuinely sound sorry for the way he'd acted. So, I agreed, and we reconnected. We spent hours chatting about games, and I told him everything about my new team and life at college. Our conversations felt effortless, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But while things with Hero got better, with Adam, it only got more tense.
Maria, grab the plasma cannon next to you. You're wasting essential resources.
I'm pinned down by these two enemies. I need to deal with them first to advance.
Incorrect. Your role is to support Adam. He's leading the mission. Provide suppressing fire, and use that weapon to neutralize the opposition.
But if I expose myself, I'll get eliminated.
Then strategize smarter. Honestly, you're making me question your tactical skills. Did we make a mistake by bringing you onto the team, Maria?
Oh, I don't know, sire. Maybe you did. So why don't you go ahead and find someone who's better than me and can understand what you're actually talking about? And yeah, for the record, my name is Marie. And I just threw the controller down and walked out. And seconds later, Adam followed.
How dare you talk to my dad like that?
He's constantly breathing down my neck, Adam. It's annoying.
He just wants you to do better. And honestly, Mari, you could use a little extra practice. Dad doesn't think you're ready for the tournament, and he might be right.
Your dad thinks no one is ever ready. And every time I talk to him, I feel like I'm in the middle of a test I didn't prepare for. I don't think I can play like this. And before Adam could get out another word, I flung my bag over my shoulder and left. I was so distracted that evening, I could barely focus on my game with Hero. I had to jump through some glowing hoops in a sequence before the time ended, and I just couldn't keep up. Hero immediately understood something was off and asked me what happened. And I told him everything.
Why are you even with them if they don't value your skills?
It's not all bad. The rest of the guys on the team are great, and Adam's a bit edgy, but he's a good player. It's his dad who gives me the ick. My mom's a saint compared to him. At least she never trash-talked me the way he does.
Mari, you're a great player, and from what you're telling me, this Adam sounds like a jerk. I think you should just quit and play with me instead. We're good.
I just laughed at Hero's suggestion. He was clearly joking. There's no way he'd actually expect me to quit my team at the last minute. Although, I'll admit, the idea was kind of tempting, considering how Adam being on the team was seriously getting on my nerves lately. Later, I ended up talking to my sister Ava about it, and the next day, she and Mom showed up at my dorm with dinner to cheer me up. I was struggling through the lasagna Mom made when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hero? What are you doing here?
Okay, don't freak out. But I kind of put our names down together for the tournament tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because your team sucks, Mari. Adam and his dad are dragging you down, and it's obvious you're not happy. But playing Infinity Nikki with you these past few days made me realize how amazing we are together. If we team up, we actually have a chance of winning. And I found out from my sources, and the prize money on this tournament is insane!
Hero,
Planning to ditch me at the last minute?
I saw Adam standing behind Hero with a hard expression on his face. You're taking this the wrong way.
Oh, am I? Wasn't he just telling you to leave us and join him? My dad gave you the opportunity to be a great gamer, and you tossed that aside to play Infinity Nikki with him? It's that same dress-up game you keep raving about, right?
It's more than a dress-up game, Adam. It teaches you about friendship, care, and warmth. And it tests your skills and presence of mind. You have to strategize your way through each puzzle. It's not easy.
Sounds like a pretty easy game to me. Really? Then why don't you and I go head-to-head? First one to complete his quest wins, and Mari joins the winner's team.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Why? Scared I'll kick his butt? We'll see about that.
But the food's getting cold.
Believe me, Mom, no one wants to eat that. And this is way too entertaining. Adam shoved me aside and took over my gaming system while Hero pulled out his laptop. And they both dove into the game. Hero skillfully switched between Nikki's ability outfits, jumping between platforms with precise timing. The puzzles were tough. Rotating tiles that moved unpredictably, hidden traps waiting to catch him off guard, narrow pathways requiring precision, and lasers that could slice through in an instant. But Hero kept his pace steady. Adam, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. The caged greed towered over him, and he just couldn't figure out how to break through its defenses. While Hero completed his challenges with absolute ease.
This is not fair. I was just getting the hang of the game. Besides, you already knew the shortcuts and how to switch between the ability outfits. Fine. Then how about we do a dress-up contest? Mari can rate which dress combo looks nicer. Does that sound fair to you? Huh. I breathe fashion. Bring it on.
The combat started, and just like before, Hero nailed this one too. He carefully curated a stunning look. A bright yellow playsuit called the Sunny Agenda, paired with a set of elegant stockings and white high-top sneakers. He finished the outfit with a sleek ponytail and the sweetest headband, creating a perfectly coordinated ensemble. I was just watching him work in awe when Adam jumped up.
That's how you do it, baby!
Adam, why have you paired the red shimmery gown with the green shimmer jacket? And what's up with these blue glitter stockings?
So, it's all glitter, and I know girls like glitter a lot.
Yeah, if you're 5 and dressing up your doll, your outfit has no synchrony, Adam. Everything looks great individually, but together, it looks like Nikki fell into a pool of glitter. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I vote for Hero. Hero smiled at me proudly, and I was about to shake hands with him when Adam jumped in between.
You're a cheat. Obviously, you'll vote for Hero because you like him.
Hero won because he's good, and he genuinely made an effort to learn the game.
Yeah, right, liar. What's your problem, dude? I beat you in 2 games straight, and you're still crying like a baby. Be a man and just admit you suck. What did you just say to me?
And with that, Adam launched himself at Hero, grabbed his laptop, and threw it across the room. Hero lost his mind, swung back, and the two of them got into a fight. I tried to stop them, but they kept swinging at each other. And then Hero pushed Adam, and he went flying into the table with all the food.
Oh my god, I made that with my own 2 hands. It took me hours to get the flavor on point.
And somehow it still sucked. What did you just say to me? Ah! Shut it! All of you! What is wrong with y'all? And Mom, I love you, and I'm happy you're here, but you've got to stop cooking. As for you two, I'm not teaming up with either of you. I've decided to go solo.
What?
Oh, don't look surprised, Adam. After the way you and your dad have pushed us around, it's a miracle I stayed as long as I did. But I'm a gamer with ethics, so I stuck it out for my team when it mattered. And Hero, these past few days have been fun, but you can't just show up and expect me to jump on your team. You didn't even know about this tournament until I mentioned it. And now you want to participate for the prize money? I get that it's a big opportunity, but I can't make decisions like that on a whim. Maybe someday we'll team up again. But for now, I need to do this my own way.
And I totally respect your decision. I don't. It's a stupid decision. And I'm not letting you get away that easily.
Adam grabbed my hand, but I twisted his arm around in one swift motion, and he winced in pain. Guess I picked up a thing or two from your so-called combat games. Maybe you could learn a little something from Infinity Nikki and handle defeat with a little grace, instead of throwing a tantrum every time things don't go your way.
Wait till my dad hears about this.
You and your dad can both eat slugs for all I care. Now get out and don't come back. Adam left that night, but I knew he wasn't gonna stay quiet. Not that I cared. I'd already made up my mind to pull my name from that stupid tournament. I didn't want to be part of something that sucked the joy out of the one thing I loved. It was time to take back my happiness, to focus on what made me feel alive again. And for the first time in weeks, I felt free. It's showtime, baby!
Hi, my name is Tina, or at least that's what my adopted parents named me. And that's pretty much the only nice thing they've ever given me. When I was a baby, my parents adopted me from an orphanage in New York City. I don't remember anything from back then, but they told me the place was horrible. It was filthy! You better be grateful we rescued you from there. I never really believed her. How could it be any filthier than their own house? It was practically a pigsty. The carpet always had a horrible damp smell, and the floorboards and walls were all stained. They already had one child, my younger brother Steven, but he was super dumb. They knew I was smart, so they probably thought I was a good investment. You can do our son's homework since he's busy all the time, the little darling. Look, Mom, Dad, I can snort marbles out of my nose. Well done, Steven. We're so proud of you. Tina, those math exercises aren't going to work themselves out. I rolled my eyes as I walked away. Did I have to get adopted by the dumbest family in New York? I ended up doing all of his homework all the time. But of course, he was never grateful. Instead, he chased me around with scissors and threatened to cut my hair. Come on, Tina. I just want to give you a haircut. I was smarter than all three of them put together, but they hated the thought. It would kill them to admit it. When I was 10, my dad owned a sports memorabilia store, and he was too cheap to hire a real accountant, so he made me work there as one. It's the least you can do after all we've done for you. Fine, but let me tell you, your dumb store is not making any money. You're probably doing it wrong. Aren't you supposed to be smart and good at this stuff? Go over the books again. Well, I wasn't surprised when he lost his shop 3 months later. Meanwhile, at home, my mom would make me stay upstairs whenever she had company over, which was all the time. She liked to make her friends think she was really smart, even though she was an idiot. Go to your room and don't you dare come down. God only knows what complicated and weird thing you'll end up talking about. They'll think I'm a freak like you. Don't embarrass me. I decided to have some fun one day while her friends were over. I set up a trivia board game I knew my mom would lose, and I told her friends I'd play on their team. We won by 25 points. It was epic. We didn't know Tina was so smart. My mom was so embarrassed. She flipped the table over and told everyone to leave. How dare you make me look stupid in front of my friends? Maybe if you ever read a book, you'd know a thing or two. Maybe if you weren't so ugly, you'd have friends other than books. I make myself laugh. Good, because no one else thinks you're funny. And I skipped out of the room before her flying shoe could catch me. One day, while Mom and Dad were at work, Steven decided to spray paint the living room wall. What are you doing? Mom and Dad are gonna kill you. No, Tina. They're gonna kill you. He hid the can of spray paint in my room where I couldn't find it. When my parents got home, they freaked out. Tina, what did you do? Clean this up right now! It wasn't me, it was Steven! But they wouldn't listen to a word I said. Just then, Steven walked into the room holding empty cans of spray paint. Look what I found in Tina's room! That was it. I was doomed! One more stunt like this and we're taking you right back to that orphanage. At least it looks better than it did before. This house is disgusting anyway. I spent the next 5 hours scrubbing paint off the wall. Even after that, I couldn't get it all off. I missed dinner, and my parents made me go to bed hungry. It wasn't much of a loss, really. My family just had gross canned junk for dinner anyway. They didn't have enough money to buy good food, apparently, but they could somehow afford a gigantic flat-screen TV for their filthy living room. My dad loved that TV and sat in front of it all day after work, watching baseball. Steven loved baseball too. So Dad signed him up for the Little League team. But equipment wasn't cheap. So Dad gave all of my measly allowance to Steven to buy a baseball bat. That's not fair. That's my money. No, it's my money that I gave to you, and I can take it back. My mother agreed with him. Maybe Steven will grow up to be a famous baseball player. At least he'll be doing something good for this family, unlike you, Tina. Steven's not even good at baseball. He strikes out whenever he gets up to bat. I'm better than he is, and I've only played once. It was true. Steven was horrible at sports, but my parents didn't care. Somehow, it was still my fault. Maybe if you were there to cheer him on, he hit the ball more often. I wish you had never adopted me. I wish I could go back. I stormed off to my room. I knew I had to get out of here, but I didn't have any money or anywhere to go. My friends at school all came from rich families in the city. I never told anyone I was adopted, because it would be so embarrassing. One day at lunch, the girls were just boasting away as usual. My parents are taking me to Paris this Saturday for breakfast. We just got back from Hong Kong last week. It was so exotic. I decided to chime in. My parents let me get extra pepperoni on my pizza last night. That was a lie. They actually said pepperoni was too expensive and I wasn't allowed to get it. Actually, we never ordered pizza either. The girls all looked at me like I had 3 heads. It's okay, Tina. We all know your family is dirt poor. Pepperoni is all they can afford. I was mortified. I ran out of the cafeteria in tears as the girls laughed at me. I stopped next to a bulletin board and noticed a help wanted sign. Angelo's Pizza was hiring delivery drivers. I was only 14 and I couldn't drive. But Angelo didn't need to know that. I lied in my application saying I was 17 years old and had a driver's license. He hired me and placed an Angelo's Pizza hat on my head. Guess it was time to teach myself how to drive. Driving wasn't easy. I knocked over so many trash cans and street cones at first. I didn't have anyone to teach me, and watching YouTube videos only helped so much. I couldn't tell my parents because they'd want the car for themselves. They only had one car, and Mom was only allowed to use it if she asked Dad's permission. Once I taught myself the basics, it was time to start delivering pizzas. It was actually pretty fun. I got to play my music and smell fresh pizza all day long. I told my parents I'd be studying at a friend's house after school. They didn't care where I was, as long as it was out of their faces. Do we have to feed you? Can't you just have lunch and dinner there? Sure, Mom. Her parents' dinner are even worse than yours, but I'll eat there. Nothing made me happier than missing meals at home and eating pizza instead. Angelo was always good about feeding his employees. I delivered pizza all over the city. Sometimes I'd even deliver to those mean girls from school. They'd laugh at me in my uniform. Little did they know, I had stolen a few bites of their pizzas, especially the ones with extra pepperoni. Sometimes I'd spit on them too. I saved up enough money and planned on buying myself a car. I was going to start my own delivery service. I hid the money under a loose floorboard in my room. I couldn't let my parents find it, or they'd probably spend it on another big TV. Then, disaster struck. I arrived at a house, got out of my car, and walked up to the door. I rang the bell and my dad answered the door. Tina, what are you doing here? He was at a friend's house watching the game, and they had ordered pizza. I should have recognized the address, but I was just so busy that I hadn't noticed. Since when do you have a job? You better not be hiding money from us. You know we need it. That night, my parents ripped my room to pieces. They knocked over every piece of furniture and tore open every drawer. I found it! Stephen pulled my box of money out from under the floorboard. Stop! Put that back! How dare you hide this from us, Tina? We adopted you from that horrible orphanage, and this is the thanks we get? That was the last straw. I stormed out of the room and grabbed Steven's baseball bat, the one they bought with my money. I walked right up to the big TV in the living room, wound up, and smashed it to pieces. How's that for thanks? I dropped the bat and stormed out of the house. I went to the one place I knew I was safe, Angelo's Pizza. Angelo was closing up shop when I showed up in tears. I told him what had happened and how my parents stole all my money, and he felt really bad. Here, I know you've been saving up for a car. It's yours. And he just handed me the keys to my pizza delivery car. I gave him a big hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you! He invited me to stay with his family for the night. They had a small home, but it was really nice. His wife was an amazing cook, and their son was in school to become a hairstylist. Tina, would you like a real haircut? He worked some serious magic on my hair. I looked like a movie star and I felt like one too. Angelo's family felt so bad for me that they offered to let me live with them. They became my second adopted family, my real family. Balancing work and school wasn't easy, but I managed. I learned as much as I could about starting a business and finally got my driver's license 2 years later. My parents didn't come to my high school graduation. They didn't even try to contact me after I smashed the TV. Instead of going to college, I started Tina Taxi, a full-service food delivery and rideshare company like Uber and DoorDash. Tina Taxi was different because I made each ride a party and worked a pure tip system. That meant my rides were free, and if people wanted to give me money, they could. My brother heard about my new job and called for a ride. He made me drive him all over the city pretending like he was lost. Sorry, I meant to go somewhere else. So sorry. Can you go in that direction now, please? He finally got out and didn't give me any money. Instead, he poked a hole in my tire and took a bus home. I lost a whole day of business because of him. While driving one day, I saw a bunch of signs all over town that were making fun of me. One in particular read, "Tina Taxi is a scam." I knew it was my idiot brother because he couldn't even spell taxi right. Take those signs down. You'll ruin everything. Buy me a new baseball bat and TV, and maybe I'll take them down. Why don't I give you a job and you can buy your own? Work for you? Why would anybody ever want to work for you? I tore the signs down myself and left them on my parents' lawn. I knew Tina Taxi was a good idea, and plenty of people already wanted to work for me. I got my own apartment and decided it was time to hire more drivers. By the next year, I had 20 drivers working for me, and Tina Taxi brought in over $1 million. Soon enough, I got a call from a multi-billion-dollar company that wanted to buy Tina Taxi. They offered me $2.5 billion for my company. I told them I'd only sell if they maintained my business model. Tina Taxi was always meant to help those in need. They agreed. After everything was said and done, I went back to the orphanage where my parents had adopted me all those years ago. The kids were so excited to see me. That's Tina from Tina Taxi! I want to be just like her when I grow up! You're already just like me. I used to live here when I was just a baby. They were thrilled to know I started out just like them. I donated millions of dollars to help remodel and build orphanages all over the world, but especially one in my home state of New York. I even adopted a little girl named Amira, and I promised to give her the childhood that I never had. Together, we live in a huge house outside of New York City. I never heard from my adopted parents ever again. I never heard of Steven either, so he probably never did become a famous baseball player.
One night when I was 5, I woke up to a strange scratching sound. I reached over for my glasses, but I knocked them off the table instead. Just then, I saw someone climbing in through my window. I screamed, "Shut up, Jess, it's me." Oh, thank God. It was just my sister Betty. "Why are you climbing in through my window?" "Because mine got stuck. I'd just gone out for a walk." As Betty helped me find my glasses and put them on my face, I could see she was dressed for a party. She shoved a chocolate bar in my hand. "You didn't see anything, okay?" Yeah, I know the drill. I'm blind anyway." "Good girl." "Hi, I'm Jessica. And I am kinda blind without my glasses. I have a condition called myopia. I can't see anything clearly unless it's 2 inches away from my face. But this isn't the biggest problem in my life. That's my wild older sister. Before I tell you my story, click like and subscribe. My mom was a marine biologist, and when I was 3, Betty was 13, and Sarah was 1, we found out that her research boat got lost at sea. Dad got really depressed and kept himself busy at work. This left Betty in charge, and she was the craziest substitute mom ever. Once when I was 6, Betty took me and Sarah to the mall and left us at an ice cream parlor saying she'd be back soon. But she wasn't. I took Sarah's hand and said I knew the way home. Well, I didn't, and we got really lost. When we finally managed to find our way home after hours, we walked in on Betty making out with some boy on the couch. "Where'd you guys come from? I thought you were in your room." She forgot us at the mall and even forgot she'd taken us there? I'd always been a bookworm, and by the 1st grade, I'd even taught myself Spanish. Betty came running to me one day and said, "Hey, nerd, tell me a sentence in Spanish that'll make a guy think, wow, how can someone be that pretty and smart?" I told her something, and she happily skipped off. I went after her. She walked up to a cute boy who'd just moved in next door and leaned in. "Tu aliento huele a caca de perro, idiota." I nearly choked trying not to laugh as he pushed her aside and stormed off. Of course, I paid for it when she left actual dog poop in my room. The smell didn't leave for days. This one time, though, her carelessness led to something really serious. In the 2nd grade, I came home one day and couldn't find Sarah anywhere. Betty just shrugged. She was here a while ago. She said, "I am Superman." And I said, "Prove it." And then she just left. 2 things you need to know about Sarah. She only talks in 3-word sentences, and only when she's excited or upset. Just then, we heard our neighbor scream. We ran out, and to our horror, Sarah was up on the roof wearing a red t-shirt as a cape. Sarah, no! OMG, don't prove it. I believe you. You're Superman. Thankfully, Sarah stepped back, but once she was down safely, Betty and I had a screaming match. Do you realize what could have happened? When will you start acting like an adult? You think I haven't been an adult taking care of you two? I never asked to be your mom, and sometimes it's really hard. What was she talking about? We were the nicest kids. Soon after, she went off to college, and I was responsible enough to take care of myself and Sarah anyway. She visited less and less frequently, but anytime she did, it was with a new guy. Life was just fine until I joined a new school in the 7th grade. On my first day in gym class, we were playing dodgeball when suddenly one of the girls ran right into me and knocked me over, and my glasses went flying somewhere. "Hey, can someone please give me my glasses?" Just then, I saw a blurry shape walk up to me. "Wait, I want to try them on." "Gosh, you're totally blind, aren't you? Let's play a game. How many fingers am I holding up? Hello?"
Knock it off, Annie.
Suddenly, a strong hand pulled me up and the person gave me my glasses. As I put them on, the cutest boy's face came into focus. "Gosh, Raymond, we were just having some fun. It's good to have you here, owl face. Well, until your home planet calls you back." And with that, Annie and her friends walked off laughing. I felt pretty embarrassed, so I ran off too. A whole year went by and the jerks kept bullying me any chance they got, but I just got used to ignoring them. Mrs. Harry Potter, Four-Eyed Freak, Geek. They just kept throwing lame names at me. Also, I had a huge crush on Raymond, but I knew I didn't have a shot with him. But then, life at school went from bad to worse. When I started 8th grade and we had our first science lesson, I almost fell off my chair in shock when the teacher walked in. It was Betty. While I was sitting there with my mouth open, I realized so were the other kids, especially the boys. Even Raymond was staring at her. "Hi guys, I'm Betty, your new teacher and best friend." "Mindy, where's some blush?" "Girl, you look like a vampire." "And Raymond, I think Jessica has a crush on you. But of course, you're way out of her league." OMG. I wanted the ground to open up and swallow Betty whole. After class, I stayed back to talk to her. "What are you doing? How did you get hired as a teacher?" "No, hello, how you doing, sis? And for your information, my degree is in teaching. But don't worry, I'm just the substitute for 2 weeks. It'll be fun." It was not. She was so dumb and didn't know the first thing about science. She once told the whole class that the Earth has 7 moons, 1 for every continent. She also said tattoos make you smarter, and when it rained too hard, that was just God crying over ugly people. And even worse, everyone found out we were related. One day in the cafeteria, Annie walked up to my table. "That dumb Betty is your sister? What a family. Looks like she got all the beauty and you got all the brains." I stood up and said quietly, "It sounds like you're a bit jealous, Annie. I mean, yeah, she is really pretty." I was about to walk away when she threw a glass of juice in my face. I ran off to the bathroom to clean my glasses and found Betty there. "Why are you covered in juice? Is that Annie bullying you? I'll deal with her." "No, you won't. You'll just make it worse. Stay out of it, Betty. You're not my mom." She turned to me with her arms crossed. "Fine, but let me tell you, the only way to deal with a bully is to fight back in a way they understand. She's only picking on you because of her own insecurities. Don't be her punching bag. It's easy for you to say. You've probably never been bullied." "Oh, yes, I have. And you think I don't know the things people still say about me? I just don't care, Jess. I like myself, just as I am." And with that, she walked out. A week later, Sarah's class was having a bake sale for charity, and I decided to go help her out during recess. But when I got there, I saw her table was already surrounded by Annie and her gang. "Why don't you talk, dummy? Is it because you sound as stupid as you look? I'm not paying for your stupid brownie till you sing a nursery rhyme for me. Come on, let's hear it. I barged right in and grabbed the brownie from Annie's hand. Get away from my sister or else. Annie and her friends started laughing. OMG, another sister. And this one can't speak? Wow, what a trio. The mute, the dumb, and the blind. She's not mute. She just doesn't want to talk to you. And Betty is amazing and wise. And you'd have to get a ton of plastic surgery to be as pretty as her. And I freaking wish I was blind right now so I wouldn't have to see your mean, stupid face. For a second, Annie looked completely shocked. Then she stepped toward me and said, well, we can fix that. She snatched the glasses off my face and snapped them into two. I lunged straight at her blurry figure. As we wrestled on the ground, we bumped into Sarah's table and it collapsed. That's enough. As soon as we heard the principal's voice, we both pushed each other away. The principal was about to drag us both off to her office for suspension when I suddenly heard Raymond say,
Ma'am, we all witnessed what happened, and only Annie and her friends are at fault here.
When everyone joined in to say the same thing, the principal let me go and drag the others away. I still couldn't see a thing, but I could just feel Annie's fury. Raymond taped up my glasses for me, and boy, my heart was just racing. As we helped Sarah set up her table again, Raymond said he had an idea and ran off. A few minutes later, we saw him come over with the whole football team, and he said,
Boys, attack.
Within seconds, the jocks had finished all the brownies, and Sarah raised a good deal of money. And with a sudden boost of confidence, I just turned to Raymond and asked him out. He said yes. Later that afternoon, as Betty was leaving school, I ran after her and gave her a big bear hug. Thank you. You were right, and I stood up to Annie, and it was awesome. She hugged me back and smiled down at me.
Whoa, let's get you some new glasses.
Then we'll go home and you two can tell me all about it. You'd think we'd had enough excitement for one day, but we had a shocker waiting for us back home. When we walked into the lounge, a woman with thick glasses was sitting on the couch. I had no idea who she was, but Betty gasped and turned as white as a ghost. Mom? Wait, what? Mom isn't dead? The woman jumped up from the couch and started crying when she saw us. Oh, my babies, you're so big now. And wait, your dad said I was dead? He said your boat was lost at sea and you were never found. Where were you then? Suddenly the woman, Mom, turned red.
I think you girls should sit down for this.
As we all sat down in shocked silence, Mom said,
I guess your dad tried to protect you by not telling the truth.
You see, I left because I fell in love with someone else. He died last year and But Betty jumped up from the sofa before she could finish. You what? You just abandoned us and left me to be a mom at 13? How could you be so selfish? I swear, I thought of you guys every single day, but your dad and I weren't happy. I did it for love. Look at us. As Betty angrily looked at Mom's picture with her lover, her face suddenly changed. Okay, he's much hotter than Dad, I get it. But we can't forgive you just like that. Leave, now. Mom started crying and begging for forgiveness. But Betty opened the door for her to leave, and she left. Mom then never stopped trying to contact us. I felt sorry for her, and honestly, I missed having a mom and wanted to give her a second chance. Sarah and I tried convincing Betty to forgive Mom, but she refused to listen. Until one day, Dad said,
I wasn't a good husband for your mom, and when she left, I kept her away from you by law. I made a huge mistake. I want your mom back. I want us back. Forgive me, my daughters.
Now the three of us were mad at Dad, and we didn't talk to him for weeks. Until one night, Betty opened the front door with Mom behind her. I think it's time to have our mom back. We ran to Mom and hugged her. I'm so sorry I left you guys when you were so little. I put my hand through Betty's. Well, we had a pretty cool mom growing up. Long story short, our missing mom is back in our lives. We're slowly getting to know her, and she and I have myopia and a lot of other things in common.
My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Hi, my name is Bree, and I was never very good at school, like ever. It was just always so hard. Even if I tried, I could hardly ever focus with all the noisy kids and the screaming teachers, and I hated the piles of homework. You see, it's not like my parents ever helped me with it. In fact, they just made it really difficult to study because they were the loudest people on earth. They'd do nothing but watch TV, play music, or have parties. It took me 2 tries to pass first grade. Mom told me back then that I was special and needed more time than other kids. She paid the 2nd grade teacher to let me pass even though I failed every test and never turned in any homework. She gave her $1,000 and promised free haircuts at her hair salon. My parents also lied to their friends about me.
Bree? Oh, she's so smart. Smartest one in her class, in fact. It's a good thing we enrolled her in that private school on the other side of town. They really focus on gifted kids there.
It's one of the best schools in the country. Almost guaranteed she gets into college. They lied and lied and lied. But one day, the truth came out. I accidentally heard my parents talking.
Why can't she be smart like our friends' kids? She's nothing but an embarrassment.
No, honey, she's not. She's special. She just needs time.
Listen to me very carefully. She's not special. She is dumb.
And for the first time in my life, I knew Dad was right. When I got to the 5th grade, I found out it was much harder than every other year before. I would sometimes cry at night into my pillow because I found everything so difficult and just felt so dumb. And it didn't help at all that my cranky old teacher, Miss Anderson, was so mean. I was 12 when I started in Miss Anderson's class and failed the first try.
I can't believe I'm going to have you in my class again. Start working harder, Bree. Being pretty won't get you anywhere in life.
Well, at least that's one nice thing everyone agreed on. I was really pretty, and thanks to Mom's beauty salon, I always looked perfect at school. I could see other girls eyeing me enviously, but they didn't know that I envied them. I would trade my looks for brains any day. I was running a little late on the first day of my 2nd time in 5th grade, and Miss Anderson wasn't in the classroom when I walked in. All the kids chanted together, "Good morning, Miss Anderson." The new dummies thought I was the teacher. Good morning, class. Today, we're going to have some fun with math. I grabbed a marker and started writing on the whiteboard. If a grumpy old woman started teaching math 25 years ago when she was 60 years old, how old is she today? 85. Oh, use your indoor voices, kids, but good job. Now, what if...
What do you think you're doing?
There was Miss Anderson in the doorway, breathing like a dragon. She did not look happy when she saw the math problem on the board. And well, she sent me to the principal's office. Days later, I became friends with Melinda. Now, she was a little genius. She could spell all sorts of gigantic words, do math sums in her head, and rattle off the entire periodic table. I became a little obsessed with her. I wanted to find out more about what made her so smart. So, of course, I decided to follow her home one day. While she was having lunch downstairs, I snuck into her room to take a peek, and I gasped. I'd never seen so many books in my life. I saw a box of chocolates on her desk and quickly popped a few into my mouth. Maybe eating these made her smarter. Just then, I turned around in horror to see Melinda and her parents behind me. They thought I was some kind of kidnapper or thief, but they seemed even more weirded out when Melinda told them I was in her class. Yeah, she's super dumb. She probably got lost and thinks this is her house. Now go away, stupid. And I ran off before I got into any trouble. Of course, Melinda never spoke to me again. I finished the 5th grade by some miracle. On my first day of the 6th grade, a boy named Dante showed up to drop off lunch for his little sister. I knew him the moment I saw him. He was one of the smart people I was stalking on Facebook. He was in 10th grade and just so cute. He started walking towards me because I was sitting next to his sister. I wanted to impress a smart guy like him. So I jumped onto the bench, sat like a chimpanzee, and started eating a banana.
Are you okay?
Never better. Do you know that chimpanzees eat 150 pounds of bananas each day?
That's a lot of bananas, actually. Are you done with your amount of bananas for the day?
Did he just call me a chimpanzee?
Which one is yours?
Mine? I have only one banana.
What? Which one is your brother or sister?
Oh, that one. That one's mine. I pointed to some random boy on the playground. That's not your brother, Bree. You don't have one. I was mortified. Now he'd caught me lying to him, and he already thought I wasn't smart. Bree's in my class, Dante.
So you're a 6th grader? Can someone be this dumb? I know you're, super pretty, but that doesn't mean you just stop using your brain, you know?
What a total jerk. His sister poked me in the ribs and grinned. He likes you. Well, I barely finished the 6th grade as well, and when I went to middle school, I finally understood what hell meant. Mean girls were making fun of me all the time for being older and dumb. It's not like they were any smarter. All they cared about was makeup and fashion. Since I was an expert in makeup and hair, eventually the girls started becoming friends with me, and I really liked being the popular girl, and I almost forgot about me not being smart enough. That is until one day I accidentally found out that my so-called girlfriends were having a study session with the smartest boys in the class before the exams. When I asked why they never told me about these sessions, one of them said, "Bree, you don't need these sessions. It's not like you'll pass the exams. They won't help you with anything. Neither do you. You just go there to make out with the boys." Yeah, it's amazing to kiss and be kissed while studying, but you will never experience that, dummy. I was so mad at her that I threw a book at her, but sadly, it missed. That day, I went home determined to study hard, harder than any other time. But my parents didn't respect my new study habits. They were as loud and obnoxious as ever. One day, before I was studying for a big test, they threw a huge party and invited all their friends. I tried to focus in my room, but the beat was pounding in my ears. Can you guys please keep it down? I'm trying to study.
What for? You're not going to graduate anyway.
Mom elbowed Dad to shut up, but he was a jerk and got even louder. Once when I was in the 9th grade, I was studying in the library and a boy at the table next to me got up and scraped his chair across the floor. It was so loud that I screeched and I instantly covered my ears. He came to me and said,
"What's wrong?"
"You didn't hear that? The chair was so loud, it hurt my brain." He looked at me for a second and said that I might have a condition similar to his.
And it's called hyperacusis.
What?
Hyperacusis is oversensitivity to sound. You hear things much louder than they really are. I'm sure it affects your concentration too, just like me.
After some tests, it turned out that he was right. I was really happy because it meant that I wasn't actually stupid. I just had trouble focusing because of my condition. So from that day on, I made sure to always cover my ears with headphones when studying. I studied really hard for a math exam and was sure I'd get a high grade, but I only got a D.
Oh, so you actually thought that headphones would help you with anything? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, even from someone as dumb as you.
Stop it. I keep telling you, she's not dumb. She's special. And that day, I just snapped. Both of you, just cut it out. Dad, I thought my intelligence was my biggest problem, but having you as a father is the worst thing that has happened to me. And Mom, I'm not special. Do you need to believe I'm special to love me? I'm your daughter. You should accept me and love me just as I am. And with that, I stormed off. The next day, I left my parents for good. I was old enough to move out, and I got a waitressing job after school. And well, I really loved it. After my shift, I'd often sit at the cafe with my headphones on and do my homework. One day while I was studying, I looked up to see a handsome guy sitting in front of me. It was Ethan. He came to the cafe regularly, and I had such a crush on him ever since he told me that he was some data analyst.
Hey, you didn't hear me with those headphones on, and you look really busy with your chemistry homework. Which grade are you in?
Oh my God, he'd seen what I was working on. This was so embarrassing. I'm almost about to graduate high school. You must think I'm really dumb now, huh? He took my hand and my heart fluttered.
No, I think it's amazing you're putting yourself through school. The only thing that matters is that you're educating yourself. And there's no time or age limit on it. Also, will you go out with me?
Our first date was on Christmas, and I wished Ethan Happy Christmas, but he said he was Jewish, so I said, Happy Jewish then. Ethan burst out laughing, thinking I was joking, and I realized what I'd said only after I got home, and I cringed so hard. So from that moment on, I kept reading a lot of stuff before meeting him, and I kept a notebook with me to write down all his comments, so I could mention them again to show him I was smart. A year later, Ethan proposed to me, and I said yes. He invited all his smart, intelligent friends to the wedding. And it was so intimidating, especially the smart female colleagues. I just started crying while dancing with Ethan in front of everyone, but they all thought it was happy tears. For the next 2 years, we kept trying to get pregnant, but it didn't happen. Ethan told me not to worry about it, but I started feeling even more insecure. Everybody could be a mom. Was I going to fail at this too? To our delight, I got pregnant a few months later and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. The minute I saw her face, I knew I would be a good mom.
And I was. Once, Anna didn't stop crying and I noticed her lips were slightly blue. I immediately knew something was wrong and we had to take her to the hospital. When the doctor checked her, he was impressed. He looked into my eyes and said, "That's actually really smart that you were able to spot the problem right away." That was the first time someone said that to me, and it was a freaking educated doctor. From that moment, I started to understand that it was okay not to be perfect or the smartest. I could still be someone who could raise a good kid and do good in the community. 3 years later, it's Anna's first day at school today, and I can't wait to learn all sorts of new things from her.
Hi, my name is Eve, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. You see, I was born to a crazy single mother who had absolutely no idea about who my dad was. She was an ex-model and mostly hung around rich men who could meet her expensive demands. One time when I was 3, she left me alone at home to go out partying with her friends. I left the house and went to the neighbors and spent the night there, and Mom didn't have any idea. On my first day at school, I said to Mom, "Mommy, wake up! It's my first day at school." "School, huh? Who are you? Go away. Let me sleep." Yeah, I dropped myself to school on the first day and every other day because she always woke up in the afternoon. It was pretty much like I was raising her and not the other way around. Well, that was pretty much her routine until my 10th birthday. She suddenly barged into the house with a big box in her hand. Surprise! OMG, she remembered my birthday. I ran to hug her when suddenly she stopped me and said, What are you doing? Trying to ruin my dress? Stay away and listen. I have a big surprise for you." With that, she showed me the rock-sized diamond ring on her hand and told me she was gonna marry a billionaire. I thought she was being funny again, but to my surprise, she indeed got married and we shifted to a pretty big mansion in the city. But I was the happiest about finally having a dad. He appeared to be a nice, humble man. Once he ripped his pants, but then he just sewed a patch on them himself. "Oh, darling, why don't you just get a new pair?" "Oh, honey, you know I don't like spending much on myself. It's fine." I was touched by his simple way of living, something Mom knew nothing about. My only issue now was my stepsister, Olivia. She was a year older than me and looked at me like she'd eat me alive when we first met. "Hi, I'm Eve. I hope we get along well." But she just ignored me and left. What was wrong? For days, I thought she was mute, until one morning I heard her shouting at the top of her lungs. "I told you that woman was after your money, but you never listened to me. She was talking about my mom." I rushed downstairs to see what was happening. She took all the money and jewelry and everything else she could get her hands on. What? Mom had run away, leaving me behind? I was devastated and burst into tears, but then my stepdad hugged me. "Oh, sweetie, don't cry. You're gonna stay here with us." "Oh my God, you're so sweet." "You're gonna stay here until I get back every single penny of all the $20,037,576.03 that your freaking mother stole." What? He was keeping me as a mortgage for his money? What a psycho! I tried to talk my way out of the situation, but he was such a cheap creep. You know my mom would never come back for me. She doesn't care for anyone but herself. "Then I'll make you work instead. I will make sure I have my money's worth back from you." Gosh, what I thought was his simple way of living turned out to be his cheap way of living. He literally licked the food off his plates and drank the last drop from the milk carton to ensure nothing was wasted. Ew, that expired last month. So what? I paid for it. He was a total psycho. No wonder his daughter was so annoyed all the time. I really wanted to get along with her, but for some reason she always avoided me. "Hi, Olivia. Do you want to have breakfast with me?" "No." "Olivia, do you want to go shopping?" "No." "Olivia?" "No!" But I didn't even say anything. Whatever. Now I was just worried about all the work I'd have to do to repay Mom's debt. I felt like Cinderella, only this time it was the stepfather. But then I had an idea. Every time he'd ask me to do something, I'd make sure to cause trouble. Once he asked me to clean the house, and I picked up the most expensive vase that he owned, and boom. Oops! I'm sorry. It slipped. He went completely nuts and started shouting like a mad dog.
Are you kidding me? That was so expensive. Forget cleaning. Go do something else.
He made me switch hundreds of different chores before he finally realized that there was nothing I could do without endangering his precious things. And now I was free to do whatever I wanted, except for leaving the house, which wasn't too bad. But I missed going to school. My stepdad had hired a teenage schoolboy, Tim, to tutor Olivia and me at home in order to save the expensive school fee. Tim was 2 years older than me and such a cutie. I had a huge crush on him. The next few years, I spent all my time learning from him, and we grew quite close. On my 14th birthday, he even bought me a cake. My first birthday cake ever. I was so happy that I hugged him.
Eve, I have a surprise for you. Let's go out and celebrate.
Go out? You know I can't. Stepdad'll kill me if he finds out I'm missing.
No one will know, I promise. I'll get you back before he returns. Trust me.
I could have jumped from Mount Everest if he asked me to with that look on his eyes. So that evening, we sneaked out of the house and he took me to a special place to surprise me.
Open your eyes, Eve.
The zoo? He brought me to a zoo on my birthday to surprise me. What was he thinking?
How do you like it?
Yuck! I hated it, but I had to pretend like I was amazed and excited by his surprise. I love it! I just can't wait to go in and watch all those animals. Imagine what it'd be like to see those sexy, hairy monkey legs up close. Yay!
Huh, I knew you'd love it, 'cause you can actually relate to them so much, right?
What? Relate to them? Did he think of me like some animal stuck in a zoo? All that time, he just kept yapping on endless information about all these animals that I couldn't care less about. By the time we reached home, I was so done with all the animals on this planet. And Tim.
Hey, Eve, I just want to say, it was an amazing day.
Yeah, whatever. This was it. I could no longer stand this weird place and the stupid people in it. I climbed up the window and packed all my stuff. But while I was climbing down the window, I heard some weird noises. I thought I was gonna get caught, but what I saw next shocked me. It was Mom climbing out of the window below me. Mom? What are you doing here?
Susie? What are you doing here?
You forgot my name? What's wrong with you?
But I still recognize you after all these years.
That's something.
Oh, my baby.
No. Mom, stop. We both fell to the ground in the bushes. What are you doing here?
I'm here for you, baby.
I don't believe you. And what do you have in this bag? Cash? Jewels? Money?
No.
Clothes. Who do you think I am?
A thief?
Yeah. Suddenly some lights turned on in the house, and I hissed to Mom. You tell me why you're here, or I'm gonna shout, and your husband will definitely send you to jail.
Oh, no. Sweetie, I'll tell you. I found your dad.
OMG! My dad? My real dad? You're not lying, are you?
Of course not, honey. Have I ever lied to you? Okay, I swear on all my money.
It was hard for me to digest the fact that Mom had come back just to make me meet my real dad and risk it all. But what if she was right? I had to see for myself. So we smoothly sneaked out of my stepdad's house and got on a plane. I was so excited. When I stepped out of the cab, my jaw literally dropped. This house was even bigger than my previous home. Is this where Dad lives? Are we gonna live here now? He's not cheap, is he? Oh no, he's an amazing man. When we got into the house, I saw an old man walking with a stick. I ran and hugged him. Hi, Grandpa! I'm so happy to finally meet my dad's side of the family. Oh, no, honey. That's not your grandpa. That's your dad.
What?
He couldn't be my dad. I looked nothing like him, and he was already around 80. I pulled Mom aside. Mom, how can this guy be my dad? Do you have any proof? Oh, honey, don't you believe me? Of course not. I didn't believe her, but then the old man came to me and said,
My daughter, you've grown up so much. I feel so sad that we've never met earlier.
And saying that, he hugged me tight. I could literally feel the warmth of his love. He was such a nice person. Well, even if I wasn't his daughter, I felt like I could just keep him company. The next few weeks were the best. We played, talked, and laughed together, and I literally felt like the happiest person on earth. Then one day he told me that he was gonna put all his money and fortune under my name. No, you cannot do that.
Why not?
Because I'm not your daughter. I was afraid this might give him a heart attack, but what he said next almost gave me one.
I know that.
What? You know?
Yes, of course. That woman, your mother, I've never seen her in my life. She thinks she's fooling me, but the fact is, I don't mind it.
Then why are you doing this?
Oh, Eve, I've never had any kids or family. I was always so busy with work that I never married. Now I have all this money and these riches, but no one to share them with.
But why me?
Because you're a nice person. You've been through so much, and yet you had the courage to speak the truth and refuse all this money. I admire you for that, and I'm even more convinced now that you deserve all this.
Oh, Dad! I hugged him tight. Finally, I had a person who understood me and loved me. I had someone I could call family.
It's okay. You can call me Grandpa if you like.
Of course, I continued to call him Dad, and he was the best dad ever. And Mom, she didn't get a penny. Dad passed away by the time I graduated school. With his inheritance, I opened several old age homes all across the country and donated the rest of the money to charity. I sold Dad's mansion and bought a cute little house, which is always full of good friends, laughter, and warmth. Things that money just can't buy.
I could not believe it was finally happening. I was going to meet my mom. The hospital called at 3:30 in the morning to tell my dad that my mom had finally woken up and was asking for him. I know this sounds crazy, but my mom's been in a coma since I was born. I literally put her in a coma, and she hadn't woken up once in 14 years. Until this morning. My dad burst into my room, almost knocking my lamp over on my bedside table. I startled awake, and before I could even open my eyes all the way, he said, "She's awake!" Before I continue my story, I just want to remind you to like and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more craziness like what you are about to witness. At first, I thought he was talking about me, and I was about to yell at him for waking me up. But then I realized what he meant. My mom was awake. My mom! I never heard her voice in real life. I never seen her eyes look into mine. I've held her hand, but she's never held mine. She's been here the whole time, but she has been so far away, too. She had had a complicated pregnancy with me. I was a stubborn fetus, I guess you could say. I decided that I wanted to come early, which caused a lot of issues for her, and she was rushed into surgery to get me out. She never regained consciousness after she was put under anesthesia, and because of her family's beliefs, my father never took her off the meds that kept her alive. I'd always had a feeling that at some point, I would have to be the one to end my mom's life. But thankfully, it didn't sound like that was going to have to happen after all. I bolted out of bed and ran to get my brother up. He was 2 years older than me, so he only remembers small fragments of Mom in real life. He remembers her singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star every night, and she made the best chocolate chip pancakes in the world. The sad thing is, he doesn't remember her smile or the way she smelled. So this day was the best news for all of us. My brother never said it out loud, but I knew that he blamed me for what happened to our mom. And to be honest, I didn't expect any less. He was nice to me growing up, but I always felt like there was something between us that wouldn't allow us to get closer. He hadn't forgiven me. Did you know the longest time someone has been in a coma was 19 years? Terry Wallace was in a coma for many years before he woke up on June 11, 2003. The ride to the hospital seemed to last forever, and we all rushed in as soon as my dad got the car in park. Our happy reunion was cut short when the doctor stopped us outside of my mom's room. He had a grave look on his face. Something was wrong. "She wants to see Emma," the doctor said, and my dad pulled me forward. He said no problem and tried to get the doctor to open the door. "No, see," the doctor started. "She doesn't understand that Emma is a teenager now. She thinks that she just gave birth to her several hours ago." I think all of our faces turned white. Of course, we had thought this could happen, but we didn't know what to do when it finally came to be. The doctor told my dad that he didn't want to shock my mother until we were all here at the hospital with her, and we could introduce me. This wasn't going to be easy, and we all knew that. I held my breath as my dad and the doctor went into my mother's room. All I could hear was some muffled talking from the doctor and my dad. Then my mom started to scream uncontrollably. "Bring me my baby!" I got goosebumps up and down my arms. This was probably the most afraid that I've ever been in my life. I was so afraid that my mother was going to hate me and that she was going to think I ruined her life too. I almost ran out of the hospital, but my brother nudged me forward. The door to the hospital room stood open in front of me, and I walked through. I had never seen my mom with her eyes open. She already looked so much more full of life than she had just days ago. "Hi, Mom," I said, twirling my fingers through my hair. I did that when I was nervous. My mom was doing the same with hers, as she said, "Hi." My dad said that it was okay to step closer. I couldn't help but start to cry as I walked up to my mom. She had the same hair color as me, and her eyes were just as blue. My dad had always told me I looked like her, but I never could see it until now. In that moment, I felt like my mom had come back from the dead. I know she'd been here this whole time, but she was as good as gone. I touched her face and her eyes lit up. It's like she knew it was me. It's like she remembered my soul when she carried me in her stomach. "It is you," she said, and she wrapped me in a humongous hug. We bawled together on the bed for quite some time. Then my mom pulled away from me and wiped her tears. "It's so nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you, you were on a black and white screen," she chuckled, talking about the sonogram. "I've grown since then," I giggled, and wrapped my hand around hers. Since Mom had been in bed for so long, most of her muscles were weakened. She'd need lots of physical therapy to get them back into shape. She wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. And when she did leave, she would still be required to do lots of physical therapy and other therapies, I guess. Those other therapies would help her deal with all the time that had passed and missing out on our lives and things like that. The one thing we didn't know how to tell her was that our dad was remarried. We'd had a stepmom for the last 3 years. My brother and I had given our dad our blessing to start dating again after the 10-year anniversary of when my mom went into a coma. He'd been so lonely. He'd basically only lived for us, and having someone there to help with the kids would be amazing too. We decided we weren't going to tell my mom that first day. We thought it would be too much to add to everything else that was going on. On the ride home, my brother blurted out that he didn't think we should tell Mom at all. He thought we should make our stepmom move out, which I didn't think was such a bad idea either. Our dad wasn't going for that. He hadn't fallen out of love with my mom. He'd just become stagnant. And the fact that she was awake now seemed to be weighing heavy on his mind. He was silent almost the entire ride home. When we pulled into the driveway, I asked if he was okay. He looked at me with tears in his eyes and said he just didn't know what to do. We walked into the house and gave each other the biggest hugs. Our stepmom walked up and asked if we were okay. She knew what had happened and all of the craziness that was now going to continue. Except she thought that my dad didn't love my mom anymore and that they were actually divorced, when in fact, he'd never divorced our mom in the first place. This was going to be hell for sure. Later on that night, while my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, we snuck down the stairway to listen to my dad and stepmom talking in the kitchen. "So what are we going to do?" my stepmom was asking. My dad was silent when she continued, saying that obviously we would need to contact my mom's family and have them help out. My dad said we were her family, and she would stay with us. My stepmom hated that idea and suggested that we get a hotel room for her until we could figure something out. That's when he dropped the bomb. "We're still married," he blurted. My stepmom nodded. "Yes, we are, and I have every right to say what happens in this house." He gave my stepmom the side eye and said, "No, I mean that I'm still married to her." "So we aren't even legally married?" My dad shook his head. I could tell he was crying again. My stepmom let out the biggest scream I'd ever heard. I think it blew out my eardrums. With ears ringing, my brother and I rushed down the stairs when my stepmom was slinging horrible words at my father, her face in a red rage. Her things were packed within a few hours, and she was off to her sister's house. I could tell my dad was hurt, but he looked almost relieved as well. By the end of the week, my mom was ready to come home. We set up the guest room for her, but we were surprised when she came in the house and went directly to the master bedroom. My dad didn't say anything, but my brother spoke up. He told her to put her things in the guest room, and she looked hurt. "It's okay, Mom. You can sleep in the master bedroom tonight," I tried to assure her. "Tonight? It's my bed, my house." She looked confused and worried. Then she asked where our stepmom was. We told her she left, and I don't know if I saw relief on her face or terror. We all helped her get settled in the bed and she took a nap while we discussed how we were going to introduce my stepmom to my mom. However, not long after, our stepmom came to the door and knocked loudly, waking my mom up. My brother answered the door and in a hushed tone, he told her to be quiet. Just as the door shut again, my mom was on the landing of the stairs. "Everything okay?" she asked and came down the stairs, coming face to face with my stepmom. "Mom, this is Lisa," I said, stepping forward. Lisa crossed her arms as my mom put her hand out. Realizing that Lisa wasn't going to shake her hand, my mom put hers back at her side. She offered Lisa to come on in, and Lisa snidely replied, "I don't need to be invited into my own home." I guess it just shows the type of person my mom is, but she didn't reply with something nasty and rude. She graciously smiled and offered Lisa some tea. Then she said, "We can all call this place home." Lisa scoffed. That's when my mom almost lost her cool. Instead of flipping out and yelling at Lisa, she stirred the sugar in her tea and quietly said, "You're not the one who had their entire life ripped away from them, so I don't know what you're so upset about." "You're taking my husband away," was all Lisa could muster. My mom reminded Lisa that she had actually taken her husband away first. She also said that it was extremely upsetting that Lisa got to watch her children grow up a little while she lay unconscious in a hospital bed. That's when Lisa jumped up and spilled hot tea all over my mom. I quickly sprang into action, as did my brother. I grabbed a towel to help my mom dry off. Luckily, the tea had some milk and sugar in it, so it wasn't scalding, and my brother pulled Lisa away, shoving her out the door while simultaneously screaming for our dad. He ran down the stairs like lightning. "What is it? What's going on?" he asked. We explained what happened, and my dad took off out the door after Lisa. I helped my mom up the stairs, and we got her in the shower to get the tea off of her. Then we heard shouting outside. My stepmom and dad were back. All we could hear was Lisa screaming that my dad lied to her, and there was nothing he could do to get her to forgive him. I was hoping she would leave, but she came into the house and shoved herself into the master bedroom right past my mom. I asked Lisa if she could have some respect for my mom who was changing, but she snarled at me and started stuffing a bag full of clothes. "I'm out of here. Don't bother calling me," she said to my dad as she quickly left again. Over the next few days, my dad tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. He tried to get a hold of her sister, parents, and everyone else that would know where she was, but no one would give him any clues. During that time, he was also taking care of my mom, driving her to some appointments and making her food when she was hungry. My brother and I were busy with school, so thankfully, he was able to keep her company. A couple weeks after the crazy incident with Lisa, my brother and I came home to see our parents sitting on the couch together, my mom's feet across my dad's thighs. I couldn't believe the sight. When we came in the door, the two looked as if we caught them doing something wrong. They blushed and tried to scramble away from each other. My brother and I burst out laughing. They were married after all. We didn't mind that they wanted to get closer. It had been almost 15 years since they'd been able to do that. That was the moment we thought that we had our mom back. She was still pretty weak and often didn't understand how to use technology, but she was smiling more and cracking jokes. Her and I talked a lot more too, and I told her about almost everything that I've done in my life to catch her up. We cried a lot, and I held her while she apologized for not being around. Then things started to get strange. She'd wake up very early in the morning and turn on all the burners on the stove. The refrigerator door would be wide open, and the house would smell like gas fumes when we woke up in the morning. The last time that this happened, she was sitting out on the porch while everything in the kitchen was running, including the sink and the microwave. The back door was left open, and I saw her curled in a ball. I walked out of the door and asked her if she was okay. She didn't answer. I sat down next to my mom and put my arm around her. When she looked at me, all I could see was pure terror in her eyes. "Who are you?" she asked and pulled away from me. I looked at her utterly confused. "I'm your daughter, Emma." "No, my daughter is a baby. I just had her a couple of months ago. Who are you and why are you in my house?" "Dad?" I called, and it took a few minutes, but he showed up on the doorstep. "Something's wrong with Mom," is all I could say before she grabbed my hair and pulled my head back. She started screaming, "Where is my daughter?" And my dad grabbed her, pulling her arms behind her back. It was then that she snapped out of whatever trance she was in. She started crying and saying, "I'm sorry, Emma." I ran upstairs and locked my door. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. Something was going on with my mom, and we needed to figure it out. My dad called the hospital, and they told him she may have had some memory lapses, but this was way more severe than a slip of the mind. She physically hurt me, and she's a very small woman. There was something else going on here. I spent the next several days trying to keep my distance from her. She apologized to me several times after the incident on the porch, but I was still afraid to get close to her. My father and brother had no problem accepting her back into the family. They would play board games and watch movies together, but every time that I would join in, I could tell that a dark mask fell over my mom's face. She would constantly stare at me out of the corner of her eye, and I swear I could see a red glint flash over her normally bright eyes whenever she didn't think I was looking. Then, one night, I woke up to her staring at me from across my bedroom. I popped up in my bed and asked her if she was okay. She didn't reply, but I could see her eyes in the darkness. They weren't right. I screamed for my dad again, and when he came in the room, he flipped on the light. She wasn't in the chair anymore. We searched for her everywhere in the house, but she wasn't anywhere we could see. That's when we heard the blood-curdling scream. Tune in next time to hear what happened with my mom in the woods.
Hello, my name is Jill. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll see a double rainbow outside your window right now. I was born to A-list celebrities. Dad was a famous singer and music producer, while my mom was a top actress and model. My parents loved staying in the spotlight, but I hated it. When I was 5, they took me to an amusement park for my birthday. We were always surrounded by bodyguards, but that day, I requested them to wear some hats and spend some time alone with me. And they did exactly that. But sadly, their disguise didn't work.
Barbara, John, one picture with your daughter. Look here, please, one shot.
Mom! Dad!
In order to avoid the crazy cameras, I bolted in the other direction and got separated from my parents. It took them hours to find me. After that day, I avoided going out in the public eye, and soon my parents decided to send me to a quiet town called Cyprus, where no one would recognize me. I stayed there with my aunt, who was an angel, and life went back to normal. Well, it was almost normal, except for my weird neighbor Daniel. He was a total bully and would find the weirdest ways to pick on me.
Stop, Daniel! Give me back my books!
Nope, not gonna happen. You're gonna have to jump higher than that, short pants. I threw a shoe at him and it went flying past him, hitting May, my best friend and partner in crime. She was the only one who knew about my family, and together, we would always overpower Daniel. He hated that.
Daniel, cut it out, or I'm telling your mom if you keep doing that.
May and I were tight as a wolf pack. She was my biggest cheerleader, and growing up with her, I made some of my best school memories. Even when I became the student body president, she remained my #1 person. As for Daniel, he just got more annoying over the years. On the first day of senior year, I was happily welcomed by May at my locker. Hey, bestie! How was your summer trip to Paris? Shh, don't say it too loud. I don't want other people to hear and get suspicious. Right, sorry. I wouldn't want people finding out you're a prodigy daughter of top celebrities. Absolutely not. That would be the worst thing that could happen to me. I would have to move again, and I like this place, so I don't want to leave. Oh no, I don't want you to leave either. It would make me so sad. May and I laughed about it while walking down the hallway, when the book in my hand suddenly got snatched. Daniel! I was beginning to wonder if Satan called you back.
Wow, sarcasm. Did you learn that from this book? Oh, no, wait. It's a love story? Ugh, are you gonna try and put a spell on me to make me fall in love with you?
You wish. Now give that back.
Okay, I'll give it back on one condition.
Not again, Daniel. That's my aunt's book. I really don't want you playing around with it.
I won't, if you promise to meet me after school in the library.
Fine, whatever. Please don't make this lamer than it already is. The day finally passed, and May and I headed to the library. But as we entered, all the lights were switched off, and I just knew it was just another dumb prank Daniel was playing on me. Furiously, I turned to May, who looked equally annoyed. May, will you just head home first? I need to end this once and for all with him. What are you planning on doing? Oh, don't worry. He's gonna get everything he's given me, tenfold. Okay, call me if you need me. I'll finish him off for you. May went home, but just as I reached the school hallway, I saw Daniel standing with my book in his hand. As he turned around slowly, I noticed that he wasn't so bad to look at. Almost too handsome. It made me gag in my head when it crossed my mind, and I snapped back to reality. But Daniel had already noticed me drooling.
That look on your face says you fell for me.
If I had to choose between kissing you or kissing a worm, I would pick the worm.
Who said anything about kissing? Or was that something you were thinking about?
Whatever. Let's just get to the point. Just give me my book so I can leave.
What's the rush? You haven't heard my condition yet.
What do you want from me? I don't want to keep going in circles with you. Just then, Daniel pulled a picture out of his pocket that made my jaw drop. It was a picture of me with my parents, smiling away into the camera. Where did you get this?
That's the wrong question. You should ask, what do I think about this picture? And what am I going to do with it?
What is it that you want? Money? An autograph? Fame?
Whoa. Nothing of the sort. I just simply wanted to know if it was true. Are you really the daughter of these A-list celebrities?
Yes, I am. These are my parents.
Wow, this is so crazy. I've pretty much known a celebrity my whole life. Now, how will it sound if I date one?
What do you mean?
So here's the deal. I'll keep my mouth shut if you agree to date me.
What? Have you gone completely crazy?
Not crazy, but smart. I just think it'll be great for my reputation to date a hot, popular girl like you. High school will be over in a year and we'll all go our own way. But I want to be remembered as the guy who dated the most popular girl in school. Also, you can't tell anyone about this deal, especially May. She's a blabbermouth, and I want people to believe you're dating me for real, or the whole thing's off.
I just stared at Daniel as he went on and on about his ridiculous idea. Dating him would be like social suicide since he was the most hated guy in school, thanks to his crazy pranks. But what choice did I have? Fine, but it's only for 3 months. I can't date you the whole school year because
you're afraid you'll end up falling in love with me?
Oh, shut up. For the next 3 months, Daniel became my fake boyfriend. We went on dates together to the movies and to the park for picnics, and I even met his family. He would pick me up from home and we'd go to school together, and he would drop me off at home after. The weirdest part was that while we hung out and we were talking to each other more, I started to notice that he was a lot nicer and sweeter than I thought.
Why do you hide your identity?
I just want to live a normal life. I hate being the center of attention. Thankfully, my parents agree. Dating Daniel wasn't bad at all. But the one sad thing was that May hated our relationship. I wanted to tell her about the deal, but I remembered Daniel's warning about not telling anyone, especially her, and I couldn't risk it. Jill, this is crazy. How could you date him? He's a total bully. Have you forgotten how he made our lives hell? I know, but I've come to realize that he's a nice guy, and he likes me too. So this way, he's off our backs now and not teasing us anymore. That's a good thing, right? Stop justifying your dumb actions by making up nonsense. I can't watch this. May didn't speak to me for days after that, and every time I tried calling her, she would say she was busy or not answer my call at all. In all these years of our friendship, this was the first time we'd gone this long without talking to each other. Meanwhile, Daniel and I got closer, and soon our 3 months were over. On the last day of our deal, Daniel invited me to my favorite restaurant and planned a whole surprise for me. And when I saw him in that black tux, my heart started beating faster than a bullet train. He looked amazing.
Wow, cheesy much? I've got to live up to my reputation, right? Always taking you by surprise.
Well, yeah, makes sense.
I just wanted to say that these have been the most amazing 3 months of my life, and I'm glad I found that picture.
Yeah, about that. How did you get that picture?
Does it matter?
Before I could say anything, Daniel pulled me in for a magical dance, and I forgot all about it. And when he dropped me back home, I could feel myself falling for him, hard. I didn't want this to be over. I fell asleep with thoughts of Daniel in my head, and the next morning, I woke up to a million phone calls from Mom and Dad. I wanted to call them back, but I was going to be late for school. And just as I entered, the entire hallway was full of students cheering my name and shoving pens and papers in my face, asking for my autograph. Suddenly, someone pushed me and I fell to the ground, and people went crazy taking my pictures. Just then, Daniel rushed to my rescue and took me to the library where May was already waiting for me.
I am so sorry, Jill. I don't know how this happened.
What's happening? I'm kind of freaking out. Don't freak out, but everyone knows your identity now. The school is surrounded by the media. What? How did this happen? Daniel, you did this? No, it was me. I've always liked Daniel, but he always paid you more attention. And I got insecure and I told him everything about your family. I gave him that picture. I thought he would expose you and you'd hate him forever, but instead, he turned around and asked you to be his girlfriend. It hurt me watching you both happy, so I lost it and posted the picture to the school forum. I didn't know things would actually get this crazy. Her words made me sick to my stomach. I can't believe this. I trusted you, May. You were my best friend. How could you?
Listen, Jill, I know you're mad and you have every right to be, but we'll handle this whole situation together.
We? There's no we. You never told me my best friend betrayed my trust and gave you that picture. And our 3 months are over, remember? You got to date the most popular girl in school as you wanted. Now do you want to keep dating me because of all the extra attention on me?
Of course not. It's not like that. I really do care.
I don't want to hear it. Just stay away from me, both of you. And the very next day, I went back to my parents' place. Where am I supposed to go now? This is a disaster.
How about not going anywhere now? You can't hide and run forever, honey. And you've lived away from us all your life. We miss you. Maybe it's time to accept that your life will always be a little different from other people, and it's okay.
Mom was right. I had to get over my fear of the paparazzi. So the next day, I asked my parents to call a press conference. It was our first public appearance together in ages. I've been running away from media attention my entire life, and I can't do that anymore. But I'm not a celebrity like my parents. I just want to be a normal teenager. Everyone deserves some privacy and space, and I hope that people can respect that. The press conference video was received very well online, with many celebrities supporting my statement and calling out the paparazzi for making famous people miserable with their constant hounding. It felt good to take this step and not run away again. I could handle things better now. A few days later, Mom told me I had a visitor, and I went downstairs to find May in the lounge. What are you doing here? Jill, can we talk? No. Please just leave. I know I'm the last person you want to talk to, but please don't punish Daniel for what I did. He genuinely loves you. And why should I believe you? Haven't you fooled me enough? Okay, don't believe me, but you owe him a conversation. I don't owe him anything. And why don't you date him if he's so amazing? You two suit each other, a couple of liars. But he doesn't love me, you idiot. He loves you. And I was a fool for trying to ruin that. He's been miserable the past few weeks. Just one conversation, please? Before I could say anything, Daniel had already appeared from behind with a bunch of lilies. This is an ambush, and I could sue you. You know what? I will sue you.
Fine by me. Listen, Jill, I'm sorry for the whole stupid deal, but you have to believe me. I've always loved you. I always annoyed you to get your attention. The deal was just a way to get you to date me. I couldn't care less about being popular. I know it's twisted, but it's true.
Why couldn't you just tell me all this and ask me out like a normal person?
I know. I didn't say I'm not stupid, but I'm really crazy about you.
His words melted me as he inched closer. I could feel my heart beating faster.
Could we maybe start from the beginning? And I ask you out like a normal person?
No conditions?
Well, only one. Can I kiss you already?
He did, and it was perfect. And me? You still have a long way to go before I forgive you. But let's just start by grabbing some coffee. Have you ever woken up from a dream so wild and vivid that it made you question reality? Well, I had one of those. Except mine wasn't a dream. It actually happened. Believe it or not. Hi, I'm Avery, a young billionaire pilot, and this is my story of how I ended up in the creepiest and most mysterious place in the world. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Let's take it from the top. It all started when my best friend Mila and I were getting ready for some party on one of my private islands, and while I was picking which jet to fly, she was busy ranting about how I just rejected my 8th millionaire suitor on that same day.
I swear you reject men like it's your natural reflex. A-listers, heirs, young CEOs, that prince from somewhere I can't pronounce. Girl, what exactly are you looking for?
I slid my hand along the wing of jet number 3, like it was a Greek god. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for something more. Someone who can make my heart feel like it's about to jump off a cliff, maybe?
That sounds like an arrhythmia.
Exactly. The world's too big to settle just because someone has a yacht named after me.
Maybe you just haven't met the right one yet. Who knows? He could be hiding in the most unexpected place.
Ew, I like the sound of that. Just then, my head bodyguard stormed in with the other walking muscle towers.
Miss Avery, your father strictly said, no flights without a pilot or protection team.
I've been flying since I was 4. Not to brag or anything, but I've probably spent more hours in the sky than in math class.
With supervision, Miss Avery.
Oh, please. Just this once?
Ma'am, this is serious. You can't
We're gonna
just—
be late for the party. Sorry, boys. Mila scrambled in after me, gripping her matcha tea like it was holy water.
Are we actually doing this?
Yep. I'm cutting trackers and signals, so don't scream.
Why do I hang out with you again?
Because you love me, and I got you that gold-plated PS5. Mila was only interested in 3 things: parties, video games, and me.
Fair enough.
We were up in the clouds in under a minute. You ever wonder what the edge of the world looks like?
No. Normal people wonder about movie endings, skincare routines, and what their cats are thinking. Well, you wonder about edges and wormholes and flying into unmapped airspace. Be careful what you wish for, Aviator Barbie.
But that's the thing. I liked the unknown. I liked chasing the things that most people were too scared to look at. Maybe it was the curious cat in me. The sun was already setting as we neared the island. I practically felt the music blasting from the party below. And honestly, I'd rather keep flying than partying with a bunch of basic guys. How about we go somewhere else?
Where? The edge of the freaking world?
Exactly.
You're joking, right? Tell me you're joking.
Just a few more loops, okay?
Girl, I swear on my last will, you're gonna regret this one day.
Oh, come on. My parents won't be back for 3 days. I have to make the most of it. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this chance?
Ugh, fine. But we better not miss the party, or else.
Don't worry, girl. I got you. I whipped a U-turn midair and just let loose. I was flying, not just with wings, but with freedom. No rules, no schedules, no rich parents breathing down my neck. It was just me, the sky, and my best girl screaming her lungs out beside me. Just then, I spotted a massive flock of birds charging straight at us, like feathered missiles. And they did not look friendly at all. Uh-oh.
Avery?
Hold on. I tried steering away, but it was too late. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my jet anymore. I was lying on the grass, in the middle of nowhere. I sat up and looked around with my heart pounding in my ears. No Mila, no jet, just weird-looking trees, starlit ruins, and some moon statues everywhere. Where am I? If something happened to Mila, I swear to God, I couldn't forgive myself. I reached for my phone, and my stomach instantly dropped when I realized that it wasn't in my pocket. It was probably still inside the jet. If it still existed. I scrambled up and immediately heard the saddest squish under my designer boots. Please don't be poop. Please don't be poop. Yep, probably poop. Great. Love that for me. But no time to emotionally process that right now. I needed to find Mila, or my jet, or a working cell tower, or anyone I could beg for help. I mean, I didn't survive boarding school and etiquette class just to die lost in an unfamiliar place. I took a shaky step forward and glanced up, then froze at the sight of the massive moon. It was hanging so low I felt like I could high-five it. Its bluish-purple light drenched the place, making everything feel strangely off. I tensed up the moment I heard rustling nearby. I spun around and gasped when I saw a deer. And it wasn't just any deer. It was tall, glowing, and elegant, and it was staring right at my soul. It then turned and pranced away into the mist, and of course, being the curious little disaster that I was, I followed it. As I walked, I noticed even more moon statues around, and giant deer sculptures peeking out from behind glowing bushes like they were quietly watching me. What even is this place? For a moment, I actually hoped that I was at the edge of the world. I was terrified and weirdly curious at the same time. Eventually, the deer stopped at some ruins on a low cliff where old stone shrines and ancient relics that my dad would probably be interested in were scattered around. My heart jumped in relief when I spotted someone, a woman, but something was off with her. She was kneeling in front of one of the shrines, arms lifted toward the glowing moon, like she was in the middle of some ritual or something. I was about to call out to her when she suddenly rose, her long, ethereal purple hair spilling over her shoulders and shimmering under the moonlight. Wait, were those elf ears? And what was up with the antlers on her head? It was probably just a fancy headband, right? Or some kind of fashion here? Before I could even say hi, the deer walked up to her. And she smiled and leaned her forehead against its nose, like they'd been besties since birth. Weird, but sweet, like nature therapy. And I almost didn't want to interrupt. As the deer backed away and trotted down the slope, the woman suddenly spoke.
The forest whispers when someone new arrives.
She then turned to face me and started glowing. And did she seriously just turn into another deer right in front of me? So shapeshifters were indeed real? Okay, either I was dreaming or I hit my head really, really hard. The creature, just started galloping down the slope and across the terrain like it was totally normal behavior. Hey, wait! I tried to follow it, but I suddenly froze when I heard a lullaby echoing through the trees. I followed the sound, and just a few feet from where I left the cliff, I stumbled into a flower field, and in the middle of it was another woman, and she was twirling under the moon like she was filming a perfume commercial or something. God, I hope this one's normal this time. I hid behind a tree to take a closer look at her, and wow, she looked hauntingly beautiful. No antlers this time, just a lacy eye mask and a stunning dress that was giving Dior or Valentino vibes. Not gonna lie, she was mesmerizing, and I just couldn't look away. Just then, she tilted her head toward me and smiled, like she knew I was there all along, even with her eyes closed all this time. Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to crush your, midnight flower ritual thing. Super pretty, by the way. But yeah, so I just literally fell out of the sky and I'm lost and possibly hallucinating. I was just wondering if you have a phone, or you could at least tell me where I am, because I would really love to—
You heard it, didn't you?
Heard what exactly?
The moon's lullaby.
Wait, that wasn't you singing?
I used to be the only one who could hear it.
She paused, and in a split second, she was already right in front of me.
Until you showed up.
My soul instantly left my body. Like, how did she even— There was no walking involved. The moment I blinked again, she was gone. Before I could even process what the heck just happened, creepy, shadowy, reddish figure suddenly stepped out from the dark and lunged at me. Screaming, I started running for dear life. At this point, I was sure I had to be dreaming, because if I wasn't, then what in the world were those things? When I finally lost them, I crashed into a mossy statue and ducked behind it. Through the fog, I saw moon statues, more relics, and gravestones. Blood drained from my face when I realized that I was in a freaking graveyard. Just when I thought this place couldn't get any creepier. Moments later, I saw something bluish purple flicker ahead. As it got closer, I realized that it was a guy walking through the dark mist with a lantern. He had a long black overcoat, gloves, and boots, and his lantern pulsed with a cold, steady glow that somehow made the darkness lean back.
Excuse me, sir? Fog guy? I'm super lost, and I really need some help.
But he didn't respond. He just kept walking like he'd stepped out of the underworld.
Hello?
When he got close, my heart felt like it was about to jump off a cliff. He had pale skin, a jawline sharper than my sanity, and eyes that looked like he hadn't slept for centuries. And yet somehow, he still managed to look hot. Dangerously hot. Am I dead and you're the Grim Reaper assigned to escort me to the afterlife? I then held my breath when he suddenly leaned in closer, pushing the lantern near my face.
I wish.
Then, a vampire? I hugged my jacket tighter and shielded my neck, just in case.
Unfortunately, no. But your neck does look tempting.
My soul screamed at his deep voice. When he finally backed off, I gasped like I'd just survived a staring contest with Lucifer himself. So, you're a normal person? Sorry. I was, gosh. Wait, I think I have something stuck in my throat. His attractive face has got me malfunctioning so bad. Probably either a shark's bone or a lobster's claw. So, okay, here's my story. I was flying my jet, crash-landed here, then found myself running away from some creepy moon cult with chanting and possibly floating people. I need to get out of here, and I assume that you can help me with that? But he just stared at me, but not with annoyance, not even with concern, more like calculation, like he was trying to decide if I was a threat, a liability, or maybe his next victim. So, you're a local here? Still nothing. No answer, no emotion, just aura farming. He turned around and started walking without any words, and I just found myself following him like a dumb little duckling. I spotted a tall silhouette, barely visible through the fog, a towering lighthouse on a hill, and it looked like he was heading straight for it. So, are you heading towards that lighthouse? Can I come with you? I guess not. So, what's this place called? Because it's seriously giving Haunted Island vibes. I kept tossing questions his way, but it basically felt like I was interviewing the air. So, we're somewhere in the US? Do you guys have an airport here? A helipad? I'm just wondering if I could, buy an aircraft so I could fly my way out of here. Can I borrow your phone for like 5.5 seconds? I'm 97% sure my bodyguards and assistants are freaking out right now. I need them to help me locate my friend and pick me up ASAP. Any chance there's a boba tea place nearby? And a spa? Gosh, my feet are killing me. He totally screamed danger, but I was desperate at this point. You own this place, don't you? Finally, he acknowledged my presence again.
I guard the borders of this dying land from outsiders like you.
Outsiders like me? Do I look like a serial killer to you? He scanned me from head to toe and scoffed like I was the worst thing he'd seen all day. Excuse me?
More like a lost soul stumbling through things she cannot comprehend.
Ouch. That sounded poetic and insulting.
That was the intention.
Could you at least tell me your name?
Names are a luxury.
Oh my god. That's exactly what someone named Vladimir would say.
Call me whatever helps you sleep at night.
Okay, sir, whatever helps you sleep at night. Bit long for a name, though. Maybe I'll just call you... He shot me a death glare, and I should have been scared, but I blushed instead. What in the world is happening to me?
Keep talking, and I'll make you sleep. Permanently.
Did he just casually threaten my life? Okay, chill. Zipping it. Mouth sealed. Muted. He glanced back at me again,
And this time, he was looking past me, over my shoulder, like something horrifying was creeping up behind me. What's going on? I slowly turned and gasped at the sight of those shadow creeps slipping out of the mist. They were the same entities who had chased me earlier. But before they could get close, Graveyard Hottie suddenly stepped in front of me and raised his lantern like it was a sword.
You're looking for the wrong person. Now, be gone.
His lantern suddenly lit up, and a cold light cut through the fog, making the creeps scream and disappear like smoke. Did he just save my life? I was still in shock when he leaned in closer again and whispered something to me.
If you want to stay alive, then stay out of the dark. Got it?
Got it. Before I could even ask him about the context, he suddenly stepped into the fog and disappeared. Wait! Hey! Where are you going? I ran and searched for him everywhere, but now he was gone. Ugh, I didn't even get his name. Will I ever see that Graveyard Hottie again? After a brief mental breakdown, I decided to keep going and wandered until I reached the edge of the woods, where there was a quiet stretch of water and a tiny old rowboat tied to a post. Oh my God! Is this finally my getaway ride? I climbed in and instantly regretted it, because when I tried rowing, it went sideways, then backwards, then I nearly flipped over. My muscles were not built for this. Why didn't I take boating lessons again? Eventually, the boat bumped against another shore, and I almost kissed the ground out of relief. Before I could even explore the place and find some help, a group of terrifying creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started cornering me. Okay, at this point, I was 200% sure I was dreaming. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and braced myself. Maybe after this, I'd finally wake up from this nightmare. I woke up to the smell of bleach and metal. The lights above flickered, and something dripped nearby. I tried moving, only to realize that I was strapped to a surgical bed in a hospital gown. Okay, so apparently those creatures actually hospital napped me. Just as I was hoping for the Graveyard Hottie to come and save me, the door suddenly hissed open, and a creepy surgeon walked in. He had slicked back blue hair and a creepy mask that covered half of his face. Oh, and he was holding a freaking drill. Totally normal.
Awake at last.
Who the heck are you? And why am I dressed like I'm about to get dissected?
Curiosity demands sacrifice, and you should feel honored.
Whatever you say, freak show. Touch me, and I swear my lawyers will erase your entire bloodline. From society. Legally, of course.
You're still young, but already quite stubborn.
He reached for a metal tray filled with shiny tools and syringes.
Since you asked, I'll be frank. You have nothing to worry about. Under my care, you'll receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise your recovery.
What does that even mean? I'm not sick or broken or whatever.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. You're in my sanctuary now. A facility for correcting flaws, for perfecting minds, for studying consciousness.
He picked up a syringe, and the second that needle glinted under the light, my soul left the building.
I assure you, you'll be my next successful experiment.
Let me go, you psycho!
Let's play around with your brain. Just a little. You'll be amazed at what's hiding inside.
Just as he reached for me, the double doors suddenly slammed open, and a young boy wearing a traditional-looking hat and outfit wheeled in a huge oxygen tank.
Apologies, Doctor. I heard you needed more air.
You!
Without any warning, the tank suddenly exploded, filling the room with smoke and gas. Through the haze, the boy unstrapped me fast.
They're closing in. If you want to live, take the window. Jump.
Oh, wait, what? Who are you, and why are you helping me?
Someone who used to be his experiment and survived.
Okay. But what about you?
Just go. I've got some unfinished business to take care of here.
You think running away will save her? She belongs to us now.
The door suddenly burst open, and those same creatures who kidnapped me poured in and charged straight at me with terrifying speed. Without thinking, I sprinted to the window, launched myself out, and crash-landed onto a moving garbage truck. As it rumbled through the darkness, I looked up, expecting sunlight, freedom, something. But to my surprise, the moon was still there, just smaller and duller now. Eventually, the truck stopped and ejected me like trash. I rolled into a scrapyard, surrounded by metal heaps and broken machines behind a shady lab facility. I started looking for something that could help me get out of here. And while digging through the scrapyard, I finally spotted something. A busted-up electric scooter. Just as I was about to hop on, someone blocked my path. A young girl who looked like an evil porcelain doll.
Where do you think you're going?
Home? Is there any problem with that?
I do have a problem with that.
Great. Another freak.
I see it in your eyes. You're scared and thrilled at the same time.
How did she know that?
You're running on unstable emotions, easily corruptible. But don't worry, I'm here to optimize you.
Baby girl, what exactly are you gonna do to me? You look like you're just waiting for your mommy to come pick you up.
That's cute. But you see, I don't handle trash myself.
She pressed something on her tablet, and behind her, a massive silhouette rose from the shadows, with glowing eyes and whirring joints. Is that a freaking robot?
My little friend here removes errors, and you, unfortunately, qualify.
Just as the robot lunged at me, I yeeted the scooter straight at it, but it only bounced off like a sad little paper plate. Right as it raised its claw to squash me like a poor little bug, a long and massive beam bar suddenly crushed its arm with a sickening crunch. I looked up and instantly forgot how to breathe. A blonde guy with a face card so powerful it could make women across the globe bark, and a jawline sharp enough to bankrupt the diamond industry. Oh, my modern knight in shining armor. Who is this guy?
You all right? Hang in there. Let me just finish this real quick.
I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My brain was buffering harder than hotel Wi-Fi. By the time I blinked, the creepy porcelain doll girl and her deathbot had vanished.
Well, gotta give them credit. Fast feet.
Just when I thought the coast was clear, those terrifying creatures suddenly emerged from the alleys. Ugh, can't these weirdos just leave me alone?
I don't think they're here to have a friendly little chat. Let's move.
Before I could even react, he scooped me up like a duffel bag and bolted into the fog. I was screaming my lungs out as they reached for us. But this guy had insane speed and reflexes. And somehow, while he was carrying me like I weighed nothing, he still managed to beat up some of them with his precious bean bar. When we finally outran them, I was this close to puking all over his boots.
All right, we're clear. You okay?
That was actually such an insane experience. Thanks for saving my life.
Not a problem. I came here for you.
You came for me?
Well, my duty is to save and protect everyone in need.
Of course. Sorry for all the screaming earlier. The blood was pooling in my brain and I saw my life flash in 4K.
Fair enough. Let's get you home.
That's when I noticed we were at a port, in front of a ship. Wait, is this your ship? Am I finally going home?
That's right. Come on.
We boarded, but I couldn't shake the paranoia crawling in my chest. This guy was just too perfect, like he was sent here just to save me. But why? What's in it for him? Listen, I've had a rough week with different entities. So, just to be sure, are you here to actually save me, or, I don't know, harvest my organs or something?
I already did the first part, didn't I?
Right. As we finally boarded his ship, I realized that I needed a full spa day. I asked him if he had a bathroom and spare clothes because if I didn't get out of this gross hospital gown, take a bath, and brush my teeth ASAP, I swore I was gonna lose my mind. Thankfully, he had some spare clothes, but it was a giant black shirt that swallowed me whole. When I stepped out onto the deck, I walked in on him, bulking up, and oh my holy juicy protein powder. Look at those muscles and veins.
Wow, my shirt's way too big on you. But hey, better than nothing, right?
Yeah. but I like it. It's cozy. So, are you from here?
Nope. I came here to reclaim something that was taken from me. From us. And protect what's left.
Ooh, interesting. He then told me his name, Victor, a high-ranking military commander, apparently leading some kind of expedition through this weird, fog-infested region, hopping from island to island, chasing ruins, lost history, and something personal he wouldn't talk about.
I met a local in town. Her name is Nell, and she told me that this is a lawless region and off the grid, so it can be pretty chaotic. But that's all she shared.
That actually made some sense. But my curiosity was already screaming 100 more questions. Victor and I continued to bond. He was actually warm and laid back, and the way he kept checking on me, making sure I was okay, was doing something to me. But of course, just when things were finally looking up, the ship suddenly had engine issues, so we had to dock again in the nearest land.
We'll rest here for a while and ask around. Nell told me that the locals here are pretty sneaky and love ripping off passing tourists, so we just need to be a little careful.
We met up with Nell in a diner, who surprisingly looked like a supermodel with a tattoo on her right eye.
I heard you've had quite a trip. Eat up. You look like you haven't eaten in days.
Oh, you bet. Back home, my dinner usually comes plated like edible museum exhibits. But this will do, I guess.
So, where exactly is back home?
I told her about my background and how I ended up here, and she looked extra intrigued.
So you're not exactly the average tourist profile. People usually come here on ferries, not personal aircrafts.
Oh, speaking of aircrafts, do you know anywhere I can borrow one? Preferably a jet or a helicopter.
We can try the craft shop. Might have something experimental.
Craft shop? Like gadgets, machines and stuff?
Everything, babe. Just name it.
We finally arrived at the craft shop, and it was full of bizarre inventions and food weapons. And apparently, it was being run by equally bizarre young girls.
Build a jet in a day? Please, I could do it in my sleep with one hand.
Honestly, it sounded ridiculous. But at this point, the only thing that felt impossible was me getting back home. As the girls geeked out over engines and blueprint jargon, I glanced out the window and saw Victor and Nell talking, and they looked sus. Planning to eavesdrop on their little conversation, I stepped outside, only to crash into someone achingly familiar. Tall, brooding, and unfairly attractive. Mr. Graveyard Hottie. God, I missed him.
You're not safe here. They know who you are now. All of them. We need to leave.
What? What do you mean? And who's they? Suddenly, Victor stepped in.
She stays with me. That's not your call. Oh, I think it is. Because I'm responsible for her now.
2 of the hottest men alive fighting over me in the middle of a creepy fog-covered mystery land? Now it felt like a Wattpad fever dream. And Mila would be frothing at the mouth when she hears about this.
You need to come with me. You need muscle. Not some emo lantern guy, Avery. I've led troops through war zones, while he's guarding trees and graveyards. You do the math.
Honestly, it was impossible to choose. So I suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. And to my shock, they actually went for it. But it turned into an endless, awkward loop of ties. I considered flipping a coin, until we realized none of us even had one.
I'd gladly come with both of you anyway, so...
Did I just say that out loud? Before they could react, a red flash in the alley snagged my attention. A glamorous woman with sleek glasses, a stylish hat, and a banner stood there like a fashion model turned CEO. She pressed a finger to her lips and raised the banner. "If you want real answers, follow me." She winked at me, then vanished into the shadows. Okay, definitely not suspicious at all. But my feet had a mind of their own. So I ditched the boys and followed her straight into a cafe and... Holy stepmother of boba tea! I wasn't expecting this to exist here. I immediately barged in, only to find that it was completely empty, except for that woman. She was sitting there, like a seductive riddle, with endless legs, casually sipping her drink like this was a date.
It's self-service.
Oh, love that. Real classy. Now, about those answers.
Why don't you throw a question first? Just a little suggestion.
Okay, fair. So, where the heck am I?
Spill the boba tea?
I mean, where? Like, exact location, GPS? How do I escape? She sipped her tea louder and even more dramatically.
They surely have the best boba tea around here. It tastes so divine, and sweet, and creamy. It's probably laced with something drippy, like a special honey made from paradise and...
Look, I'm here because you promised me answers, not some boba tea review. As if testing my last nerve, she started taking selfies with her tea. Serious question, are you trying to help me or mess with me?
Apologies. Can't a woman have a little fun? Anyway, before we get serious...
She took her drink and strolled toward me like she had all the time in the universe. I then held my breath as she leaned in, way too close. Seriously, what was up with this whole town or whatever? Why was it full of insanely attractive men and women, aside from those freaks and psychos, of course?
Try this one first.
I took a sip and realized that she wasn't lying about her boba tea review.
I knew you'd like it. Anyway, have you considered being a pop idol? With that face card and body tea, I can make you global.
Are you recruiting me or giving me answers?
Both? Anyway, I've heard your family owns quite a few islands. Think I could have, say, 3? Strictly for my child's private playground.
Wait, she has a kid? And how does she know that? Miss whoever you are, I'm this close to losing it. I just want my jet, my best friend, and a 14-hour spa day, and to go back to a life where my biggest problem was choosing which designer sunglasses to wear. I got up, ready to leave, when the doors and windows suddenly slammed shut, trapping us in.
It's them.
Which one? There's a lot of lunatics in this place.
You're probably confused. Being in a place that promises new secrets and answers long buried in time. And where people from different places come chasing power, riches, and control. Everyone wants a piece of you. Some to protect you and use you at the same time. Some to own you. Some to experiment on you. And others to erase you.
What? Even the ones who saved me? The ones I kinda trusted?
Tragic, isn't it?
Then how do I know you're not one of them? She just sipped her tea again and shrugged.
That's your call, sweetheart.
What is this all about anyway? And what exactly do they want from me?
Your arrival just made things even messier. You're carrying something none of them planned for.
You just made me even more confused. What even are you? Spy, cult leader, crazy vlogger, rogue journalist, boba witch?
Oh, darling. I just like knowing how the story ends.
Then I want a jet so I can go home safely with my best friend. That's how my story ends.
Well then, your answers await, as promised. It's right beneath us.
She then tapped her heel on the floorboards. Wait, was she serious?
Quickly now. They're coming. And they're not here for the boba tea.
Just then, the whole cafe started to shake, and that was my cue. I flung the hatch open, climbed down, and found myself in some kind of underground cave. I was completely lost until I spotted a jet up ahead. Finally! Sweet, glorious escape. I took off running, only to stop dead in my tracks when I realized that it was just a toy. A stupid little model jet on a stand. And then I heard the echoes of that woman's laughter from above. I knew she was sus. She freaking tricked me, crazy witch. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight burst through a crack in the cave ceiling and hit me square on. I suddenly felt weird. What's happening? Just then, everyone started showing up from every direction, completely messing with my head.
The prophecy lied. It wasn't supposed to be you.
I was chosen to be the new moon, and not you. I am the true vessel, and that light belongs to me.
You are the perfect subject. I must know what you truly are.
Utterly visible.
You carry the moonlight, and with it, you can save what's left of us. Come with me, Avery.
This region's balance depends on you. Let me protect you before they twist what you are.
Just shut up, all of you! And don't come any closer! Just then, I heard another woman whispering in my head. You don't owe them anything. Just keep shining, Avery. And just like that, I snapped back. I spotted a tunnel tucked into a corner and sprinted like my life depended on it. Because it did. When I finally burst out the other side, an actual jet was there. And Mila was inside.
Girl, let's go! Hurry up! We're running out of time!
Miracles do freaking happen, folks! I jumped in, slammed the hatch, and fired up the engine. That's when they showed up. Faces I'd never forget, charging toward me. But they were too late. I had already launched into the night sky. No one owns me. I'm done being told what to do. I'm my own person, not your freaking vessel or whatever. So guess what? Bye, freaks. Freedom, at last. I jolted awake to the sound of beeping machines and blinding hospital lights. Sweetheart? Oh my God, honey? She's finally awake.
There you are. You better have a good excuse for scaring us like that, young lady.
While I was still processing the emotional mess of seeing my parents again, someone else walked in. Mila. Her arm was in a cast, her eyes were glassy, but she was smiling, and I felt super relieved.
Welcome back, Aviator Barbie.
That's when it hit me. It was all indeed a dream, and I finally woke up. So apparently, I survived the crash, but fell into a coma for 3 months. And after the crash, Mila got us help, even with a busted arm, and screamed until rescue found us. Later, when it was just the two of us, I finally spoke. I'm sorry, Mila.
What for?
You were right. I was too curious, too reckless, and it got us here.
But we're alive, aren't we?
Yeah, and I had the weirdest dream ever.
Oh? Spill it.
And I did. Every juicy, terrifying, ridiculous, romantic detail.
Wait a minute. Your dream sounds familiar.
You say that like you've had the same one.
No, dummy. Remember the game I've been playing lately?
You play a lot of video games.
Genshin Impact? We literally watched the trailer of the new update the night before the accident. The place in your dream, it sounds like Nod Cry, the newest region in their world.
She opened her phone and played the trailer again, and my jaw dropped. The dark mist, the lighthouse, the glowing moon, the town, everything. My whole dream was literally there. But more than that, so were they. Just in their video game versions and aesthetics. Dive into the immersive world of Genshin Impact,
the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Devant across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. On September 10th, version Luna 1 arrives with a massive update, the mysterious new region Nod Cry, and the most important story chapter yet, revealing long-awaited truths about the heavenly principles, Fatui, and Aether and Lumen. To celebrate Genshin's 5th anniversary, enjoy a free 5-star character, exciting challenges and minigames, tons of free pulls, and more. The Wish banners feature Lauma and Nahida, followed by Flynn's, Yolan, and newcomer Aino. Ready to explore, battle, and uncover the truth? Click the download link now and use your exclusive gift code to get a head start into Vant.
I stared at the screen, amazed and traumatized at the same time. Was it really just a dream? Or something more? Either way.
Okay, that's it. Give me the freaking game. I need to try it. I need to meet them again.
Welcome to the fandom, girl.
And just like that, I was ready to dive back into all those wild adventures. And even get closer to my favorite characters. You know who they are.
Hi, I'm Neha from India. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small village near Delhi with my single mom who owned a small beauty salon. Mom adored me, but there was another person I was super close to, her brother Raj. Uncle Raj was 10 years younger than Mom, and he stayed with us as he was studying in university close to the village. Every weekend, he would take me to the village fair, and we'd have a blast eating candies, taking rides, and watching wrestling matches, which was my favorite thing to do. Once when I was 10, a neighbor came over to visit with her super annoying son. First, he stuffed his face with all the pastries before I could even get to them. Mom only made these for guests, and he didn't let me have one. I walked off to my room annoyed, but minutes later he followed and climbed onto my bed with his muddy boots. Hey, who said you could come in here? Aw, the little baby still sweeps with her little teddy bear. You're stupid. Your mom is stupid. What? That doesn't even make any sense. Your mom doesn't even make any sense. He looked really annoyed and started to leave, but then he picked his nose and rubbed a big booger on my hair. Oh my God! I jumped on him like a wrestler and tackled him to the ground. Moments later, I had his arm pinned behind his back as he cried like a baby, and his mom came running to his rescue. And my mom was furious.
Stop taking her to that rubbish fair, Raj. Where else would she learn this wrestling nonsense?
That brat deserved it, and wrestling is the coolest.
It's wild and unladylike, and you embarrassed me. You're not going to see those matches anymore. You hear me?
Uncle Raj nodded obediently, but we sneaked out anyway. Then one day in 8th grade, our teacher informed us that they were introducing a new sport in school, wrestling. And I was on cloud 9. Mom would never approve, so I didn't tell her and joined the club. Of course, Uncle Raj knew. He also knew how tough the training could be, so he'd sneak extra food on my plate when he thought Mom wasn't looking.
What are you doing, Raj? If she eats so much she'll get fat, then no boy will want to marry her. Trust me, sister. One day, there will be a long line of boys outside your home for Neha.
And I'll tackle all of them to the ground so they'll go back to their mommies crying.
This is not how girls talk, Neha. Girls are supposed to be delicate. They're supposed to sing and dance and learn sewing. Boring!
I resisted everything girly, but Mom was as stubborn as a donkey. She would put face masks on me, make me wear long dresses to hide my muscular thighs, and never let me cut my long hair, because boys like long hair. Did it look like I cared? A year later, Uncle Raj finished his education and got a job as a police officer in the city. I cried for days when he left, but he always kept in touch, and that was some consolation. Meanwhile, I studied my butt off to get good grades so Mom would never suspect what I was up to in school. My wrestling also improved greatly over the year, and in 12th grade, I got a chance to participate in the state-level competition. The winner would get a chance to enter the nationals and also win prize money worth $50,000. It was the opportunity I'd been waiting for, but that also meant I finally had to tell Mom.
What? You've been wrestling for the last 4 years?
No wonder your body has become so manly. Look at your biceps, they're so big. Who's gonna marry you? Can you stop thinking about my marriage for once? It's not happening, at least not for the next 20 years. Mom looked ready to explode, and she refused to let me participate. But I was her daughter and could be equally stubborn. I locked myself up in my room and refused to come down for days till she finally agreed. But on one condition. I had to learn sewing and some basic beauty salon stuff. Yuck. One day, Mom wasn't feeling well, so I was working in the salon threading a woman's eyebrows when she sneezed so hard that half her eyebrow got accidentally wiped off. Oh my God, what have you done? It's my brother's wedding today! It's not my fault that you sneezed like an active volcano. But she kept screaming at me, and a small crowd gathered in front of the salon. Just then, the most handsome guy I'd ever seen walked in.
Wow, is that a new trend? You look gorgeous.
What? You really think so?
Absolutely. I'd ask you out on a date if you weren't already married.
That made the woman blush like a tomato, and she went off thanking me. That was smooth. Who are you? Never seen you around before. The guy introduced himself as Raul and told me his family had recently moved in since his dad's company was working on a project here. Just as we were talking, Mom walked in.
Who's this handsome guy, Neha? You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend? He looks rich too.
Mom, he's not my boyfriend. We just met.
Raul, my daughter is the best girl a guy can date. She's pretty, she can sew, she can cook.
What is wrong with you? Just then, another customer walked in, and Raul left with an amused face. So embarrassing. A couple of days later, I was out for a morning run before school when I tripped over something. I would have landed hard on my face if someone hadn't caught me just in time.
And we bump into each other again. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're stalking me.
Oh, please, you're not my type.
Your mom didn't seem to think so.
My mom doesn't speak for me. And I'm sorry about that day. Mom's obsessed with me getting married.
And you're obsessed with?
Wrestling. Mom hates it, but I can tackle any guy to the ground and have him gasping for breath in seconds.
If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. In fact, this just made you more attractive.
Suddenly, Raul's face was inches from mine, and I forgot to breathe. He was the first guy who'd called me attractive. All the boys in my school were too scared of me to flirt with me or ask me out. I'll be late to school, so I should get going. Good night. I ran away like a bullet. Gosh, why did I sound like a moron? That day, I found a new girl in the wrestling arena. The coach told me her name was Mala and she'd recently joined our school. Best of luck, Mala. Weak people believe in dumb things like luck. I create my own destiny. Get ready to lose, loser. That was rude. Well, I'd show her who the loser was. Mala and I wrestled for what seemed like an eternity. Neither of us was willing to give up. She was stronger than she looked. That match resulted in a draw. But in the next one, I had her pinned to the ground in 30 seconds. I'd call you a loser too, but my mom taught me to never look down on anyone, unless you're admiring their shoes. Impressive. You've taken me by surprise. I haven't lost a single match in 7 years. The coach told me that Mala was participating in the state-level championship too, and I was probably going to be facing her off. Well, she better watch out. That day when I reached home, I was shocked to find Mom and Raul on the porch talking and laughing over tea like aunties. What's going on? What are you doing here?
That's no way to speak to a guest. Where are your manners, Neha?
I left them in the wrestling arena. Shh, keep your voice low. I don't want the neighbors to know about your stuff.
They'll get to know about it anyway when she wins the state championship and her photos are all over the newspapers.
How do you know that I'm participating in it?
Your mom mentioned it. I'm encouraging her to come to your practice sessions and see how good you are.
Why are you doing all this?
Isn't it rather obvious?
The way he was looking at me made my toes tingle. Fine, Raul. I'll come because you asked. I was so annoyed that I'd never been able to convince her. But when she did come and saw how good I was, she was actually impressed. She started attending all my sessions and even cheered me on loudly. It was such a welcome change, and I was glad that she was finally supporting me. The competition day arrived, and as I'd expected, the final match was between me and Mala. Minutes before the match, Mom came to me.
Neha, drink this holy water. This will ward off the evil eye and make you win.
I didn't believe in such things, but I drank it to please her anyway. In the first round, Mala and I gave each other tough competition, and I won. But as the second round started, I felt my eyes blur. Suddenly, I felt really dizzy, and then I completely blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and Mom and Raul were beside me. What happened?
The doctor did some tests and said you took drugs to boost your performance just before the competition, but it backfired and you passed out.
He then told me the competition authorities had banned me from wrestling for the next 4 years because of the drugs. What? But I didn't take any. I swear, I've never even thought of... Suddenly, I remembered the water Mom gave me before the match. Wait, Mom, you gave me that water. What did you put in it?
Nothing. I just... Neha, are you trying to blame me for this?
Yes, I am. Didn't you always want me to give up wrestling? What have you done, Mom? Do you have any idea how hard I worked to reach here?
How could you?
It's the easiest thing to believe. I was fooled for thinking that you could ever support me, and I won't forgive you for this, Mom. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I packed my bags and left for the city. I just couldn't be around Mom right now. A friend of mine let me stay with her, and I started waitressing at a small restaurant to earn money. It was really lonely for a while. I wasn't talking to Mom, and even Raul had been out of touch since he was busy with work. Soon it was Diwali, and I hated not celebrating it at home. On Diwali night, I got a call from Uncle Raj, and I broke down and told him everything that had happened.
Neha, parents can be wrong, but they always mean well for their kids. I know your mom went too far, but I don't believe that she would ever hurt you on purpose.
But she did hurt me, Uncle. I worked really hard for something for years, and she ruined it in a minute, and she'll never admit she's wrong. And until then, I don't think I can forgive her. A few days later, I got home from work to find Uncle Raj's car parked outside. I hugged him tight and let him in, and he had some shocking news for me.
When you told me about everything that day, I just knew something fishy was going on. So I made some investigations about Raul. First, turns out he's not some businessman's son like he says. He just works for a small medical company. So I guess he knows plenty about drugs.
What are you saying? Raul added something to my water? But why?
Because he was dating Mala at the time, and he did it to kick you out of the competition so she'd win. But he didn't do it for her. He's run away with all her prize money, and Mala has officially lodged a police complaint against him.
So, Mom didn't give me the drugs?
No, she didn't. I know she's been tough on you, but that just didn't sound like my sister.
Uncle Raj said he'd located Raul, and I was there when the police arrested him. As he was being taken away, I couldn't resist giving him a kick, too. And right after, Uncle Raj took me home. As soon as Mom saw me, she ran to hug me, and we both burst into tears. I'm sorry for not trusting you, Mom.
And I'm sorry for giving you reasons not to. If I'd accepted your passion for wrestling from the start, none of this would have happened.
Thanks to Uncle Raj, all charges against me were dropped, and I got to participate in the Nationals next year, where I won several medals. A couple of years later, I represented India in an international competition and won gold. That entire week, friends and relatives kept dropping in to congratulate us. And every time some nosy aunt tried to ask when I planned to get married, Mom would proudly say,
Neha is focusing on her sport right now, and marriage can wait.
Hi, I'm Penny from Nebraska. Except my parents are nomads, which means we travel to another state every month. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. By the time I was 8 years old, I'd lived almost everywhere. I stayed in a tent in the desert, old abandoned houses in the forest, and even in a beach cave. My dad and I couldn't be happier with our crazy life. Pinky promised me, Daddy, you'll never make me go to school, we'll swim every day in the ocean, and you'll take us to the moon one day.
I pinky swear, my love.
Though when I was 13 years old, everything changed. Mom woke me up one morning to tell me her and Dad were splitting up. Dad wanted to keep traveling, while Mom wanted to settle down in the city. Well, I don't want to settle, so I'm gonna keep traveling with Dad, and I really think you should join us.
Penny, I want you to stay with Mom. I love you, but taking you with me is too much work.
But we were gonna see the world together and fly to...
I'm sorry. Good luck, honey.
Dad kissed my forehead, and then he freaking left. Mom and I moved to Nebraska City, and I was shaking with anger. I tore up every picture I had of Dad and threw them in our fireplace. 2 years passed, and all I wanted was to forget about him. Then one day, things took an interesting turn. I went for a walk in the park when a letter flew at my feet. I looked up to see a boy smiling at me through the bushes. Oh my God, you scared me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just too nervous to talk to you, but I still wanted to look at you because you're beautiful.
The boy rose up from the bushes and holy crud, he was majestic.
Take a walk with me. I'll take you somewhere magical.
Okay, Prince Charming. I'm actually gonna jet because I don't go off with strangers. I ran away quickly, but when I reached home, I saw the guy had followed me. All right, now you're just stalking me. Leave me alone or I'll call the police.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't explain it, but I feel like we're meant to be together. Just let me take you on one date. I'll meet you right here at sunset. If you don't like me after the date, I'll leave you alone. I swear.
Okay, fine. You're kinda cute. But we have to be in a public area around other people. The guy agreed, but when I went out to meet him, I almost fell back in shock. He had landed a golden jet in my driveway.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to fly to Europe for dinner?
Did you just fly here in a gold jet? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, I'm a billionaire. I also brought you a few presents. An iPad, some chocolates, and I bought you your own horse.
My jaw dropped open when I literally saw a man trot by on a black horse. This was getting to be a bit too much. Listen, I appreciate all these gifts, but maybe we can just go somewhere simple, like the park we met at? To my relief, the guy agreed and set up a lovely picnic under the trees. He told me his name was Ezra and just wouldn't stop showering me with compliments. Ezra, thanks for all this, but I'm still a little confused. Why do you like me so much? We don't even know each other.
Like I said, I can't explain it, but I know for a fact we're meant to be together. Just wait and see.
As the evening went on, I discovered Ezra and I had literally everything in common. When I told him I liked video games, he showed me a picture of his PS4. When I told him my favorite food was lime cheesecake, he opened a container of it. Then my shoulders started feeling sore since I suffered from neck pain. And before I said anything, Ezra offered to give me a neck rub. How did you know I have shoulder pain? Only my mom knows about that.
I could just tell you were in pain. I understand you in a way nobody else does, Penny.
After Ezra's massage, my neck felt better than ever, which is insane. No doctor or masseuse had ever been able to make my pain go away. As time passed, Ezra and I kept hanging out. He kept buying me every gift I could want, and whenever I needed something, he was always at my beck and call. He was a literal angel. It didn't take me too long to agree to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, Ezra said that he'd transfer to my school next term. I couldn't stop squealing about it to my friend Jenna. I'd love to meet him soon. He sounds like a guy out of a storybook. And dating someone that hot will probably make you super popular. What do you mean popular? Oh, right. I forgot you were homeschooled before you moved here. Being popular means everyone thinks you're cool because you're dating a boy like Ezra? God, my life was just getting better by the second. Ezra met Jenna and I by a quiet bus stop as I kissed him. He even got me a caramel latte. Isn't he perfect? Ezra introduced himself to Jenna, but she just stared at us, looking horrified. Jenna, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying hi to Ezra? Penny? No, I am not saying hi to him. Oh my God, I have to go. With that, Jenna ran off as if Ezra was a monster. What was her deal? I tried asking her about it all day, but she refused to talk to me.
Babe, don't take it personally. She's just mad because you have a loving boyfriend and she's single. She'll get over it.
Finally, the next day I cornered Jenna in the library. Look, I can see you're jealous of Ezra and I'm sorry. I don't want to rub it in your face, but this is the first time I've been happy in years. My parents divorced, my dad left, and I miss traveling. I told Jenna all about what had happened in the past few years and she was actually sympathetic. It's not that I'm jealous. I can see that Ezra makes you happy, which you deserve, but I'm still not happy about you dating him, and I don't think you guys should be together for much longer. I kept asking Jenna why she was so against Ezra, but she refused to talk about it anymore. She even started avoiding me. So Ezra and I kept going out, and finally, the night came when I invited Ezra for dinner to meet Mom. But I was really confused when he didn't show up or call or text me. In fact, I didn't hear from him at all the next day either. I was starting to get really worried. I didn't even know where he lived. But on my way to the bus stop the next morning, I saw him sitting on a bench.
Ezra, what happened? You totally blew me off last night. Just go away, Penny. I hate you and I never want to see you again. What are you talking about? What happened? I said, get away from me. Do you want me to call the cops? Ezra stormed off angrily and tears stung my eyes. What did I do to make Ezra so angry? I told Jenna all about it when I got to school. Wow, he broke up with you? I didn't think that would happen. I thought he'd stay with you for longer. Jenna, what are you saying? Do you know something about Ezra that I don't? Do you two know each other? Yeah, we do. I didn't want to say anything before, but I know Ezra and he's bad news, Penny. He used to date a friend of mine and really hurt her. Just stay away from him, please. Judging from Ezra's behavior, Jenna was probably right, but I was still confused and sad for the next coming weeks. Jenna kept trying to cheer me up and suggested she set me up with someone new. So we went on a double date where she introduced me to a guy named Noah, and I actually had fun with him, even though I was still sad about Ezra. I even let Noah walk me home and decided to hug him goodnight. But from behind Noah's shoulder, I saw Ezra sitting on my porch, glaring at me angrily. Oh my God! I sent Noah home immediately and stormed over to my ex-boyfriend. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in months. Are you ready to finally explain what happened between us? Oh no, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm just here to tell you that there's no way that Noah guy will ever love you, 'cause you're the nastiest girl I've ever met. Funny, because months ago, you said I was the love of your life. I don't know what your problem is, but just back off, Ezra. I'm moving on from you. You can stop insulting me now. I don't think I will. You're a horrible girl and you don't deserve to be happy or loved. And I'll make sure you never are. God, what a bully! I started dating Noah and really started liking him. And I felt 10 times better with Ezra out of my life. Then one day, I got a text from Noah to meet him at the movie theater for a date. But when I got there, Noah wasn't waiting for me. Ezra was. Well, well, well. Look who it is. It was you who texted? Did you hack Noah's phone? Even better. I hacked your phone so I could read your messages. Look, Noah will be here any minute, and I want to talk to you. And apologize. It's too late. I want nothing to do with you. I started to walk away, but Ezra put his hand on my shoulders. Penny, I know I've been a jerk these past few days, but I can explain myself. Give me a chance. If you don't forgive me, then I'll never bother you again. But let's just talk. I still didn't trust Ezra, but I did want to hear what went on with him. Just then Noah texted me and said he'd be a little late. So Ezra said he'd buy me a soda. He went to go order for me and I went to go fill up my cup. Then suddenly an employee came up to me.
Excuse me, miss? You can't just walk in here and pour yourself a soda. You have to pay.
Oh, my friend is buying it. He's paying right now. But when I looked towards the counter, I realized Ezra had left. What the fudge? I tried explaining the situation to the employee, but she didn't listen. Instead, she called security on me. The guards had me wait outside the manager's office, and as soon as they left, Ezra came up to me. You're such an idiot, Penny. I lied about buying you a soda. I set the whole thing up so you'd get in trouble. What? But you said you were gonna apologize and explain yourself. Oh, you beautiful, naive girl. As if I would ever apologize or explain myself. Ezra walked away before I could answer, and that's when I realized he was a criminal. That's why Jenna didn't want me dating him. I told the manager and security guards everything. I thought I was in luck since Ezra probably had a criminal record, but they couldn't find anything on him. Then I remembered something. Jenna knew Ezra, and she could help me. I called her immediately and told her everything that happened. That's when I heard her crying over the phone. Penny, this is horrible. I know, you were right. Ezra was a crook. I understand now. I'm gonna call your mom. She needs to know what happened. We'll come meet you there, okay? Oh God, she was getting mom involved? But Jenna hung up before I could say a word. Thankfully, Noah texted me and I told him to meet me at the manager's office. Thank God for him. Don't worry about anything, babe. We're gonna find this guy and get a restraining order. You're gonna be okay. After a few minutes, Jenna arrived with Mom and they both told me to sit down. Ugh, here we go. Then suddenly, the door opened and it was Ezra. That jerk better have come to turn himself in. Stay right where you are, Ezra. We're all on to you now. Penny? Who are you talking to? That monster over there? He's my ex-boyfriend who framed me? No, baby. There's no one there. Are you okay? Yes, he is.
Jenna? Mom, you don't see Ezra there? I turned to Jenna right then, but her and Mom were staring at each other with tears in their eyes. No, Penny, there isn't anyone there. Jenna called me and we talked for a while about your relationship with Ezra, how he brought you a horse, baked you your favorite foods, and adored you. Jenna even saw you kiss him at the bus stop. He was the perfect imaginary boyfriend. I don't understand. Imaginary boyfriend? You mean Ezra isn't real? I just made him up? Penny, it was my fault. I was the only one who met Ezra. When I saw you hug and kiss the air, at first I thought you were insane, but when you told me what you went through with the divorce and how happy you were for the first time, I decided to play along with it. But then he broke up with you and turned against you, and you were so upset. I didn't know what to do or how to tell you the truth. I was dead silent as I thought back to everything Ezra and I had been through together. I'd sat alone in the park having an imaginary picnic. I'd imagined his love letter at my feet, and as I reached back to feel my neck, it hurt more than ever. The healing massage he'd given me had been in my head. I started to cry then as Mom hugged me. She took me to a therapist after that day to see what had caused the whole thing.
You were heartbroken that your dad left, so you created a perfect boyfriend in your head to give you all the love and attention you needed. And then, eventually, Ezra betrayed you in your mind because your dad betrayed you.
Well, I guess that makes sense. After my therapy appointment, I asked Mom to drop me off.
Hi, I'm Thule from Boston. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was really close to my dad. He was a space scientist who worked for the government. He built satellites, won multiple awards for his space research, and one time he even predicted a war based on a satellite reading. Dad was my hero, and I inherited his love for science. We would talk for hours discussing big mysteries of space, and I loved it. But my mom always felt left out in our conversations. Like this one time in 10th grade, Dad was telling me about his new project when Mom walked in and turned the TV volume up.
You turn that stupid music down, it's giving me a migraine. Your stupid science talk is giving me a migraine.
Dad snatched the remote and shut the TV off. Mom tried to snatch it back, but she lost her balance and knocked into a big shelf with Dad's trophies and awards. Everything crashed, and Dad looked mad.
Look what you've done! When will you start behaving like a grown-up? You're a scientist's wife, and you're dumber than a tree. Gosh, what an embarrassment. Thule, come to my study. We'll talk there.
Mom looked like she'd burst into tears, and I felt a little bad for her, but she was always acting so silly. Over time, my parents started fighting a lot, and every time Dad would get annoyed, he'd lock himself in his study. He started getting more distant and would hardly even talk to me. Then a week after my 18th birthday, I walked in on him packing his bags. Where are you going?
On a big mission. I don't have time to explain, Thule. Just keep this necklace and know that I love you.
I opened the necklace and saw a picture of me and Dad and broke into tears. Don't go, Dad.
I just have to. Take care. I'll see you soon.
Dad left, and I waited for him patiently, but weeks turned into months, and he never came back. And then one day we got a phone call from his office saying that they'd lost contact with his spaceship, and the search was underway. The news of Dad's disappearance spread like wildfire. Everyone was concerned for the hero scientist who had gone missing, except Mom. She was happier than ever. She went shopping, got a new phone, changed her hair, got rid of all of Dad's stuff, and wiped his study clean. When I kicked up a fuss about it, she said we had to move on with our life. But things hit the roof when the police came in asking for questions. Mom just screamed at them and asked them to leave. Why did you send the police away? They could have helped us find Dad.
They already went through everything a few days back, Thule, and they found nothing. Why do I have to go through this again and again?
How would they find anything when you literally got rid of everything Dad ever touched? It's so obvious you don't want him to come home. I heard you two fight the day before Dad left, and you sounded like you'd rip his head off.
That's none of your business, and whatever I'm doing is for your own good. Now go to your room and stop giving me a headache.
But I wasn't going to give up this easily, so I decided to take things into my own hands. I spent days reading every news article printed about his disappearance, tried getting in touch with his office, spoke to some of his friends, but nothing turned up. I was super distracted and failed a scholarship test to one of the best colleges in the city. Bummed out, I skipped school that day and went to a cafe when this guy crashed into me, spilling his drink everywhere. He tried to apologize, but slipped and fell right on top of me. This is the worst day ever!
Yeah, it kind of is. I almost got hit by a bus in the morning, and then my car broke down. And then I came to the cafe, but they didn't serve any hot chocolate, and I had to get cold chocolate instead. And now I'll have to order a new one.
Can you shut up and get off me? You're kind of heavy.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my god, is that the sequel to the Underwater Alien Invasion series? Please, please let me borrow this. I'm a huge fan, and all the copies are sold out. I'll get you free coffees for a whole month, please. I'm Kirk, by the way.
Thule. Kirk and I spent the next few hours together, and it turned out we had a lot in common. He was a science nerd like me, fun and really cute. He was a bit weird, but at least he made me smile. We started hanging out often, and slowly I opened up to him about my life, family, and Dad's disappearance.
That's exactly what happened to my uncle. He was a fisherman and went missing. We found him 10 days later and kept asking him what happened, but he didn't say a word. Eventually, we realized he'd gone deaf because of water clogging his ears.
I don't see your point.
The point is that we found my uncle, and we'll find your dad too. We just need to keep looking.
Kirk told me his dad knew people in the government, and maybe he could help us get some inside scoop. I prayed something would turn up soon, but all my hopes went down the drain when a week later Kirk came back and told me that my dad was never assigned a mission. Everyone in the government was just as confused about his disappearance as I was. But how's that possible? Dad told me he was leaving on a mission. He gave me this necklace right before leaving. Kirk asked me for the necklace, but just as I was giving it to him, it fell. My picture fell out, and behind it was a tiny key. When I went home that night, I tried looking everywhere if there was a box or a locker that Dad might have left behind, but I found nothing. I was searching the living room when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I went to check and saw Mom all dressed up talking to some man. As soon as he left, I rushed outside to confront Mom. You moved on quickly.
I just went out to a nice dinner with a nice man. It's not a big deal.
Really? I wonder what Dad will say when he gets back and finds out that his wife is cheating on him with some clown.
And what will he say when he sees that his genius daughter failed an important scholarship test? That's right, your teacher called me. How are we supposed to afford college now, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll just borrow some money from your rich boyfriend. He drives a fancy car. I don't think he'll have a problem sparing a few bucks for your poor daughter. You know what, Mom? You never deserved Dad. He was too smart for you anyway. Good that you're finding someone from your own league.
Watch your mouth, Thule.
But I was already on my way inside the house. That night, I slept with one thought on my mind. I had to find Dad and move out of this miserable house as soon as I could. The next day, I met Kirk and told him my plan of breaking into Dad's office. Mom got rid of all of his stuff, and the office is the only place I haven't looked yet.
How are you so sure that you'll find something? The police might have looked already.
But they didn't have this key. I know it means something, and I have to give it a shot.
Fine, I'm coming with you.
No way I'm dragging you into this. Saying that, I turned around and left. Dad worked in a government facility, and it was difficult to get past the security checks during the day, so I decided to sneak into the office building at night. That evening, when Mom slept, I slowly slid out of my window and left. I was standing outside Dad's building when a guy dressed up as Batman came and stood next to me.
How do I look?
Kirk? Oh, why are you dressed like that?
I've always wanted to dress up like Batman and fight crime. Actually, no. I wanted a disguise, and this was the only costume available last minute. I wish they had Spider-Man. Listen, I'm coming with you, okay? I know you're strong and independent, but you need my help.
Why do you want to help me?
Because I like you, dummy. And if we survive tonight, I'm taking you out on a date. Just think about it. Now, remember, be quiet and fast.
Kirk said that, took one step, and fell on his face.
I was showing you what we shouldn't do.
Got it, Buttman. I'm joking, don't cry. Let's go, Batman. Kirk and I went inside, kept our heads down, and dodged a bunch of cameras. It was dark, and Kirk kept bumping into me, but somehow we made our way towards the Department of Space and Aerotechnology. This must be it. But just as we took one step inside, alarms started blaring like crazy, and within seconds we were surrounded by a SWAT team. I told them my dad worked here, but they still handcuffed me and Kirk, took us to the police station, locked us in, and called our parents. Kirk's dad used his connections to get us out, but Mom had to pay a lot of money so my arrest won't go on my permanent record. When we got home that night, she was pissed.
I sold my jewelry to get that money. It was for your college. I don't even know what to say to you.
You could start with telling me where Dad is.
Oh my God, Thule, your dad's gone. I've accepted that, and you should too.
I just can't give up on him so easily. Look at this necklace. It's a key, and Dad gave it to me right before he left and asked me to keep it safe. Obviously, it's something important. This might have information on it that can lead us to him.
Give this to the police and let them handle it. This is beyond your control.
And what if the police fail to handle it? It's been months, and we have no clue where Dad is. People don't disappear like that, Mom. Something happened to him. If he is out there, how can I stop looking for him? If you know something, just tell me, Mom. I can handle the truth. I just know I can't go on like this anymore.
Oh, my sweet baby. I wish I could help you.
Mom hugged me tight as I sobbed like a little baby. In all my years, I'd never felt this close to her. And maybe she was right, and the situation was beyond my control. The next morning, Mom and I went to the police and gave them all the information I had, including the necklace. The principal agreed to let me appear for the scholarship test again, thanks to my previous scores, and this time I cracked it. Kirk took me out to celebrate over ice cream when he suddenly jumped on a table and started singing.
Oh, Thule, my Thule, you're sweeter than ice creams. I want to be with you. Will you be the peanut butter to my jelly?
That was so cheesy.
Then what do you have to say about this?
Kirk kissed me, and it felt perfect. We started dating officially, and he even got through to the same college as mine. Mom was happy and everything was fine, except I still missed Dad terribly. Then, a day before I was leaving for college, I was loading my stuff in the car when a bunch of police vehicles pulled up in our driveway. They spoke to Mom for a while, and then she walked up to me with tears in her eyes.
It's about your dad.
My heart leapt to my throat. What's happened? Is he okay?
They found him, but he doesn't want to see you.
That's not possible. Dad loves me. Of course he wants to see me. I have to go. Mom tried to stop me, but I ignored her and left. I didn't get what her deal was. But I was too excited to see Dad after so long. But my excitement turned to horror when I saw the police car turn towards a prison. My heart was pounding when the police asked me to sit in the waiting room, and minutes later, a frail-looking man walked in. Dad! I ran and hugged him tight. I'm so happy you're okay. But what are you doing in prison, Dad?
Paying for trusting my daughter. What else?
Dad told me that he was running away from the government because he had illegally sold important government secrets to enemy nations for money. The government found out about it and had been tracking down Dad for months. But I got that phone call from the office about losing contact with your spaceship.
That was a lie the government made up. They couldn't tell the public a national hero had gone rogue till they had proof, which you gave them. That was the key to my secret locker with evidence of my illegal activities and bank accounts. I had no choice but to flee, but I didn't want to get caught with all the information on me. No one would suspect a stupid necklace, so I put that key in there and gave it to you to keep my information safe. But you went ahead and handed it over to the police. How could you be so dense, Thule?
Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you moron. I turned around to see Mom walk in with Kirk, march up to Dad, and slap him square in the face. That was for insulting my daughter. And that is for lying to us.
You mean lying to Thule? Because you knew the whole truth, but you chose not to tell her. So I guess we're not that different.
What? Is that true, Mom?
Yes. The police told me everything the day after your dad left. They were the ones who took away his things into custody for investigation, but didn't find anything. I tried to help as much as I could, but I didn't want them to drag you into the mess, so I kept everything from you. You worshipped your dad, and I thought finding out that he's not a hero but a traitor would destroy you.
So you lied to me? For months you saw me suffer and you didn't say a word. How could you, Mom? And Dad, I trusted you blindly and almost gave up on my future to find you. And you didn't bother to tell me you were okay? Both of you are liars. I hate you. Mom tried to stop me, but there was nothing more to say. Dad got life imprisonment, and I never saw him again. Kirk and I left for college soon after, and even though Mom tried calling several times, I didn't answer her. All I needed was space and time to heal. I felt like a mess, and Kirk helped me pick up the pieces. I went into therapy, graduated from college, got a job, and got married to Kirk in a small ceremony. A year went by, and soon I was blessed with a baby girl. I was in the hospital when Mom walked in with a huge bouquet. I know you don't want to talk to me, but...
Hi, my name is Pedro, and I'm from Brazil. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Even though my parents were poor, I always had big dreams as a kid. When I was 8, my best friend Maria and I used to sit at the bus stop on the weekends and would admire all the fancy cars that would drive past. Wow, did you see that BMW? I want one like that when I grow up.
I believe you'll drive a car like that one day, Pedro. Remember what our teacher said. If you believe it, you will have it.
Maria also came from a poor family like me, and I cared about her a lot. Once when we were in the 8th grade, she couldn't bring her lunch for the whole week because her parents were so broke. And even though she came up with all sorts of excuses not to take my lunch, I wasn't going to leave my friend to starve.
Pedro, I'm not that hungry. Please, I don't want to take your lunch.
You know you don't have to have pride with me. Come on, let's share.
Okay, but next week is my turn to share with you.
But when next week came, Maria had more than enough to share with me since her dad got a big job in the city.
I got us candy bars today.
Wow, thank you. I'm really happy that your family's doing well.
Yeah, and there's something else I need to tell you.
She looked a little sad, and then I felt sad when she told me.
We won't be living in the same place anymore. We're moving to the city, and I won't be in this school.
I was happy for Maria because she was going to have a better life, but I was sad since she was my best friend. We promised to write to each other every month, but as time went by, she stopped writing, but I didn't. I started focusing a lot on my studies when Maria left and became the top student in my school. When I was in 10th grade, I got selected to participate in a national math tournament. When I was at the tournament, I was so happy when I saw Maria. She was also selected from her school. Maria? She looked so beautiful now. Her eyelashes even looked longer than a normal person's. Maria looked at me like she didn't even know me. Or maybe it was because I also looked different. It's me, Pedro.
Oh. Hi, it's been a while.
She looked down at my shoes and made a face of disgust.
I'm guessing you're still stuck at the poor people's location?
If that's what you call it.
Okay. I have to go. My friends are waiting.
That was not the Maria I knew, but I didn't let that distract me during the tournament. I beat all the kids, even the rich ones from Maria's school.
Well done, Pedro.
I was surprised that she even congratulated me after the way she looked at me. Thanks, Maria, and it was nice seeing you again. As I walked to the hallway, a tall man approached me. He was the principal of the most expensive school in the city. It was the same school Maria went to. Well done on your achievement today. I would love to have a student like you at my school. Thanks, sir, but I don't think my parents can afford your school for now. You would definitely qualify for a scholarship, and I could help you with that.
I've been an only child in this massive house. It's just me and my father. I'm so glad to finally have someone to talk to. Come on, I want to show you our swimming pool. I've won 5 gold medals because I practice every day.
Thanks, but swimming is not my thing.
What? Swimming should be everybody's thing. What would you do if the world comes to an end and the entire earth gets flooded? It'd have to be everybody's thing then. I'll teach you. Let's go.
Isabella was so persistent about everything. I did everything she asked me to do since her father was super kind to me. She never mentioned her mom, and I didn't want to intrude. When Isabella and I entered the school gates together, all eyes were on us, and I didn't understand why.
Oh my gosh, everyone thinks I'm dating the new hot guy.
Which new hot guy?
You silly. You're really cute. Don't you know that?
I blushed when she said that because I never really paid attention to how I looked since I focused so much on getting high grades. And then as we walked into our next class, all the girls started tapping the seat next to them.
Hey, new guy, you could sit next to me. Oh no, you should really sit next to me. I have all the answers to everything.
Isabella suddenly hid behind me when she saw Maria walk in, and then she took my hand.
He'll sit next to me. We come from way back. Isn't that so, Pedro?
I saw Maria glare at Isabella sternly, and she quickly ran to her seat and didn't look at me for the rest of the day. Maria pulled me along with her everywhere in school, and because I missed her so much, I stuck with her.
I'm so happy that you're in my school, Pedro, but we gotta get you some new shoes, okay?
But these are my favorite shoes, Maria.
I know, but change is good sometimes. Look at me. I live a fabulous life, which starts with how we look.
Isabella walked past me and Maria like she didn't even know me, and when I saw her after school to find out what was up, she acted like everything was normal. Hey, you suddenly avoided me? What happened?
Nothing. I just wanted to give you and Maria your space. She seems to really like you.
Yeah, we're old friends. Are you afraid of Maria?
No. She's just this popular girl who gets everything she wants, and I don't have any trouble at school, so we could just be friends at my house.
Okay, if that's what you want. The next day at school, Maria immediately approached me and took me to a quiet place, and then she took a new pair of sneakers from her bag for me. I felt very uncomfortable taking them. Maria, I told you I don't need new shoes.
Pedro, it's rude not to take a gift. You know that. Remember that time you made me share your lunch and I took it?
Yeah, but I was
Take my gift, Pedro. Please.
I looked at her eyes, and she looked like she was about to cry, so I took the shoes. But it didn't stop there. Maria changed my whole look, and I kinda liked it, but hanging out with her and her friends felt awkward. Like this one time when we were in 12th grade, they invited me to a beach party, and when I decided to bring Isabella along, Maria acted like she owned me.
Pedro, can I speak to you alone, please?
She seemed angry, and I left Isabella waiting for me.
Why did you bring her to a party that I invited only you to?
I live in her house, and she's my friend, so I thought it'd be okay.
Well, it's not okay, and I'm not happy. You were my friend first. In fact, I think I like you more than a friend now.
Maria suddenly kissed me, which caught me off guard. Before I could react, my phone rang, and it was my dad. Sorry, I have to take this. My dad called to tell me that in a month's time, they would be losing the house because he lost his job. Maria could see that I wasn't okay, and because I was so worried, I ended up telling her everything.
So you're going to be homeless?
No, I won't allow that to happen.
Well, I don't know how you will do anything since you're still in school. But if you send Isabella back home and tell her that she's a loser, then I'll speak to my dad to help your family.
What? I can't do that. Isabella's family is helping me, and she's a good person.
She's a freak, Pedro, and you're hot and smart. And I want you all to myself.
I was so turned off with Maria. She wanted me to hurt another person for no reason, and I just couldn't do it. I went back home with Isabella, and she was happy to get out of the party because it wasn't her vibe either.
Maybe we can go get some ice cream?
Yeah, let's do that.
What did Queen Maria say? You looked so unhappy after you spoke to her.
Don't worry about it. I don't think I'll be hanging around her anymore. After our fun ice cream date, I started growing really fond of Isabella. She was sweet and accepted me for who I am. She was still very hyper about many things, but I started loving that about her. And then, after the weekend when I went back to school, everyone looked at me differently. Even the girls who dropped after me now looked at me like some poor, pathetic boy.
I can't have a homeless boy in our school.
I heard one of Maria's friends as she walked past me, and then I spotted Maria talking to a group of kids. I stood behind her. She was talking about me.
Pedro is a total fake. I had to buy him clothes and shoes because his family is going to be homeless soon. Wow. But how can someone so hot be so poor?
Maria, how could you do this?
Oh, speak of the poor devil.
She looked at me coldly, and then I took off the shoes she bought me and threw them in her face. Congratulations, Maria. Money has turned you into a real witch. I walked away from her, and Isabella ran after me.
Pedro, wait! Don't throw your education away because of her. Maria did something really humiliating to me once before, and that's why I stay away from her and whatever she wants.
What did she do to you, Isabella? Isabella started crying, and I hugged her. Then, she told me that she was the popular girl at school once before, and Maria was her best friend until she told everyone her big secret.
Maria kept asking about my mom, and then I told her something my family never shared with anyone. My mom is in a mental institute. Maria told everyone at school, and from that day, everyone called me a mental case.
Oh, Isabella, why didn't you tell me this before?
Because I didn't want you to think that I was a mad person. I'm not my mother. I'm me.
After what Isabella told me, I wanted nothing more to do with Maria. So I completed my last year of high school with Isabella by my side, and her dad also helped my parents not lose the house. Thank you so much for all that you did for my family. I hope to pay you back one day, sir. You have a bright future ahead of you, Pedro, and it was a pleasure having you in my house.
I'm going to miss you so much.
I got a scholarship to study medicine in one of the most prestigious universities abroad. And my school helped my parents pay for my flight ticket since I was the best student they ever had. I worked hard in university and became one of the best heart doctors in the world. When I went back to Brazil to visit my parents, I also paid a visit to Isabella and her father.
Pedro, I'm so glad to see you.
Isabella looked emotional. What's wrong?
My dad is in the hospital. It's his heart.
I spoke to the head of the hospital that Isabella's father was in, and I was ready to do anything to save him. While I was at the hospital, one of the nurses suddenly approached me.
Pedro?
I couldn't recognize her since she had her hair covered up, and when I looked closer, it was Maria. Hello, Maria.
Wow, you're a doctor now.
Yes, and I am a very busy person, so please excuse me. I walked past her, and I could feel her eyes still on me, but she was someone I forgot about a long time ago. After my successful operation on Isabella's father, he couldn't stop thanking me, and I was happy that I was able to do something good for him and Isabella.
Pedro, you are like my angel. You always come into my life at just the right time. When I was lonely back at high school, you filled up my life, and today, you saved my father.
I hugged Isabella, and then suddenly Maria tapped my shoulder. What can I do for you, Maria?
I just wanted to say I'm sorry to both of you.
She looked really sincere, so Isabella and I forgave her. She asked if we could have dinner together. I looked at Isabella and she nodded, so we hung out together. As we sat in a restaurant, we actually enjoyed ourselves. And when Isabella excused herself to go to the bathroom, Maria held my hand.
I still love you, Pedro. I don't know what came over me in high school, but I've changed now.
I slowly pulled my hand away from her. I'm sorry, Maria, but I'm in love with Isabella, and that's why I came back to Brazil. Maria understood and then got up and left.
Where's Maria?
She's gone, so it's just the two of us. I took Isabel's hand, looked into her eyes, and told her how I felt. Isabella, will you go out with me on a real date? She smiled.
So, I guess I did get the hottest guy in school after all.
She always knew how to make me blush. Never let your current situation determine your future. When life throws you lemons, make sweet lemonade.
Most people have a person in their lives that they can go to with their problems. Not me. It's just my mom and I don't even like her much. It wasn't always this way. When I was young, we were close. My mom, dad, and I were always goofing around. Mom and dad were always together. The hardest memories are when I think about how happy we all were. That changed when I was 10, just after my dad left. He started becoming more and more distant. He didn't show up at home until late in the evening. Eventually, he stopped coming home. He didn't say goodbye to us. I was crushed by that. All he left was a letter. I still remember my mom reading that letter to me. I was big enough to read, but she wanted to read it to me. She said that his handwriting was really difficult to read. My dearest boy, I love you. These past few weeks haven't been easy for me. I've been offered a job working for the Argentinian government. I will be in charge of keeping the country safe from bad guys. It's what I've always wanted to do, but it comes at a price. What I will be doing must be a secret to you and your mother. If people find out about my family, you will be in danger. I can't come back home anymore, and you cannot come to visit me. But don't worry, I will continue to write you. I will even call when I can. Love you always, Dad. I cried when she finished the letter. My mom instinctively gave me a hug. Halfway through that hug, she pulled away. Little did I know that it was the last time that she would ever hug me. From that day on, whenever I cried, she avoided me. And whenever I tried to hug her, she retreated away from me and changed the subject with a flash of a smile. The next few months were tough. I did everything I could to get my mom's attention, but she became more and more distant. I wasn't willing to give up though. Mother's Day was coming up. I spent weeks preparing a handwritten card, along with a treasure hunt around the house for my mom. I saved up every cent that I had to buy her the perfume that she liked, even going into the city alone to buy it. It was scary, but I did it all for her. I believed that if I made this Mother's Day amazing, I'd get through to her, and we'd go back to some kind of normal. Mother's Day arrived, and my mother was out of the house early, before I was awake. She arrived at 10 p.m. that evening. I was waiting up for her. "Happy Mother's Day, Mom," I said, giving her the gift. She gave me a weak smile and said thank you. "I've had a long day, kiddo. I'm going to sleep now." She left me standing there, alone, wondering what I had done wrong. I was broken and hurt. From that day on, things changed between us. Every so often, I got a postcard from my dad from Argentina. The postcards contained nothing personal, only famous quotes. Things like, "Don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds that you plant." When I was young, I thought these were wonderful pieces of wisdom that my dad had discovered, but I soon realized that he'd found them on a quick Google search. On my 11th birthday, he called me. He sounded different, but I was excited to speak to him. He wished me a happy birthday. "Thanks, Dad. How are you? How is work going in Argentina? I miss you so much. When are you coming home?" I had so many questions, but my dad didn't have many answers. He stuttered out a few answers and then said he had to go. I put down the phone, beating myself up. All my questions had chased him away. By the time I was 12, the postcards stopped. They were replaced by emails. My dad wrote once a month, always the same. "Hey, how are you? How's school going? Everything is fine here. The government won't let me say what we're doing, but I'm well." He'd end off with a famous quote, and I'd wait for a month to pass before I got another email. My excitement would slowly wither from reading each of these emails. I finally worked up the courage to speak to my mom about how I was feeling. But the moment I brought up my emotions, she changed the subject and found something to keep herself busy with. It was clear that my mom was too busy to listen to me. Again, I wondered how I could be so foolish to think that my mother and father actually cared about me. I was about 13 when I stopped looking for his emails. I stopped reading them. It didn't matter anymore. In my mind, they were spam now. My mom was much busier now. She had taken on another job and she was hardly ever home. She hired a babysitter to take care of me in the evenings. The babysitter and I became good friends, but I soon outgrew her care. I could take care of myself now. I was growing up quickly. As I grew older, things got even worse. I became more and more invisible to my mother. She would only notice me and speak to me when it was absolutely necessary. It made me angry, so I made it necessary for her to speak to me. I started fights at school. The teachers called her in and suspended me. On the drive home, my mom would shout at me and I'd blame her for everything. The heat of those arguments was exactly what I was searching for. It was warm and it showed me that she genuinely cared. It was amazing, but it didn't last long. After a while, she stopped coming to school when I fought. "I'm too busy," she would tell them. When I turned 14, I decided to go against everything that she said. Whatever she wanted or said, I would do the opposite. That's when I started hanging out with the bad boys in the neighborhood. She'd warned me to stay away from them, and that's what drew me right to them. It was fun hanging out with them. They had this kind of carefree life. They did whatever they felt like doing. We spent our afternoons playing practical jokes on the old ladies in the neighborhood, laughing as they chased us away with brooms from their homes. These boys were a lot like me in so many ways. Their parents didn't have time for them. That brought us closer together. Soon, we became our own family. We looked out for each other. It was great to have people care for me again. A year later, my friends and I were bored of the practical jokes. We needed something more thrilling. We started sneaking into people's houses and looking through their things. It was exciting knowing that we were always seconds away from being caught. But even if we did get caught, it was okay. We had a code of silence. We were brothers and we'd always look out for each other. Soon, the sneaking turned into breaking into houses. We kept pushing the boundaries, looking for more ways to get the biggest thrills. Up until that point, it was a game that I enjoyed playing. It was when one of my brothers fell for a girl that things turned ugly. As much as he adored this girl, she wanted nothing to do with him. We laughed about it. "Move on, there are plenty of fish in the sea," we told him, but he wouldn't. "She disrespected me," he said, "and I'm going to teach her a lesson." Hearing him say those words scared me. Seeing the anger in his eyes told me that this time was different. This wasn't a game. We tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't listen. Worst of all, he wanted us to help him teach her a lesson. After reminding us of our brotherly code, we agreed. That night, I couldn't sleep. My stomach was tied up in vicious knots. I didn't want to go ahead with the plan, but I didn't want to upset my brothers. More than ever, I wished I could talk to my mom or my dad. But here I was, alone. What had my life come to? I barely made it through the school day. I was so distracted by my brother's plan. We waited for her in an alleyway near the school. The girl passed this way on her walk home. My job was to lure her into the alley. I saw her walking by and called her. She saw me and smiled, and she started to walk towards me. I lost my nerve. I couldn't do this. "Run! Get out of here!" I screamed. I felt relieved to see her run. But my brothers weren't happy. They made me pay. They beat me up and told me that I was dead to them. I was no longer one of their brothers. "We'll get her without you," he said to me as they left me lying in the alley beaten and bruised. I didn't sleep well that night and skipped school the next day. My mom didn't know and didn't care either. I kept hearing my brother's words in my head. "We'll get her without you." I knew that they were serious, and I knew that they were angry enough to seriously hurt her. I had to do something about it. I went to the police station and told them about my friend's plan. They took me inside the station and sent me over to a detective. He took my statement and asked me lots of questions about the names of my friends and the girl, where we went to school, etc. Then he asked me to give him a minute. Well, I need a cup of coffee. The detective's desk was a mess of files. I decided to help him out. While fixing them up, one of the files caught my attention. I recognized the name. It was my father. I opened it up and there he was. It turns out he wasn't in Argentina. He was here. I took a photo of his address and finished up my interview with the detective. He told me that he'd call my brothers in and give them a good scare. I walked to my dad's house. My mind was racing with so many ideas. Why hadn't my mother told me that he was here? I knocked on the door. It took him a minute to answer, but he did. He was surprised to see me. "Son?" he said. He was a bit of a mess. It looked like he had just woken up. He was unshaven and his clothes were stained. "It's me, Dad. What are you doing here? Did they send you back from Argentina?" He was confused. "Argentina? You work for the Argentinian government," I said. "The work you do protects the people." My dad told me to be quiet. He pulled me into his house. It was an even bigger mess than he was. "You're right, son. I escaped, and they're out to get me. That's why I'm hiding out in this dump. I'm going to need your help. Is your mom still around?" I nodded. "I need $10,000. Call your mom and ask her to send me the money." The more he spoke, the more I could tell that he was lying to me. I listened for a while and told him that I'd come back. I went back to the detective and asked him about my father. "I'm sorry to hear that he's your dad. He's a con man. He's been pulling cons for 15 years now. In and out of jail for the last 7. I couldn't believe it. My head was a blur, filled with all the lies I'd been fed, from my mother and now my father. I felt ashamed, angry, and confused. I was waiting for my mother when she arrived home. It was after 10 p.m. and she was exhausted. She didn't want to talk, but I didn't give her an option. I told her I'd found my dad. "That was someone trying to take advantage of you," she said. But I could tell that she wasn't expecting this. I'd caught her off guard. I kept pushing her for answers. "Everything you told me was a lie." She tried to distract me the way she had always done. As she walked away from me, I said the one thing that had been in my heart all of these years. The one thing that I hadn't said out loud because I was too ashamed to admit it. "What did I do for you to stop loving me?" She stopped then and turned around. She began to cry then. The tears coursed down her face. For the first time in years, she was seeing me, actually seeing me. "I never stopped loving you. I was trying to save you," she said. "From who?" I asked. "From me." She slumped into the corridor, shaking her head. "I was a mess. It's the reason why your father left. He told me that I was too demanding, too clingy. I asked too many questions about where he was and what he was doing. He told me that a doctor friend of his had diagnosed me as crazy if I kept behaving this way. I'd lose you to social services. Eventually, he left. He told me that I was the reason you would grow up without a father. And if I knew what was good for me, I'd leave you alone before I chased you away as well." But that wasn't all. Before he left, he gave me a letter to give you. "I remember that letter," I said. "But you don't know that what I read to you was a lie." I didn't believe her. I didn't believe any of this. I asked her to show me. Reluctantly, she did. The letter said, "Son, got to go, Dad." I read it over and over, and now I started to cry. That was all he had to say? My mom nodded. "I couldn't let him break your heart like that. So I made up a story. I sent you postcards and then emails. I even paid someone I work with to call you and pretend to be your father." My mom explained that the real reason my dad left was that his victims had finally caught up with him. More than 20 people showed up at the house demanding the money that he'd swindled from them. I took on the second job to pay these people back. By next month, I would have paid back every cent that he stole. We both went quiet for a long time. It was a good quiet. It felt warm and honest. "Why didn't you tell me?" I eventually asked. "Your father was very persuasive. He made me believe that I was a bad mother, that my care was actually obsession, and that I would chase you away with my intensity. For years, I've blamed myself. It was safer to tell you a story. It was safer to keep you far away from me." I watched her now. The woman that I had come to hate for reasons I couldn't understand. Now, with her defenses down, crumpled into a heap, I saw the woman that I had loved. The woman who had loved me. All the years of hating her washed away in that moment. I walked over to her and gave her a hug. That hug was like a bridge, connecting me to that 10-year-old version of me. We sat like that for a long time. I hugged her while she cried, and she hugged me back. The next day, we went to the police station and spoke to the detective. My mom had enough evidence of my dad's scams to get him arrested for good. He had spent every cent of the money he had stolen, but that didn't matter. My mom stopped working her second job after she'd finished paying my dad's final debt. We used the free time that she now had to reconnect. The detective was true to his word. He scared my brothers so badly that they stopped messing around. They even stopped talking to each other. They never spoke to me again, but I don't care. Silence has a way of destroying beautiful things. The truth is so much better. The end.
Honey, you're saying it wrong. It's, that was delicious, Mommy. I would like some more. Now come on, say it again. Mom's English accent was just as bad as this advertisement. I knew exactly what I had to do. Blah, 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 blah. Hi, I'm Harper, and I'm one of the biggest television stars. Before I continue, please do like and subscribe. Growing up, I always loved watching TV shows, and it was all because of Mom. She wanted to be an actress but couldn't make it, so she made sure I became one, even though I never really wanted to. I was pretty, so I got a few gigs, and before I knew it, I was acting in several movies and TV shows and became extremely famous. But it wasn't as perfect as it looked.
Mom, can I hang out with Tara? She has a new pool.
There's no point being friends with her, Harper. She's your competition. All of them are. They're just pretending to be nice. When they have what they want from you, they'll pretend like you don't exist. Mom was so insecure, she even homeschooled me so I could attend all the rehearsals, acting classes, and auditions. But when I was 12, I was famous enough to not need any of that. And through a tantrum, I was finally sent to school. And I did very well, or so I thought, because a month later, I found out that Mom would give gifts to the teachers to give me good grades. It was a big scandal, and I was left totally embarrassed. I was back being homeschooled, stuck with my mom, and with no friends at all. Friends are stupid distractions. You have a career to make.
Yeah, you would say that. Unfortunately, you can't buy friends with money.
Ugh, she was the worst. And with time, I started hating her more. We would fight almost every day. All I wanted was to live a normal life, and all she cared about was money. Once, when I was 17, she lied to me to get an audition for a high-paying role that was clearly for someone older than me. She is 15. She's just a little short. Look at her portfolio. She has way more experience than all the other kids here. I couldn't believe she would go this far for money, so I went behind Mom's back and declared on my social media that I would donate a big chunk of my money to charity. Mom had no choice but to agree, since everyone already knew. This is outrageous, Harper. You should have told me before making this dumb decision to give all your money to an army of peasants. How could you hide the truth?
Well, I learned it from the best. Besides, those underprivileged kids need that money more than us.
Why can't you just concentrate on acting and leave the money to me? What's done is done, but there's always a way to fix it, and I will do that whether you like it or not. I didn't care about my mom's empty threats, but I got the shock of my life when she went behind my back and handed over a check with a lesser amount and her signature. It was then that I found out that all of the money was under Mom's name. She was stealing from me. That was the last straw. When I turned 18, I decided to quit acting. You can't! I am still the one that decides whether you can quit or not. Why are you smirking? How dare you behave? I'm not a child anymore. I can decide what I do with my life. Also, I'm suing you for stealing my money. The look on my mom's face was priceless. Mom swore she would take all my money since she drove me around to get the jobs and auditions. I ignored her and packed up my things to move out. I had finally received my own money from my last acting job and was free. You want to know what I did first? I went straight to the beach by my new house with a big tub of ice cream and enjoyed the view. I was ready to live an almost normal life. Well, people still recognized me now and again, but it felt different now because I didn't have to pretend to be happy anymore. But the tabloids had a field day because of my drama. My case against Mom was the headline everywhere, and Mom made it worse by tainting my name on interviews. I can't believe she could do something like this to me. All I've done is put her first. Being a single mom was not easy, and she... I'm sorry. Mom continued this act, and some people took her side. She called me several times to threaten me to come back, but I just blocked her. This was the first time I had to do things by myself, and I was a little scared. Okay, let's do this. Let's see. So this goes here, and the detergent here, and ta-da! Well, that wasn't so difficult. Pfft. I don't know why I was so worried. Just then, the washing machine began shaking like there was a tornado in there, and there was detergent bubbles frothing out of the machine. Did I put in too much detergent? I tried opening the door to check, but my clothes went flying around the room. It took me an entire day to clean up the mess I made. But eventually, I figured out how to use the machine. I had to Google it, but still. Soon it was time to finish high school, and I couldn't be more excited for my new life. But my excitement turned to panic when I entered school and a crowd of kids surrounded me.
Can I please get a picture with you? I'm a huge fan. You are so good in that movie.
Hey, give her some space. The girl took my hand and pulled me away from the crowd. She introduced herself as Ginny, and I thanked her for helping me out. Ginny was one of the sweetest and boldest people I had ever met. She was the head cheerleader at school and super popular. We soon became best friends. Once, Ginny even asked me why I hated acting so much, and I told her about how my mom had forced me to do it and took my money. She's my mom. Isn't she supposed to be the one looking out for me? Well, anyway, all of that is in the past. Now I have this new life, and you, my very good friend.
Excuse me? I am your best friend, and you won't find anyone as cool as me.
I agreed. No one could compare to Ginny. She was the best friend I didn't know I needed. Ginny also introduced me to her boyfriend, Draco. He was one of the most handsome and kindest guys at school. Together, the two helped me set up my new place, and Ginny let me borrow some stuff from her kitchen so I wouldn't waste money buying new ones. She knew I had to save money since the court battles with Mom were still going on, but she never spoke about them. Why are you so good to me?
You're like my sister. What's mine is yours.
While Ginny helped me around at home, Draco was an absolute gem at school. Like, once I needed help with my books, and he magically appeared out of nowhere to carry it for me. And another time during school beach camp, he gave me his jacket because I was cold. Hey, here you go. Can't have you fall sick now, can we? My stomach fluttered as his hands brushed against my shoulders. He was the sweetest. I looked across at Ginny and immediately felt guilty. I can't fall for Draco. That's just wrong. Oh, but he is so cute and sweet. But I couldn't stop thinking about him, so I decided to put my acting skills to good use and pretended that everything was A-okay. I started avoiding Draco, but for some reason he kept showing up wherever I went. And then one day, while I waited for Ginny to get done with her cheer practice, Draco came and sat right next to me. What is he doing here? Harper, I actually have a small favor to ask of you. I tried getting a reservation at this fancy restaurant for Ginny's birthday surprise, but I couldn't. I was wondering if you could use your celebrity status and get a reservation. I know it might sound weird, but it's for Ginny. No, actually, it's quite sweet. I'll see what I can do. I told him we'll go and talk personally to the manager, and he agreed. The next evening, as we walked into the restaurant, Ginny called, asking me if I wanted to join her for a movie, but I refused, saying I was busy. She's at the movies? By the look on his face, it was obvious that he didn't know about Ginny's plan. I wanted to ask him more, but decided against it. It wasn't my place. I spoke to the manager and got a reservation, and he even offered us free dinner that night. But just as we sat down, I could feel something was troubling Draco. Okay, spill. What's on your mind? I don't know. But I think Ginny is gonna break up with me. What? Why? She loves you, dummy. Isn't it obvious? She never tells me where she is, and we hardly go on dates because she's always so busy. We've been together since we were kids. I don't know what I'll do without her. Watching Draco so helpless broke my heart. I don't know what came over me. I instantly put my hand over his. For a moment, our eyes met, and all I could think was kissing him. You don't think it's in my head? Huh? Yeah, I think head is all. I mean, you're right. I don't think I'm feeling too well. Let's leave. We left immediately. But on the ride back home, I couldn't stop thinking about how much he loved her. With Draco still on my mind, I reached my front gate, but to my horror, it was broken. Someone was in my house. I held my keys as a weapon, and then my mom walked into the living room. She had the most evil smile when she saw me. Aw, look at my little baby all grown up, living by herself. Mummy is so proud of you. What? How did you get in here? It's a crime, you know. It's not a crime to come and see my own daughter. What do you want? Why are you here? All in good time, honey. First, tell me, why are you ruining your name? A good thing I followed you around. I would have never seen you flirting with your best friend's boyfriend. I thought you were one of the good ones, but turns out you'll do what it takes to get what's yours, just like your mother. What are you talking about? Mom flashed her phone with a photo of me with Draco from the restaurant, and I was shocked. Oh, not so fast. If you want this to remain a secret, then drop the court case. Give me what's mine, and let's get you back to work. I was turning red with rage. I had had enough with her. I was not flirting with him, and you're the one ruining my name by saying mean things at interviews. I'm not playing your games. Leave. We'll see who your friend believes. Last chance. Come with me or have your friendship ruined. I'd rather be broke than work with you or give you my money again, Mom. She left. I couldn't believe that she would stoop this low to get her way. I knew I had to meet Ginny before Mom did. I know how manipulative she can actually be. I tried calling Ginny, but she was at the movies and didn't answer. So I rushed to Ginny's place to wait for her. But when I got there, she was already home and she wasn't alone. Oh, honey, good thing you're here. I was just showing Ginny these beautiful pictures of you. And what's his name? Draco. The look on Ginny's face was enough to tell me what pictures she was looking at. I thought you were busy, but you were on a date with Draco? Harper, I never thought you would hurt me this way. No, Ginny, it's not what it looks like, I swear. Please believe me. I've seen how you look at him. Are you saying you don't have feelings for Draco? Mom smiled. She had been watching me for months. She knew I was in love with him. I do have feelings for him. I won't lie about that. But I would never act on them, and he would never betray you either. She admits she's in love, and I have proof they were together yesterday. She lied to you. I see the picture, and I know she lied about where she was yesterday, but I believe you, Harper, not her. No wonder she wanted to run away from you. You're pathetic. The look on my mom's face was worth framing. She was too stunned to speak. Dumb girls! One day you'll know that money is the only thing that matters. I feel sorry for you, Mom. Now if you're done, leave. And don't come back. She stomped her heels and walked out, and I ran and hugged Ginny tight. Draco was planning a surprise for your birthday. That's what we were doing there. I'm sorry I lied, but I swear it's the whole truth. I believe you, but I also know that maybe what I'm doing to Draco is wrong. I don't like him as a boyfriend. Maybe we are just better off as friends. My heart broke for her and Draco, but I knew what Ginny was feeling was justified. The next week she broke up with him, and I spent all my time with her. I even went ahead and filed a much-needed restraining order against my mom, but Draco was still on my mind. One day during school, I was trying to reach for a book when someone offered to do it for me. Draco! We got talking, and I asked him how he was doing. I won't lie, it was tough, but I kinda get it.
Ginny was great, and we'll always be friends, but maybe nothing more.
Well, in that case, welcome to the singles club. I got up to leave, but Draco took my arm.
Sorry, Instinct. I was just wondering if you were free tomorrow night. We do have that fancy dinner reservation, remember?
She would love to. I turned around to see Ginny walking in our direction. What are you doing? I figured you're too chicken to ask him out, so I'm doing it for you. Besides, I want him to be someone great, and I miss our group. So Draco, will you date my best friend here?
Oh my god. In all my years, this is the most embarrassed I've been. So that means you don't like me?
I do! I don't! I do! I just... Before I could say another word, my phone rang, telling me that I'd won the case. My mom was finally off my back, and for some reason that made me oddly confident. So where were we?
The dinner. You like me?
Yes, yes, yes to everything. But before we do that, let's catch up for some ice cream. It's been long.
And I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.
Hello, I'm Eric. We got some of your mail. I came to return it.
I just stared at him, dumbstruck, feeling acutely aware of how terrible I looked. Just then, Meredith pushed me out of the way.
Hey, thanks. You're such a lifesaver. Haven't seen you around before.
I just moved into the house across the street.
The big white one with the quadruplets?
Yeah, they're my brothers.
What? No, they can't be related to you. They're very unattractive.
Meredith, can't you ever sugarcoat anything?
I am sugarcoating. Did I call them ugly ogres?
I am so sorry.
It's okay. People have this reaction often. I'll see you girls around.
He flashed his beautiful smile at us and then left.
Wow, Eric stole his brother's luck, the schoolboy's luck, the neighborhood boy's luck, and his mother's and his father's luck, and the whole town's.
I agree. He's beautiful. I hope he's smart and funny and kind too. I'm sure he is. I'd never believed in love at first sight till I met Eric. Okay, maybe love is an exaggeration, but I was crushing on him hard. Freddie, how does this purple dress look on me?
Claire, what the? You can't just come in without knocking? What if I wasn't wearing a towel?
Well, you are, so unclench your butt. Now, what do you think about the dress?
Hey, Freddie, I want your opinion on this red dress. Oh, hi, Claire. I didn't know you were here.
Have some respect for my privacy.
What are you talking about? Actually, I don't care. Now tell me, I look hot, right? Of course I look hot. I could wear a potato sack and I'd look hot. I can do hot in my sleep.
What's the dress for?
The party at Eric's place? What, did you think you're the only one who got invited?
The red's a bit much for a casual housewarming party, no?
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a second date dress. Thanks, I'll look for something else. And your dress looks lovely.
I am not your sister, and you can't treat me like this. I am a man.
Okay, thanks for the news flash. Come on, Claire, let's go before Freddie has a heart attack.
The party was coming up soon, but I knew there would be many guests, and I wouldn't really get a chance to talk to Eric then. So I decided to drop by to borrow some sugar one evening. But my heart sank when I spotted Meredith and Eric in the kitchen, and they were kissing. I couldn't believe that witch. It was so obvious I was crushing on Eric, wasn't it?
Can you give me some mashed potatoes, Claire?
I lifted a spoonful and threw it straight at her face.
Claire, what the heck?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't want them on your face? You should have been clearer then.
You got a problem with me?
What a genius. Since you're so smart, I'm sure you already knew I liked Eric, but you went after him anyway. Yeah, I saw you two kissing.
Oh my god, what? You like Eric? I had no idea. You should have been clearer too.
Cut it out, okay? You knew.
Did not.
Okay, so now that you know, will you stop seeing him?
No, duh.
Are you really into him?
Not really. I barely know him, but he's cute and rich and he likes me. You did see that he was kissing me back, right?
I flung another dollop of mashed potato straight in her eye and stormed off. Fine, that jerk could have Eric. I wasn't even gonna go to the party now. But on the night of the party, when I heard music floating from across the street, I couldn't help myself. Eric had just known Meredith for 2 days. This battle wasn't over yet. I knew I looked smoking hot as I marched up to Eric and Meredith in her stupid red dress. She looked furious to see me before she turned sickly sweet.
Oh, hi. I thought you were unwell and not coming, honey. How are you doing now, honey?
I'm good, honey. How are you, honey?
I'm great, honey. Do you like my honey, honey?
What honey? Honey?
The honey, honey.
I see no honey. Honey?
What's happening here?
Don't worry about it. Let's go get some honey, honey.
We don't have any honey, Meredith.
Honey! You ruined it. You should have ended the sentence with honey.
Don't mind her, Eric. You already know she's rude, and she has a vile temper. She once tried stealing money from an old lady and kicked her hard when she resisted.
Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Eric, did you know that Claire is so dumb? I told her when we were kids that if she ate bluebells, her eyes would turn blue like mine. She ate a bunch and then pooped her pants in school.
Didn't Meredith tell you she used to fart in the neighbor's jacuzzi just because they said they liked me more than her? It went on for a month.
Oh, how about the time you dropped Mom's toothbrush in the toilet and just put it right back? Imagine someone being so awful to their own mother.
Meredith has a boyfriend who works in a mental institution, and he steals the patient's clothes from there for her. Imagine doing that to sick people.
Claire keeps acting like she doesn't know her best friend is in love with her, and she keeps using him for his money.
What? Are you talking about Fred? I've never used him, and he's not in love with me.
Oh, please. A blind person can see Freddie's been in love with you since day one.
Shut up!
You shut up!
How about you shut the heck up?
Not till you shut up first!
I pushed Meredith out of my way, but I ended up pushing a little too hard and she crashed straight into the punch bowl. She got up and charged me, and we landed straight on the food table. As Eric was trying to pull us apart, Freddie suddenly ran in.
Claire, Meredith, stop! Your mom, she isn't okay. You gotta come now.
We ran outside to see Mom unconscious and being wheeled into an ambulance. Since Freddie's dad was a neurosurgeon, he took Mom's case and ran tests for weeks to discover that she had some inflammation in her brain for unknown reasons, which had sent her into a coma. Freddie's dad decided to enter her name in a clinical trial for rare brain diseases since she met all the criteria. But what's it gonna cost us?
We take one pro bono case for the trial, but there will still be other hospital expenses. And you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
We had to contact our grandparents, but to our surprise, Mom didn't even have their numbers saved in her phone. All we had was a framed picture with their names signed at the back. Freddie offered to hire a private investigator, and within a week, he said they'd been found and were flying over to see us. But I couldn't help noticing as they got out of the cab that they didn't look rich at all.
Those paupers are our grandparents?
They're definitely the people from the picture.
Why do Grandma's shoes look like something out of a museum? And Grandpa's coat is missing 3 buttons.
The old lady hobbled towards us and hugged us tight.
Oh, girls, it's so good to see you. We had no idea we had granddaughters till yesterday.
You look nothing like our son, though.
Your son? No, we're your daughter's kids.
Oh, honey, we don't have a daughter. The private investigator who tracked us down did say our daughter was looking for us, but we just assumed that was our son who ran away from home 18 years ago. He was always saying he'd change into a woman one day.
What? Our mom used to be a man?
No, this is crazy. Look at this picture. Does this woman look anything like your son?
Our son is ugly, and I remember this woman. Alfred, you remember this beautiful lady came to stay at our motel many years ago? She disappeared suddenly one night, and the next day some mafia men turned up looking for her.
Ah, yes. Those men kept turning up for weeks. They seemed like bad news. I'm happy to hear the lady is okay.
So, you're not her parents? Then why does she have this picture of you guys?
She took it from the motel. I don't know why. I'm so tired, dear. Can I rest for a little while?
No, if you're not our rich grandparents, you gotta go. Taxi!
Meredith sent them packing immediately, and we just stood staring at each other.
When was Mom in a motel? And why were there bad men after her?
She told us all our lives these random people are our grandparents. What else has she been lying about? Apparently, a lot of things. When we checked out if she had any health insurance, she couldn't be found in the system. I went to the diner where she'd been working for years to see if the manager could help, only to find out that no one there had ever seen her. We had no clue where she'd been going all this time while she was pretending to work, or where she got her salary from. Meredith and I tore up Mom's room looking for more clues. We didn't find anything in the closets or under the bed, but I pulled the rug away and came across a loose floorboard. We pried it open to find a laptop and so many fake IDs and passports, all belonging to Mom. Oh my God.
Mom? As a French redhead?
Her hair is black here, and she's Swedish. We opened the laptop, but we couldn't get past the security code. We asked Freddie to come over and told him everything. And when he went over the laptop, he let out a low whistle.
Whoa, this is heavy encryption and insane firewalls. Is your mom from the CIA or something? Have you ever seen her using this laptop?
Yeah, I have once, but she told me she borrowed it from a friend to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Who is this woman?
We really had no idea, except that her hair dye started fading soon, and we discovered she was a natural blonde. We still desperately needed the money and contemplated selling the house, but we couldn't even find any documents for it. For the first time in my life, I felt overwhelmed and completely out of ideas. Then one night, as Meredith and I were sitting on the porch, Freddie joined us, looking grim.
I need to tell you guys something about the clinical trial. There's only a 50% chance that your mom will get the drug that could make her well.
What do you mean? Doesn't everyone get the drug?
No, half the patients get a placebo drug. Oh God, I did something really wrong. I checked the files of everyone on the clinical trial, and your mom has been assigned the placebo drug. She's not gonna get the treatment.
So that's it? We're just gonna sit back and watch, knowing there's no chance of her getting better? Make your dad give her the drug!
I can't. Dad would lose his medical license if anyone thought he interfered with the trial.
Then why did you even tell us, Freddie?
Freddie looked at me silently. He told us because he and his dad can't do anything, but we can.
Whatever you plan, I can't be part of it, but you have to do it soon. The trial starts next week.
Thank you, Freddie. You don't know what this means to us.
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
For the first time, I saw what had maybe been so obvious all along. Freddie was in love with me, and I was about to use it to my advantage. Hey, it's Juniper, the rhyming whiz. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved poems. It all started with my amazing grandma and her incredible library. People would line up just to catch a glimpse. But when I turned 13, something really bad happened. My grandma left us, and because of a big business loss, my parents had to close down the library she loved so much. It was heartbreaking to see her special books being sold off. I felt so sad and lost without her and the library. Life went on, but one day, I spotted a real gem, my grandma's collector's edition book of Emily Dickinson's poems. I knew I had to get it to honor her memory. OMG, OMG. Mom, Dad, I need to have this. Please, please. It's pretty expensive. I know you want this because it once belonged to your grandma, but honey, we can't afford this. And you're just 16. Do something fun, like some TikTok dances. Isn't poetry like watching grass grow? I knew Mom and Dad would never understand my love for poetry, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. I took every job I could, from mowing lawns like a boss to delivering newspapers. I was working hard. One day, while I was sweating like crazy, Mrs. Peterson, our neighbor, approached me with an offer I just couldn't refuse, to babysit her toddler son, Tim, but I was a bit unsure. While Tim was as cute as a button, his older brother Jim was a handful. We were in the same class, and that dude had a special talent for getting into sticky situations with his failed magic tricks. But beggars can't be choosers, so I accepted the job. So there I was, babysitting like a pro, changing Tim's diapers and trying to keep Jim out of trouble. And one day, Jim called for help, all tangled up in chains while attempting a magic trick. I helped him out of the tangled mess, all the while laughing my heart out. You really need to be careful with your magic, Mr. Magician.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But you know, it's all part of the magic charm. How about being my assistant? Every magician needs one.
One day in the library, I was reading a poem, and Jim looked over.
What's so fascinating about those words?
Poetry is like a secret language of feelings and thoughts. It's like life in a nutshell, bro. You should try it. And he did. For the first time, I had a friend who showed interest in poetry, and I appreciated it. One day, Jim and I were hanging out at the bowling alley, and he went to get me some water. Right then, something totally unexpected happened. Aaron, of all people, came over to me. I'm not gonna lie, my heart was literally racing with excitement. But what he said next shocked me.
What are you doing here with Jim the Dim? Shouldn't you be with someone like me?
Did he really have to? No way I was gonna just stand there and listen to him diss my bestie. Hey, don't call my friend that.
Just look. He's so dumb. He couldn't even figure out how to get water without making a total fool of himself. What an idiot.
Whatever. At least he's not a jerk like you. Bug off, Aaron. Once Jim finally returned with a water bottle, he could tell something was up just by looking at my face.
Hey, what's going on here? Is he bothering you? Back off, loser. Can't you see we're having a little chat here? She is my friend. If you're bothering her, you're bothering me too.
That's right. We're a team, so just back off and let us enjoy. Aaron's face turned redder than a chili pepper at a hot sauce convention as he walked away, and I realized he's definitely not the guy I thought he was. I mean, sure, he's hot, but I should have known better. The dude's got a black belt in meanness. Lesson learned. Next time, check for both hotness and kindness before developing a crush. But the next day at school, when I saw Jim, I was stunned. He had a black eye. What the what? Who did this?
It's nothing. I fell from—
Don't you dare give me that fell from the stairs. Spill the beans. What happened?
I got into a fight with Aaron.
He did that? Oh, I am so gonna teach that jerk a lesson. Saying that, I ran to the parking lot where I knew Aaron always hung out with his goonies, and the moment I saw him, I threw a punch at him that left him stunned.
You'll regret this, Juniper. I'll make you pay. How? By hitting a girl? You're worse than I thought you were, Aaron. Back off, Jim. It's between Juniper and me now. So, Junie, you think you're tough? Yes, she is. Want to see how tough she is? Let's settle this with a rap battle. Yeah, I know you've been preparing for it. So, Aaron, are you up for the challenge? 'Cause Juniper destroyed you here, and she's gonna destroy you there, too.
Bet I will. I'm not afraid of you, Aaron.
We'll see about that. But just so you know, if I win, you'll have to go on a date with me.
No way.
Oh, you will. And if I lose, I promise I'll apologize to Jim in front of the entire school. Fair deal, right?
Bring it on. As Aaron walked away with his friends, reality hit me hard. I had just agreed to a rap battle with Aaron, and if I lost, I'd have to go on a date with him. While I would have been thrilled about the idea before, now that I knew Aaron was a jerk, I had zero interest. Jim, I don't know if I can do this.
Juniper, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. But think about it. The cash prize is a whopping $5,000. We can split it. You can finally get those poetry books you've been dreaming of, and well, I can perhaps get that PlayStation 5. My mom's been denying forever.
His words sparked a glimmer of hope within me. Maybe, just maybe, I could pull this off. All right, let's do this. And so, we went all in, writing and rehearsing like crazy. Aaron and his crew seemed just as determined, and we saw them often practicing at the nearby park every day after school. One rainy afternoon, as I was on my way home, I was about to slip in a puddle, but Aaron caught me just in time.
Careful there.
I didn't need you to rescue me. Even though I didn't want to, we both ended up finding shelter under a small roof, and there, I felt a bit uneasy. It was a tight space, and we had to stand close, making the situation all the more awkward.
I never thought I'd be stuck in the rain with my archenemy's BFF.
I don't know why you think he's your enemy. Jim's an amazing guy. It's you who's a grump all the time.
Just like everyone else. You also probably think I'm just a jerk.
Duh.
You think you've got it all figured out, huh?
Well, I've got it figured out that the tough guy act you put on, it's to keep others away. You know, you don't have to be a meanie all the time.
Whatever. It's just that things at home aren't good. Everything feels like a mess.
Well, everyone has problems, Aaron. I guess it's time you realize that and perhaps show people the goodness in you.
You're weird. You know that?
Takes one to know one, I guess. As Aaron and I kept talking, I realized he wasn't so bad after all. Once the rain finally eased up, we both went our separate ways, but I couldn't help but feel a newfound understanding for Aaron. As the days passed, I saw a new side of Aaron, and it amazed me. One time, I spotted him helping a stray dog find its way home, and another time, he even shared his lunch money with a classmate in need. One day, I noticed Aaron leaving school in a hurry, forgetting his phone. I chased after him on my bicycle, school and found him at a hospital, sitting in a room and crying. Hey, Aaron.
What are you doing here?
You left your phone at school. Is everything okay? You seem upset.
It's none of your business. This is my mom. She's been in a coma for a long time. I come here every day to see her.
Oh my God, I had no idea. I hope things get better for you.
Yeah, thanks.
From that day on, I saw Aaron in a totally new light. And when I told Jim about how Aaron's mom was sick, without revealing the part that I spoke to him, he just rolled his eyes.
That guy's a phony. Don't believe everything you hear, Juniper.
Jim hated Aaron, but I guess I had started to have feelings for him. One day, at lunchtime when Jim wasn't around, Aaron approached me.
Hey, Juniper. Want to catch a movie together? Barbie's playing. I heard it's hilarious.
Sure. Why not? But just as friends, right? But Barbie? Are you sure?
Absolutely. I know you'll love it. If you love it, I'm sure I'll love it. I'm talking too much. See ya.
Day of the movie arrived, and I had come up with a plan to watch Barbie with Aaron without Jim knowing. I told Jim I was feeling sick and needed to rest, which wasn't entirely a lie because I felt butterflies in my stomach at the thought of spending time with Aaron. At the cinema, Aaron and I laughed our hearts out at the silly scenes in Barbie. It was so fun. But as we left the cinema, I was in for a surprise. Jim was standing there looking heartbroken and hurt.
Juniper, you lied to me. I thought we were supposed to be best friends, and here you are with Aaron of all people?
It's not what you think, Jim. Aaron is a really nice guy.
Juniper, please. This guy, he's a snake. Hey, dude, I'm standing right here. You better shut that mouth. You shut up and stay away from Juniper.
Before I knew it, Jim threw a punch at Aaron and knocked him on the ground. I was shocked. Are you crazy, Jim? What's gotten into you? You hurt him badly.
But Juniper, you're my friend. You're supposed to be on my side.
Jim, I'll be friends with whoever I want. I can't stay around you. It's like I don't even know who you are. I then helped Aaron up and walked him home. He could have pressed charges against Jim, but he didn't, which was very kind of him. In the days that followed, Jim tried to contact me many times, but I wasn't ready to talk to him yet. It felt like everything was spinning out of control, and I needed some time to sort out my feelings. So, on the day of the rap battle, instead of participating, I messaged Jim that I wouldn't be joining. All he replied with was a simple okay. Feeling torn and anxious, I decided to at least visit the rap battle to see Aaron perform and support him, but what I saw there left me shook. Jim was trying his best, but Aaron, he was killing it, and not in a good way.
Hey, Jimbo, you lost your friend. Now you're on your own. My tricks played well. She fell for my lies. What a surprise. To the cinema. Took her. She didn't know. Faked about my mom. Perfect sorrowful show. She thought I'd changed, but it was just a facade. Remember that call? I tipped you off. So odd. To gain her sympathy, I took a punch so tough. Now she's on my hook. My power to show it's enough.
My emotions went wild as I heard Aaron's hurtful words. Seeing Jim's pained expression, it hit me hard. He was right about Aaron's tricks. It all clicked. He had done the whole nice guy act to distract me from the rap battle. He messed with the wrong girl. Without even thinking, I jumped on the stage next to Jim. Jim, my buddy, you know I got your back. Through thick and thin, we never lack. Fake friends leave, but we stand tall. Bonds unbreakable, never gonna fall. They're just haters, but we're the real deal, and that's all. As for you, Aaron, you're a fake, always playing games. Lies, manipulation, it's all the same. Emily Dickinson said, tell the truth but tell it slant. But your lies won't fool me, they won't enchant. With Jim, I stand firm, your tricks won't grant. Hearing this, Jim jumped up and down and hugged me tight.
I knew you'd come.
I had to. Now come on, let's win this thing. Jim and I were doing amazing. We were spitting verses in the mic like we were on fire. In the end, it was us against Aaron and his gang, and I decided to bring my A game and finish him once and for all. But before I could speak, Jim took the mic and left me totally blown.
You call my friend naive, but let me retort. She's like a rainbow, shining bright, never short. Like twinkle, twinkle, little star, she'll reach for the sky, while you're stuck in the dark, telling lie after lie. Life's a journey, not a devious scheme. In the little engine that could, she follows her dream. She'll rise and shine while you're left in the dark. With no true friends, no real spark.
The rap battle ended. Jim dropped the mic, leaving Aaron speechless. OMG, how did you do that?
Learned from you, Juniper.
In the end, we totally nailed it and won the cash prize. As Aaron tried to get off the stage, I quickly called out his name. Hey, Aaron, remember the deal? Apologize to Jim in front of everyone. Come on, yeah, come back on stage. Aaron's face turned red as a tomato, and like a kid who was punished, he took the mic and apologized to Jim. Now that was a mic drop. Once we left the venue, Jim took me straight to the bookshop where my grandma's book was.
Get that poetry book you've always wanted.
But it's not just my money. We both won.
you get part 2.
No, I wanted to win just for you, Juniper.
OMG, you're the best friend ever, Jim. Remember, true friends got your back, no matter what. Fake people and lies can't break real friendship. Trust your buddies.
Hi, my name is May, and I live in Florida. My parents were both lawyers, so they were mostly away for work, and that left me alone with my little sister June. June was a little different from other kids because she didn't have an arm below her left elbow, but I never let her feel any less about herself because of that. Growing up, I made sure she was loved to bits, especially with my parents being away often. I took care of everything, from feeding her, bathing her, to taking her out for rides. But then once when she was 4, Mom took us to the shopping mall. While Mom was in the changing room, another woman with a little kid came there, and the kid started screaming when he saw June.
Freak! She's a freak! She's so scary, Mommy. She's gonna eat me just like she ate her arm.
OMG, this kid was frickin' crazy. I immediately tried to hush him so June wasn't scared, but then his mom went all bonkers on me. How dare you lay a hand on him, you crazy girl? My baby is all scared. That made me so mad.
That's enough, you ugly lady. There's nothing wrong with my sister, and you people should be the ones to leave because you're morons.
Mom rushed us out of there before I made a bigger scene, but June always looked sad after that incident, and that's when I had an idea. I asked Mom and Dad to get a prosthetic arm for June, and they agreed.
Oh, wow! This is so cool. Now I look just like you, May.
She hugged me tight, and I was the happiest to see her smile. Soon after, she joined her new school, but on the very first day, she came out crying when we went to pick her up. June, what's wrong? What happened?
The other kids, they laughed at my arm and made fun of me. I don't want to go back, ever.
It's okay. You can come with me to my school. We have a section for younger kids there. You'll be fine. I'll be there with you. Later, when we reached home, June said she didn't want anyone at the new school to know about her arm, so she was going to wear full-sleeved clothes and gloves all the time. But June, there's nothing wrong with you.
May, please, just keep this a secret. Promise you will.
And of course, I agreed. A few days later, when she joined my school, she looked quite happy after blending in with the kids just fine. And I made sure to check up on her once in a while. Grades passed by, and then one day, as I was watching her from the window outside her class, I suddenly lost my balance and tripped, but someone caught me just in time. It was my senior, Matt. He was known in school for being a math genius. Thanks. I would have fallen so hard if it wasn't for you. I wouldn't have let that happen. I'm Matt, and you don't look like a kid, so what are you doing in the junior section? Oh, I was just keeping an eye on my little sister. I'm May from 10th grade, by the way. Okay, May from 10th grade. Do you want to grab some lunch? Whoa, that was sudden, but sure. We had lunch together, and I had a really great time talking with him. I was looking forward to it again. But the next day, a senior girl showed up instead of Matt and splashed a full cup of coffee in my face. You witch. This is your last warning. Stay away from my boyfriend or else. Are you crazy? And who's your boyfriend anyway? Oh, don't act so innocent now. I know you're trying to steal Matt away, but I won't let that happen on my watch. Well, you're crazy to think that. We just had lunch once. I don't even know him that well. Oh, and you had lunch with him without knowing him, you witchy gold digger. Oh my God, she was a psycho. Before I could even reply, she jumped onto me. We both broke into a wild fight and ended up in a pile of food on the food counter. And we ended up in detention. But the very next day, I found June crying in the playground as Jessie and her friends were dumping all the things from her bag into the garbage bin. She was getting back at me by bullying my sister now? I marched up to her furiously and pulled her hair, and she turned around and attacked me. Luckily, the principal walked by just then, and when she found out what Jessie was doing, she suspended her for 3 weeks. When Matt heard about this, he came running to me and explained everything. I'm so sorry about Jessie, May. We broke up months ago, but she just won't accept it. I was just really happy to hear he wasn't dating that witch. I really enjoyed Matt's company, and he sure enjoyed mine. I even went to watch all his quiz competitions, and once after he won, he came running to me. May from 10th grade?
I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend?
OMG! Everyone stood there in shock, and I gasped as I said, "Yes, of course, Matt." He picked me up in his arms, and we kissed like no one was watching. It felt like I was on cloud 9. I was so excited that I went straight to June to tell her. But just as we reached there, I saw June push someone to the ground. "June, what are you doing?" As soon as she saw me, she came running to me. "Oh, May, those mean girls were pushing me around, so I just pushed them back. You told me to be strong, right? Did I do something wrong?" "Oh, no, June. You stood up for yourself. I'm proud of you. But they're saying they'll report me to the principal. Am I in trouble?" "Oh, no, you're not. You just wait right here." I went straight to the kids and screamed, "If any of you says anything to my sister, I'm gonna toss you like juggling balls in the air. Got it?" The kids nodded in horror, and June and I high-fived as we left. And then I told her about Matt, and she had the best reaction. After that, Matt and I started hanging out together all the time. On my 15th birthday, Matt decided to throw me a huge party at his house, and I had so much fun there. We danced till our feet hurt, but by the time I reached home, it was pretty late. I saw June sleeping on the couch, and there was a cake on the table and balloons all over the walls. Then I gently woke her up. "Hey, sweetie, I'm so sorry it got so late." "May, you're back." And then she looked at the clock, all sad. "It's 12:45. Your birthday is over. Where were you? We always celebrated together." And she furiously walked away from me. I felt so terrible. I totally forgot she must be waiting to surprise me. So I decided to make it up to her. I planned a theme park trip for the 3 of us, and June was super excited about it. When we reached there, the first thing she wanted was ice cream, but the stall was really crowded. "Matt, just stay with her for a while I go get us some ice cream, okay?" He held her hand tight and nodded, but when I returned, I was shocked to see that June was lost and Matt was looking for her. "Matt, how could you be so careless? I told you." She was right here holding my hand, and then she just slipped through. I don't know how. "Forget it. Just help me look for her now." We looked for her for hours, and with each passing minute, I was getting crazy anxious. Then 3 hours later, I received a call on my phone, and it was June. She was calling from some phone booth. When we got there, we saw June covered in mud and crying like crazy. "Oh, May. Oh my God, June, what happened? Who?" "After you left, some woman pulled me away. I called out to Matt so loud, but he didn't even notice. I don't know where she was taking me, but I escaped from the car when she stopped for fuel. I'm so scared, May. Please take me home." I turned to Matt. "I should have never trusted you with my sister. What was I even thinking?" Matt tried to explain, but I just took June's hand and stormed out of there. When we got home, I got June all cleaned up and even slept with her to make her feel safe. The next day when we went to school, June asked me to forgive Matt, first thing. "It wasn't his fault, you know. Let's look for him and make things up." June was right. Maybe I overreacted. We looked for him around the school, but then I found him kissing Jessie in the backyard. "Matt, you cheater! How could you?" His face turned white as a ghost.
"May, I can explain. This isn't what it looks like."
"Oh, it's exactly what it looks like. Just shut up. And Matt, we're done. I don't ever want to see your face again." He tried to run after me, but the witch Jessie stopped him, and honestly, I didn't care. June hugged me while I cried my heart out. "What a jerk. He doesn't deserve you, May. It's okay. I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you. Please don't cry." The next few days were hard for me, but June tried her best to make me smile and even brought me hot chocolate in bed. She was the sweetest. But at school, Matt was trying to follow me again. So I just went into the girls' room and locked myself in a stall to escape. As I waited there, I suddenly heard familiar voices. June and Jessie? Are you crazy? Why did you talk to me in front of everyone? May could have seen us. I wanted to thank you, but I'm also really curious. Why did you help me? May's your sister, after all. That's none of your business. You got what you wanted. Now just get lost and don't talk to me again. And she just stormed out. I couldn't believe my ears. My own sister helped my boyfriend get back with his ex? But why? As I slammed the door open, Jessie looked shocked. You witch! You used my innocent sister to get my boyfriend? I pulled her by her collar, but she just pushed me aside and cackled like a witch.
Innocent? It was your sister's idea. Go on, ask her. Like I'd believe her. But I had to ask June what was going on.
I followed June around the hallway, and what I found shook me. I saw her snatch another kid's lunch and push her to the ground.
You dumbo. No lunch for you until you complete my homework.
Oh, God. Who was this girl? What are you doing, June? You pretended to be bullied in front of me, but you were the bully this entire time? No, wait, I can explain. I even heard you talking to Jessie in the bathroom. I heard everything. What's wrong with you? As I turned away from her, she held my hand and tried to stop me, but I just shook it away from her. As I did, her prosthetic arm detached and fell to the ground. Everyone around us gasped and started whispering, "Oh my God, look at her hand." Wow, the big bully is actually a big weirdo. Oh my God. I stepped forward to help June, but she just picked up her arm and ran away crying. I wanted to follow her, but I was also so furious. When I reached home and my anger calmed down, I went to check on her, but she wouldn't open the door. Ugh, she was so stubborn. The next day at school, I heard kids whispering about June, calling her a cyborg and a robot. OMG, I had to find June. I knew she wouldn't be taking it well. I looked for her in the classroom, but she wasn't there. And then, as I was passing by the gym, I heard her shout. I looked in to see Jessie and some of June's classmates tossing her prosthetic arm around and laughing.
Just wanted to check if the rumors were true.
You are a freak. Give that back before I kill you.
I'd like to see you try.
Before I could jump at her, someone held me back. It was Matt, and standing next to him was the gym teacher looking furious. He screamed at Jessie and the kids that he'd get them expelled and marched them straight to the principal's office. June, are you okay?
Oh, May, Matt, thank you for saving me. And I'm sorry, you guys, for everything.
I'm sorry too. It was because of me that the kids knew about your arm. But June, why did you bully them in the first place?
Because I was scared. After I was bullied at my previous school, I didn't want to be hurt again. So I had to be the bully, like the cool kids.
But June, that's wrong. These kids aren't even cool. They're evil. Look what they did to you. Also, you turned against me and Matt too. Why?
Because you were replacing me with Matt, so I just wanted to get rid of him.
At the theme park, he didn't let go of me.
I ran away, and I asked Jessie to kiss him. I just wanted you to break up with him and love me.
Oh, June, of course I love you. You're my little sister. Nobody can ever replace you. But I love Matt too, and you have to understand that.
I do now, and I'm sorry for everything. Please forgive me.
Suddenly, Matt looked at me, and we hugged her together. We forgive you.
Hi cuties, my name is Amy, and get ready to dive into the drama that is my life, a real-life soap opera that even Shakespeare would have loved to write. But first, hit the like and subscribe button. Now we can start. You know those apparently perfect families where the father is a smiling, rich businessman, and the mom is a lovely housewife who does everything for her two blonde, pink-cheeked, perfect teeth children? Yeah, me neither. Ever since I can remember, in my life, it was only me and my mom, Margot. My mom loved me, but when it came to my dad, she made every effort to delete any trace of him. And she did a darn good job. Mom, I was wondering if my dad...
What dad? Here, have a bag of candies.
It was always like that with Mom. Have a bag of that. Or keep this sock of chocolates. Or look, that marshmallow looks like Grandma Teresa. So, instead of finding out anything about him, I just gained a lot of weight. Eventually, I stopped asking. Even my mom understood that something was off with me when instead of playing with our neighbor's kids outdoors, I spent all my time locked in my room reading books alone. At some point, she must have thought that I needed a father figure, which was true, and decided to get one for me. Unfortunately, her dating life was so disastrous that it probably made Cupid consider early retirement. For real, it was the same thing over and over again. It went like this.
Amy, please let me introduce you to, insert name, my new boyfriend. We love each other so much.
Of course, 2 weeks later, there we were, indulging in a second bowl of ice cream and watching Titanic, with her sobbing uncontrollably on my shoulder. Jack, take me with you.
We were supposed to stay together forever.
Mom, you met him like a month ago.
The best month of my life.
But honestly, my mom had a PhD in ruining her relationships. All of her boyfriends had a lifespan shorter than a goldfish's memory. She would get bored of them and then do something to sabotage the relationship. And then, magically, it was always their fault. Antonio the chef seemed like a perfect candidate because who wouldn't want a dad who can whip up 5-star meals? But then,
can you believe it? He left me alone all night to go to a restaurant by himself, choosing puff pastry over me.
Huh. Mom, he works there. Then there was Marcin. I thought a cop would keep us safe, right? But
I was expecting a rose or diamond, but he
gifted me a police scanner. And Philip, I always dreamt of a dad who could always make us laugh, but
he couldn't stay serious for 10 minutes straight.
Well, today, he's the world's most famous comedian. I was already abandoning the idea of having a stepfather when my mom came back home one day with a new surprise. This time, though, I felt something was different, and I was right.
Here, love, this is Ben. Benjamin, this is my daughter, Amy.
What a lovely fairy I see. Am I welcome into your manor, my fair maiden?
That man was not like the others. Ben looked older, with such a fine white beard and mustache, and those small round spectacles that made him look like some woodsman from old stories. In my mind, a dad had always been similar to him in appearance. Surprisingly, Ben actually became a father to me, and he really knew how to show me his love. Like that time when I got an A+ in mathematics, and Ben recited a poem he had written for me.
Here is the smartest of my muses, the shiniest of my lights, a new Pythagoras in disguise.
Nobody had ever appreciated me so much. Or that time, December 16th, when I came back home after a full day at school, only to find the hall full of fat-bearded guys, and Ben in the middle of them shouting toward me.
Surprise! Happy birthday to our fairy!
Those were Ben's friends from the War Games Club. I didn't expect any birthday celebration because Mom had always forgotten it herself. But now she was there too, right in the middle of them. Could Ben have changed her so much? Ben, I have no words.
It's only my duty to make you smile, my fair maiden.
I hugged him the strongest I could and started crying like a baby. Sir Benjamin, I love you. I had finally found a father after 10 years of my life, and we were like a real happy family. It felt like a dream. And like in every dream, at a certain point, I had to wake up. A few years later, Mom started receiving strange phone calls in the middle of the night. She would pick up quietly like a thief and go to the bathroom to speak as any guilty teenager would. Once, I caught her coming out of the bathroom with a suspicious smile on her face. Who was it?
Oh, just some friend. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry? I make a living out of worrying. I knew something was wrong. The calls suddenly stopped, but the signs were still there. Why would Mom be sending herself those goofy bouquet cards decorated with plastic roses?
Can't I buy nice things for myself?
Not to mention the gold-sprayed aluminum ring I found she was wearing out of the blue after a life of hating rings and necklaces.
It's just part of my midlife crisis.
Or the giant heart-shaped balloon we suddenly had in the main hall, glittery as a disco ball and red as love or hell.
Wrong address. Or maybe the wind brought it here.
Yeah, like I'm that dumb. Then one morning I was sick at home, searching in my mom's bedroom for her laptop, ready to consume my eyes in yet another Harry Potter marathon. Where is it? At the old laptop. What is this? There was a letter on my mom's nightstand. Strange. I haven't seen the postman in a while.
My love, I'm like a lost sock just looking for its match.
Ew, so cheesy. When Mom got back home that night, I confronted her. How could you do this, Mom?
Amy, I can explain.
Ben is the only dad I have ever had, and you're betraying him.
If you would only let me talk, please.
I don't want to listen to you anymore, Mom. I'm tired of you and your... MSA won't let me say the next word, but you can imagine what I mean. I wasn't gonna let her ruin our relationship with Ben. I had to act fast. So the next day, I went to confront that homewrecker, getting his address from the letter. I rang the doorbell nonstop. Open up!
What the?
The man was about to blow up, but when he saw me, surprise filled his eyes.
Ah, you, please, come in.
That mysterious man looked like a retired rock star, or an extra from Pirates of the Caribbean. He invited me inside his great villa, which was full of instruments. Look, whoever you are, my mom's with someone else. Just leave us alone. Don't mess up our lives. I've barely found my dad, and you?
What if I told you I'm your real dad?
His words hit me like a mute button.
I was eager to meet you again, but your mom thought you weren't ready.
Of course, he could have been lying, but somehow I knew he wasn't. My father disappeared when I was a child.
Amy, I'm really sorry. Things got messed up between your mom and me back then, but I'm here now.
and I want to be part of your life.
I was left completely speechless. My mom soon joined us. Mom looked truly happy after all those years. She told me she hadn't connected with anyone else because she wasn't over Dad and only wished for him to stay with us. Of course, I was thrilled about having my real dad with me again. But then, a sudden doubt fell upon me like a spaceship out of fuel. But Ben, he already knows everything, and he still wants to be a part of your life. We can be a big family. So, just like that, I went from having no dad to having two. You would think it's like winning the lottery twice, but not quite. I felt overwhelmed and with a great weight on me. Before, I didn't have to worry about disappointing anyone, but now I had two dads who had high expectations of me, and let's say they weren't too fond of each other.
Luke, lower the volume. Amy's studying. Oh, just jamming out, man. Rockstar practice, you know? Oh, wow. But I thought rock and roll had been dead for a long time. Good music never dies. Besides, aren't you obsessed with knights and things from hundreds of years ago? Oh, absolutely. But unlike your music, knights never go out of style.
Come on, guys, if you really think about it, rock stars and knights have a lot in common. Like, both loved leather and dying young. But while some wore armor and swords, the others used guitars and a lot of hairspray. That made a lot more sense in my head. Soon, things went even further south. One day, they forgot to pick me up, and I had to walk home in the middle of a storm. When Ben saw me, he went mental.
Luke, you were supposed to pick her up. I asked you to do one thing as I had an urgent appointment.
Oops, I totally lost track of time making these cookies to surprise her. Come try one, honey.
As I reached for a cookie, Ben sprang into action like a movie hero, dove over the couch in slow motion, snagged it from my hand, and sent the whole tray flying.
These have peanuts! Amy's your own daughter and you don't even know she's allergic to peanuts, or you just don't care.
I don't even want to remember the fight that followed. Can you imagine two gunslingers in front of each other, ready to open fire at the slightest movement? Well, it was kind of like that. The constant fighting became a part of my life. I realized that this was affecting them as well. Ben looked more deteriorated and tired than ever, and my dad seemed constantly anxious, as if he was hiding a big secret. On my first Christmas with my new family, they dove into a full gift duel. The prize of it wasn't a juicy bounty, but my love.
Dear, I got you, Ozzy, your new puppy.
Are you serious? I got her Lady Godiva, the most majestic kitten in town.
Aw, thank you guys. I love them both so much. Of course, getting double presents was quite fun, but soon my new pets were casualties of the parents' war. Lady Godiva was given away to our neighbor's children by my dad after he definitely saw me sneezing with her nearby. It was mid-December, by the way. A few days later, someone shaved Ozzy completely, making him a pink bear with a black nose.
Oh, that's horrible.
Nobody ever found the mysterious culprit. Then it came, December 16th, my birthday again. My dad must have known what Ben did on my last birthday and decided it was a good idea to outdo him at his own game. So he called all of his musician friends to blast a birthday party rock serenade for me.
To my beloved daughter, you all, the people of the world, rock! This song is for you!
But then, right before the concert started, another group of people appeared. Vikings, Romans, Celts, who knows? They were an army of guys dressed for a historic recreation, waving toy spears.
What is all this, Ben? There is a time for peace and a time for war, Luke. Men, be ready!
Someone sounded a war horn, and my birthday soon became like the final battle of Avengers Endgame. But instead of aliens and superheroes fighting, I had cosplaying history nerds versus elderly musicians incapable of accepting the passage of time. A clash for the century! After watching the battle for a bit, I went home all set to blow out the candles and dive into the cake. But I found my so-called perfect family in the middle of a loud argument.
What are you even doing here, man? Amy's with her real parents. She doesn't need you anymore. This whole uncle situation is bizarre.
That's true. Explaining it to people is a real pickle.
Say what you want, but I've been her father longer than you.
Well, he has a point about that.
Her father? A history nerd with a Willy Wonka mustache? You must be joking.
I don't think Willy Wonka has a mustache. My mother's mediation skills are truly out of this world.
Why don't we let her decide then?
Oh no.
Yeah, she's old enough to decide who should be her dad.
No, I am not! Mom, you are my last hope. Please stop this madness.
Maybe that's for the best.
Thanks for nothing, Mom. So, that's how it is. You're piling your responsibilities onto me? Why can't you guys understand? I want both of you in my life. But if you can't handle that, I'd rather have neither than choose between you two. I was ready to storm out, but then my dad said something really strange.
Are you happy, Ben? This was your master plan? First you found me, then you invited me to your cosplay parties and made me realize that I should get back with Margot. Why did you do all that if you didn't want me here?
Everybody's eyes went on Ben at those words. Mine too. What was all that about?
You're absolutely right, Luke. I shouldn't be here at all. I'm really sorry, Amy.
Then Ben darted away, leaving things abruptly. What the hell is going on? I ran after Ben, just in time to catch him while he was already at the park, gasping. He doesn't look too good. He fainted the very next moment. Ben, what is going on? Are you okay? Ben! We rushed him to the hospital, and a few hours later, he woke up.
I guess my plan didn't run as smoothly as it did in my mind.
Why did you do all this, Ben?
My heart is breaking, Amy. Literally. The only thing keeping it together is you. I would love to be with you forever, but the doctors made it clear it's impossible. When I found out, I immediately sought your dad and asked him to come back. I wanted someone to be there for you, after me. But then when I saw you and him together, I got so jealous. I thought you'd forget me for good.
I already had tears in my eyes. Again, I could barely force myself to speak. Ben, I will never forget you, and you are not leaving me at all. I had no idea you did all this. Luke didn't tell me anything.
Yes, because I asked him not to. It was a secret quest, eh? Like the ancient knights did. I did it for Amy, Margot. I had to. I'm sorry for lying, but...
Cough made it impossible for Ben to go on talking. I just hugged him so hard, as if trying to protect him. A few days later, Ben came back home with us, and it was as if he and Dad were two totally different persons. They put their jealousies and fights aside and became something like best friends. Dad even helped and cared for Ben throughout his illness. One night, when they thought Mom and I were sleeping, I overheard them talk.
I will never be able to thank you enough for bringing me back to my family. What you did is just... It's okay, Luke. You're a great man. I'm just happy you are in Amy's life. You both deserve each other.
They hugged before wishing each other goodnight. I went to sleep with the biggest smile I had ever worn in my entire life. Now, a lot of time has passed, and a lot of things have changed. I'm not a child anymore, and my groom is in front of me, waiting for my yes, I do. Mom and Dad are by my side, happily together and smiling at me. And even if I can't see you in the same way, Ben, I know you are here too, sitting silently between the seats of this splendid church and looking at me with your peaceful gray eyes. You are as real as the photo of you I have inside of the pearl-shaped necklace I always keep by my heart. As I have promised you, I never forgot you, Ben. All that you did for me, from your silly poems to the way you tied my shoes, you will always live with me. You'll always be my guardian angel, and I, Amy, your fair maiden.
Hey friends, my name is, well, let's go with Miriam for now. You see, I'm a pretty famous actress, so I can't just tell my real name, but trust me, this is going to be one of the wildest stories you'll find on MSA. Not only is it true, but it's also absolutely crazy. Growing up, I used to live with my Aunt Jane and my BFF/cousin Jenny. We barely made ends meet until I got a role in a TV series and my acting career took off. And next, I was doing movies. With fame came big changes. We moved to a mansion and enrolled in a posh school. Being rich and famous was fun, but then came the paparazzi. OMG, getting your picture taken everywhere isn't as cool as it sounds. I loved acting, but I didn't enjoy all the attention. Jenny, on the other hand, craved attention. What's your problem with them? I'd be so happy if people chased me to get pictures. Seriously? They take the weirdest pics ever. Look at this one, and this one. It's like they're always lurking, ready to catch me at my worst. So what? You also get royal treatment, so it's part of the package. Well, Jenny wasn't wrong about the royal treatment part. Before the fame, I was a nobody, and the day my first movie became a hit, everyone was literally dying to be my friend. Even Chanel, who was the most popular/meanest girl in school, and also a TikTok dance sensation. One lunchtime, Chanel came over to our table with a super fake smile. Hey Miriam, saw your new movie last night. It was pretty decent. So how about you join me and my gang at my table? You know us popular girls gotta gotta stick together. Plus, these seats are for suckers anyway. Nah, I'm good here. Thanks. Suit yourself. Saying that, Chanel turned to leave, and Jenny elbowed me. Are you crazy? That's Chanel. She'll be in Chris Brown's next music video. You can't say no to her. Hey, Chanel, wait up. We'd love to join. Who are you even? Oh, wait, you're Miriam's assistant, right? Cousin. And I'm actually a huge fan of yours, Chanel. Oh, seriously? You're way too desperate. I'd love to invite you to our table, but with those dorky glasses, that frumpy sweater, and oh my, that massive pimple, I just don't think you'd blend in. You're better off staying here and playing Miriam's little assistant. I saw Jenny's mood go from super excited to majorly bummed, and it made me feel really sorry for her. Hey, don't sweat it. Chanel's just being a mega jerk. Easy for you to say. Everyone loves you, talks nicely to you because you're all famous and stuff. Fame isn't all it's cracked up to be. If I could trade places with someone and live a normal life, even just for some time, no paparazzi or drama, I'd do it in a heartbeat. For real? Totally. I just want people to treat me normally, without all the fake flattery and annoying cameras in my face. Then let's do it. Let's switch places. I'll be you, handling the fame and attention, and you can enjoy a chill, paparazzi-free life like you've been wanting for so long. I mean, we're not twins, but we do kind of look alike, right? We share the same family genes after all. I could dye my hair, ditch the glasses, and boom, it might just work. Please, Miriam, give it a chance. Well, okay. I suppose it could work. Aunt June is on vacation for a couple of weeks, and I just finished filming a movie, and I am on break, so I guess we can give it a shot. Woohoo! Honestly, I wasn't sure about the plan, but just for Jenny's sake, I agreed. I really wanted to make her happy. Once home, we started Mission Switch Identities. I dyed my hair pitch black, while Jenny bleached hers blonde, just like my natural color. After swapping our outfits and spending what felt like forever messing around with makeup, we stood before the mirror, and my jaw dropped to the floor. Pretty good, huh? Wow, I can't believe this. Jenny, we might actually be able to pull this off. Yay! When I started school as Jenny, it felt awesome to be normal. It was like a break from all the flashing cameras and fans. But when Jenny strutted in as me, oh boy, it was a whole show. She wore this super flashy dress, and as she walked in, the crowd went wild, cheering and clapping like she was a superstar. She blew kisses like she was on a red carpet. See how well I take in fame? It's like I was meant for it. If you say so, Jenny. Later in our first class together, Jenny spotted a guy sitting in my usual spot, and whoa, she went complete diva mode. Are you nuts? This is my seat, and I don't share it with losers like you.
The last time I checked, the class had a first come, first get rule on seats. Did it change?
Whoa, you've got some nerve to talk back to me. Let's teach you a lesson. Boys, it was like looking at a total new side of Jenny. The poor guy ran out in tears. I couldn't take it anymore, and I had to say something. Okay, that's enough, Jenny. Miriam, come with me, now. I pulled Jenny into the girls' bathroom to have a serious chat. She was giving off such negative vibes, and I was seriously regretting this whole identity switch. You can't treat people badly just because you're rich and famous. Why not? It's like this superpower, you know? I can do anything, and people will still adore me. As we kept arguing, we suddenly heard the toilet flush. Our hearts raced as we froze, hoping nobody had heard us. The door slowly creaked open, and guess who walked out? The same guy whose glasses Jenny got crushed by her new minions. Didn't you read the girls only sign?
Oh, I'm in the girls' bathroom. Oh no, actually, I can't see without my glasses. I'm really sorry. I'm going. Ouch.
Ugh, do you now see why I can't be nice to losers like this? Deal with him, or I'm out of here. I couldn't leave him there alone, so I offered to help. Here, grab my hand. I'm Jenny. What's your name?
I'm Calvin. Thank you for helping, Jenny.
Slowly. Now sit. Perfect. We spent the rest of the day together, and I found out he had recently moved to our town with his mom to live with his new dad and half-sister. My jaw nearly hit the floor when he revealed her identity. Chanel. Chanel? You mean Chanel, as in the meanest girl at school, Chanel?
Wait till I tell you she's way meaner at home than in school.
Thank goodness you're nothing like her.
And thank goodness you're nothing like that cousin of yours.
I hated that Jenny was giving me a bad name. At home, I tried to talk to her, but she blew up on me instead. Are you jealous that I'm handling this better than you? People like me more. You like me when I act like a suck-up to you, don't you? It's not that, Jenny, and you know it. Being nice doesn't mean you're sucking up to them. Fine. Do whatever you want. The next day, Calvin showed up at my locker.
Thanks for yesterday. I don't know what I would have done without you.
No problem. Hanging out with you was fun. Calvin then gave me a tiny wrapped present. I tore it open and found a beautiful necklace inside. It was the first time someone gave me a gift just because, not expecting a shout out later. I was thrilled. Thank you, Calvin. I love it. As Calvin helped me put it on, Chanel approached us with a sly smile. Well, well, well. Look who we have here. 2 lovebirds exchanging gifts. It's not even real.
Maybe not, but it's way more real than your TikTok fame and those authentic photos you share on social media. Your editing fails even leave the Kardashians shocked.
Why, you little... I'll see you at home. Calvin and I laughed as Chanel stormed off. I pity you. How do you handle her at home?
I could ask you the same thing. You got a real diva at home. Everyone knows how stuck-up actresses can be.
I wondered how Calvin would react if he ever found out about our identity switch. Would he treat me differently or the same? But for now, I chose to keep our secret. Life at school was cool, except Jenny was being meaner to others and acted like she owned the place. She even started to hang out with Chanel of all people. No matter how much I told her to take it down a notch, she didn't listen and instead would get annoyed at me. So I stopped talking to her, and that really riled her. But I didn't care, cause I was caught up with Calvin and falling for him, lost in my own world. Oh my god, you won't believe what happened. That hot guy in science class, he asked me out. Miriam, tell me what I should wear. How should I do my hair? Help me choose. You're the star. I'm sure you can do it yourself. Oh, excuse me, it's Calvin. That nerd? Ugh, why is he always hanging out with you? Miriam, Jenny would never date a dork like that. You hanging out with him will ruin my image. You hanging out with Chanel and acting like a jerk is ruining my image. Wanna switch back? No? I didn't think so. It was my 2-week friendiversary with Calvin, and I had this brilliant idea of having a karaoke night at my place. We were having a blast, singing our hearts out. But then Jenny asked to join us. Even though I flat out refused to let her in, Calvin welcomed her. Little did I know, the karaoke would turn into a crazy karaoke showdown.
Get ready to see something amazing.
You really think you can beat me? Keep dreaming, nerd. As they went head-to-head in a musical battle, I could feel the tension building. But just when Jenny's singing hit a breaking point, she did something shocking. She smashed the microphone. Then, in a fit of frustration, she wrecked the whole karaoke set and stormed off. I was shocked and angry, ready to chase after her and give her a piece of my mind, but Calvin stopped me.
Jenny, hold on. Maybe she's feeling the pressure of fame. You know how it can be tough for celebrities dealing with all the attention and expectations. Let's give her some time to cool off.
His words made total sense. Over the weekend, after my gym class, I got a text from Jenny asking to meet up. We went to a cozy cafe near the gym. Jenny seemed truly sorry. Miriam, I'm truly sorry for ruining your karaoke night. I've been acting terribly because of this fame. I do enjoy it, but even the kids at school are different with me now. I don't think they genuinely like me. It feels like they're only pretending because I mean, you're famous and rich. It's okay, Jenny. I got caught up with Calvin and I'm sorry for neglecting you, but the way you acted at school pushed me away. I can imagine the pressure of fame. Do you want to maybe put an end to all of this? We can return to being ourselves. How about after the launch party of your new movie? I just want to experience being a star for one night and then we end this, okay? Deal. During lunch, people asked Jenny for autographs and photos. She happily smiled for the camera and loved the attention. Later, at home, we found Calvin in my room, standing in a mess. What are you doing here?
You texted me to meet you at...
OMG, you're stealing! Look, it's your jewelry and these expensive decorations? Calvin, I can't believe you do this! Did you use Jenny to rob us? I'm calling the cops this instant. I snatched the phone from Jenny before she could call the cops, and then I slapped her. I know I'm easy to trust people, but I'm not a fool. I know you're framing Calvin. I saw you using my phone in the cafe when I went to give an order, but I never knew you could do all this. What happened to you? What happened to me? Ugh, what happened to you? How could you let some average-looking, glasses-wearing, ugly dork come between us? Enough! Get out! Leave! Now! You don't mean it. Don't make me say it again. You know well it's my mansion and I can kick you out anytime I want. I hate you! Once Jenny left, I apologized to Calvin, who was upset about the situation. I called my aunt to spill the beans about everything. She said not to stress as she'd already talked to Jenny and told me how she'd be home soon, but she didn't. The next day felt pretty depressing.
depressing. I was still annoyed at Jenny, but I still just wanted her to return so we could patch things up. But my hope got drowned in the school hallway when everyone was glaring at me. I couldn't make sense of it until I spotted a video of Jenny making the rounds among my classmates. That's when it hit me. Because of our argument from the previous night, Jenny made a video telling the entire school lies about me. Seriously, guys, you won't believe the things I faced. Miriam's turned me into her personal butler. From laundry to homework, she's got me doing it all. I swear, I felt like Cinderella while she played the wicked stepsister. She even made me switch places with her just to pull a prank on poor Calvin. She calls him a nerd behind his back while pretending to be head over heels for him, all to humiliate Chanel, whom we all know is a total saint. She's just jealous that Chanel is a rising star and one day might take her place. The aftermath of Jenny's nasty video was a total nightmare. Kids were snickering at me, and Chanel seemed to be having a field day seeing me miserable. And when I tried to talk to Calvin, he gave me the cold shoulder.
Stay away, Jen, Miriam, whatever. I thought we had something.
We did. We do.
No, I can't even trust you. You're a liar.
When I got home, Aunt was there, and she comforted me. She said Jenny would come back when she felt better, and she's staying at their old home for a while. Everything seemed to be spinning out of control, so I decided to go live and clear everything. Hey everyone, I messed up big time, and I'm really sorry. Jenny, my cousin, came up with the idea for us to switch identities, and I went along with it. I shouldn't have lied, especially to Calvin, who I really care about. I liked being normal for a while, but it somehow got out of hand. I just want to say, I miss you, Jenny, and I love you. The things I said to you that day, I regret them. And Calvin, I'm not a perfect person. There are many things I wish I didn't do, but I continue learning. I never meant to do those things to you. And so I have to say before I go that I just want you to know I found a reason for me to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new, and the reason is you. With that, I ended the video, and then I went ahead and deleted all my social media accounts for some peace of mind. A week passed, and I finally mustered the courage to return to school, and surprisingly, people were smiling at me, genuinely, and some even hugged me. Some even asked how I felt and offered to listen if I wanted someone to talk to. At lunch, I noticed Jenny scanning the cafeteria for an empty seat, and the only two that were left were beside me and one next to Chanel. She tried sitting next to Chanel, but the witch straight up told her off. I decided to be the bigger person and invited Jenny to sit with me, but she turned me down cold. I don't need your sympathy, Miriam. Listen, Jenny, we can't keep fighting. Aunt June and I miss you, and we want you to come back home. I'd rather count the sands on the beach than live with you again. You kicked me out of your mansion, remember? She was determined to stay mad, and there was no convincing her. That evening, while Aunt June and I sat to watch the latest MSA video, we heard a loud knock on the door, and when I went to check, it was Jenny. Before I could say anything, she broke into tears, crying. I'm sorry for saying bad things about you, Miriam, and telling on you to everyone at school. It was just the way you and Calvin were so happy together. I had no one to talk to. Yeah, I had friends, but no one compares to you, and I let my jealousy get the best of me. Please, forgive me, Miriam. It doesn't matter. As long as we're all back together, safe, we'll work things out. And then we shared the longest hug before Jenny's voice broke the silence. I know I ruined things between you and Calvin, but I got him to come over with me so both of you can talk. Right then, Calvin walked in with a warm smile. This was the first time he'd smiled at me since the incident, and I felt butterflies in my tummy leaping for joy.
Would you like to take a long walk with me? How about we start over?
I'd like that.
Hi, I'm Jane, and I'm from New York City. And this is my story of how being short, like really short, leads me to have a unique, crazy life. So, I had a really crazy mother who was mad about shopping. Shoes, clothes, makeup, perfumes. She stopped at nothing. One day, when I was 2 years old, she left me at the mall because her hands were full of bags.
Where's Jane?
What?
You took Jane with you while shopping, right? Where is she?
Oh, my hands were full of bags. I might have just left her at the mall. Plus, she's too tiny and short for her age, so it's easy to forget her. Short and ugly. I wonder who she looks like. My dad was furious.
I already knew your shopping was a problem, but this is the last straw!
So he took me and left Mom for good. For a while, Dad and I lived happily in a small apartment. But when I was 8, Dad discovered that he didn't have much time to live, so he decided to leave me with his first wife. He took me to her huge mansion, hugged me really tightly, and left, and I never saw Dad again. Dad's first wife didn't have any children of her own. She was always dressed in black and never smiled. She looked just like a creepy widow. So I started calling her the widow. But there was no denying that the widow was rich. Practically everything in her house was made of gold, even the spoons. On the first day of my new school, the widow sent me off to school in a limo. And at school, the widow had the butler distribute free ice cream for a month so everyone would be nice to me. At first, it was crazy fun, but on my 10th birthday, even though I was surrounded by friends, I broke down into tears. I missed my parents so much. And then I noticed that no one brought any gifts for me. When I asked them why, some boy yelled, "Because we don't like you, you dwarf, and your breath smells bad." Suddenly, the widow showed up from behind him and put her hand on his mouth and dragged him away. What was going on? So, everyone in school liked me only because of the widow's money? One day, when my so-called best friend announced,
Hey girls, let's go get some ice cream. Jane's buying.
I lost my cool.
No, I'm not. You want it? Go get it yourself. I'm not your debit card. Look at this dwarf being so mean. It's not even your money, Jane. You're a charity case.
They all angrily marched away, and after that, I was a loner. Not only that, it was really annoying that I never got picked during gym class, and I really wanted to play basketball. So one day, in 6th grade, I ran straight onto the court, snatched the ball from another kid, and started dribbling it away. I was small, but fast. Just then, the substitute gym teacher came running onto the court, blowing his whistle furiously. And next thing I knew, he had picked me up and was carrying me away.
"We have a kindergartner on the loose. Don't you know you could seriously get hurt, kid?"
He just wouldn't listen and took me to the principal. He sure looked dumb when the principal told him I was in the 6th grade. But I was still banned from playing. It was too dangerous for me. One day, when I was in 9th grade, right before my exam was about to start, my teacher came up to me and put her hand on my forehead. "Jane, dear, your mom said you aren't feeling well today. You can go home and rest." "But I'm not sick." "Yes, you are, sweetie. You have a horrible fever." And the teacher just dragged me out of the room. After the exams, when I looked at my report card, I was shocked. I got an A+ on an exam I didn't even write, and all the rest as well. The widow then threw a fancy party where she literally distributed money. Worst of all, the party was full of my teachers. Ugh, talk about boring. The only person at the party my age was Andrew from school, the son of one of the teachers. I always had a crush on him, and now he was making his way to me. My heart began to beat like crazy. I do, Andrew, I do.
How does it feel to take something you don't deserve, just because you have money?
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, come on. Everyone in class already guessed your mother bought those fake grades for you. Aren't you ashamed? How could you have possibly topped when everyone knows I'm the smartest?
I never asked her to do it. She's not even my mom. It's not my fault.
Yeah, your grades are better than your height. Dwarfs can't be the smartest.
I stood there, shocked, and I decided it was time for me to tell the widow to change. But she said that she didn't mean any harm. She just wanted to help me get into some college, as it was my dad's last wish. I begged her to let me do it on my own. Eventually, she agreed. Sadly, that didn't pan out as I'd planned. I wasn't doing well in school at all. And without the widow's money, the teachers weren't so nice anymore.
Why is your handwriting so big when you're so short?
Are you so bad at math because it's hard to understand things with your teeny tiny brain? I flunked horribly and was held back a grade. My ex-best friend smirked and said, "Keep flunking and you'll finally reach a grade that suits your height. Can you just leave me alone?" "Oh, I heard wearing a pink hat while studying helps your brain work because the brain likes the color pink. I tried it, but it didn't work. Guess I'm already a genius."
Or that you don't have a brain. As I left for home that day with angry tears in my eyes, I ran straight into someone. Andrew. "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying?"
"Listen, just back off. I have enough troubles without you." But Andrew did not back off. The next few days, he really started chasing me all over school. There was just no escaping him. Wherever I went, there he was. "What's wrong with you? I'm trying to study. Stop stalking me."
I'm just worried about you. Let me help you with your grades."
"Why?"
"I appreciate it, but you really don't have to feel sorry for me." "I don't feel sorry. I understand you want to rely on yourself, and I respect that. I'm just offering to help, and also trying to make up for being a jerk."
Well, I knew he was a math whiz. If anyone could help me, it was him. From that day onwards, every night, he snuck in from my window to help me study. But he was so distractingly cute and funny. We were becoming super close. The night before the exam, the door flew open and the widow barged in. She started yelling at me. "Boys ruin everything. This is probably why you don't get good grades. You're so distracted all the time. Then she dragged him to the window and told him to leave the way he came. He isn't my boyfriend, he's my private teacher. He's helping me with math. But she wasn't listening. So Andrew climbed down the tree outside the window and left. The next day, I passed the exam and was over the moon. I ran to him and threw my arms around him. I did it! I passed the math exam on my own! Then, before I knew what I was doing, I kissed him. And what an utterly stupid thing to do that was! Because the minute our lips touched, he froze. I was so embarrassed. I let him go and stepped back. I'm so sorry.
Jane, I had no idea that you felt this way about me. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong idea, but I was just looking out for you. You know, like a little sister. You're just not my type. Wait, what? I never felt so humiliated in my entire life. Without another word, I just turned around and fled. And that was my real first heartbreak. I refused to go down for dinner that evening and shut myself up in my room. A little later, the widow knocked and came in. Do you want to tell me what's wrong, Jane? I burst into tears and told her everything. You were right. Boys ruin everything. From now on, I'm just going to focus on me. I'm going to get a university scholarship and leave this stupid place. And for the first time ever, the widow hugged me. It was really awkward, but also kind of nice. I'll send you to any university you want. You just focus on studying really hard. And that's what I did. I really focused on my lessons. And at home, the widow started to help me out too. She also had her chef make me really healthy food and gave me multivitamins regularly. She helped me out with all my college applications, and for the first time since Dad, I felt like I did have a parent. As I was about to graduate high school, our student counselor called me one day to her office to give me some really amazing news. You got into your dream university, Jane! Congratulations! I squealed in excitement and hugged her. In my excitement, I knocked over my bag, and my bottle of vitamins fell out. Just then, the counselor picked up one of the pills, looking confused. Jane, why are you eating these? Oh, they're just multivitamins. No, they're not, Jane. These pills are given to kids with ADHD to improve focus. No one should be taking these unless a doctor prescribes them. I couldn't believe it. Why would the widow do this? I rushed home and barged straight into her room, throwing the pills on her bed. Why have you been lying to me that these are vitamins? Why are you feeding me pills I don't need? Are you trying to poison me? The widow looked stunned. Then she said, Jane, just let me explain. I was only trying to help you get better. Oh, so you thought I'm so dumb that I needed pills to make me smarter? I only want what's best for you, Jane. That's all I ever wanted. And then I said the words I would regret for the rest of my life. Well, in case you forgot, let me remind you, you're not my mom. You're just a pathetic old widow, and you don't deserve to have kids. And with that, I stormed off to my room. I didn't speak a word to her for the next few weeks, and then I left for university. I felt bad for the things I'd said, but I was too angry to take them back. I was doing really well at university and met a wonderful guy, Dave. He was the only person I'd ever met who didn't treat me like I was dumb, and he never made me feel little in any way. One day, while we were on a date, I got a terrible phone call. It was a doctor from some hospital saying the widow had been found unconscious in her home and was really unwell. Dave drove me straight to the hospital, and when I went to her, it broke my heart seeing her so pale and weak. I sat down by her and started to cry. Please be okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean those awful things I said. I love you. You're my mom. Just then, her eyes fluttered open. She gave me a weak smile. Jane, I'm so glad you're here, dear. I'm sorry, too. You were always so tiny. I became really overprotective. I see now that you didn't need that at all. I moved back with Mom to take care of her, and soon she fully recovered. I graduated with honors from university, and I was so happy she could be there. After university, Dave and I got married and had 2 beautiful kids together. We named our son after my dad, and our little girl after the widow, her godmother.
Hello, friends. I'm Aria from Chicago. Before I tell you my incredible story, please like and subscribe. I know everyone thinks their dads are strong, but I knew for a fact that mine was the strongest. He was an Army major, and I was super proud of him. But because of his job, he was gone for months. Mom left us when I was a baby, so Grandma took care of me in Dad's absence.
But when I was in 7th grade, he gave me the best news ever. He was getting remarried and I was getting a new mom and a sister. Dad got me the most gorgeous pink dress for his wedding, and everyone couldn't stop gushing about how pretty I looked. Until my stepsister Jenny crashed into me and spilled her orange juice all over my hair and clothes.
I'm so sorry. There was a bee chasing me.
It's okay, the wedding's over anyway. My stepmom doted on me, and Jenny, well, she was also pretty awesome. But sometimes she went overboard with her kindness.
Aria, I made these napkins for you with my own hands.
That would have been cute if Jenny hadn't made that out of the dress I wore on our parents' wedding day. Once, Jenny and I were playing in a nearby park, and after a few hours, we felt hungry. So Jenny went home to fetch something to eat. Suddenly, I heard her screaming, so I ran to her and found one of our neighbors holding her by her collar.
What are you doing, Mrs. Sparkley?
I caught this little thief trying to break into your home. She was crawling through the kitchen window.
That's because I forgot the key and no one's home. Yeah, she's not a thief. She's my sister.
Your sister? I'm sorry, honey. You're so pretty. You both don't look related at all. It was true that Jenny and I looked different, but the way Mrs. Sparkley said that made me feel bad. And Jenny looked ready to explode.
And you look like you're related to a family of pigs. Here, eat some dirt.
Jenny grabbed a fistful of mud, threw it on Mrs. Sparkley's face, and ran away. Dad had to face the anger of a furious Mrs. Sparkley for an hour that evening. Soon, Jenny joined my school, and I was glad to introduce her to my friends. But I noticed that she tried to copy me in everything. We ended up buying the same clothes. She joined the school's drama club like me, and she even brought pasta to school every day like me, even though she hated it. Then one day, I got to know she wanted to play the role I was auditioning for in the school play, so I simply stepped back to give her the chance. And she did manage to land the role. When we got home, she happily broke the news to Mom and Dad. But just then, Dad got a call, and when he hung up, he cried with joy.
It was your drama teacher. Some casting director watched your recent play, and he wants to cast you in an upcoming teen movie.
I was ecstatic. Dad said he'd take us all to dinner at a fancy restaurant to celebrate. But that night, Jenny got a bad headache, and Mom had to stay back to take care of her. After that day, I started getting popular in school. Everyone suddenly wanted to hang out with me, but I felt Jenny slowly growing distant. She no longer wanted to play with me at home, and at school, she'd often say awful things to embarrass me.
Did you guys know that Aria ate her bookers when she was little? Ew! And she loves smelling her socks after a sweaty gym session.
Whenever I told Mom about it, Jenny started crying like a baby and said she was just having some harmless fun. 6 months passed, and one day, Dad got a call that he and his team had to leave for Afghanistan immediately. A couple of days after Dad left, we got the most terrible news. Dad and a few of his teammates had gone missing. I was devastated, but Mom and Jenny acted like everything was normal. It was Jenny's birthday in a week, and both of them were busy planning for the party.
Aria, should I get a Barbie cake or a unicorn cake? How can you even think about celebrating when there's still no news about Dad? It's my 13th birthday. I can't let anyone ruin it. Besides, who knows if he'll ever be found?
That made me so angry. I gave Jenny a tight slap. She pounced on me and we fought like wildcats until Mom pulled us apart. When she heard what happened, she grounded me for a week. But when the party was in full swing, I may have sneaked into the kitchen and sprinkled some extra pepper in the food and poured a bottle of vinegar into the lemonade.
Mom, I feel like I ate the sun. Get me some lemonade, quick. What did you mix in it? It tastes like pee. Ugh.
The party was ruined, and obviously, it didn't take long for Mom and Jenny to figure out who was responsible for it. Your daddy spoiled you way too much, Aria. But now it's time to knock some sense into that pretty little head of yours. Mom placed a mop bucket in front of me and asked me to clean the kitchen. Just then, I saw Jenny walk out of my room with all my favorite dresses.
Since you didn't get me a birthday cake, I'm taking these.
Oh, and I also like the headband you're wearing. Jenny snatched it from my head and put it on hers, and Mom didn't say a word. 2 years passed, and there was still no news of Dad or his teammates. But I never lost hope. Several acting offers poured in after my movie stint, but I refused them all since I was more interested in studying and topping my grades. Besides, I knew if I got more popular, Jenny would resent it and find ways to make my life miserable. When I reached the 10th grade, a new girl named Cheryl joined our class mid-session. Our teacher made her sit with me so that I could help her catch up on the work she'd missed. But soon, I noticed something really weird about her. She didn't smile or laugh at all. Do you know what happens when an elephant feels dizzy? It elephants! What's a cow's favorite holiday? New Year's Eve! Soon, the whole class was gossiping about how weird Cheryl was. Someone even started a rumor that she was a robot. Then one day, I entered the classroom and saw Jenny's minions had pinned Cheryl to a wall and Jenny was tickling her. Why can't you laugh? Are you really a robot? Stop it. Leave her alone. I will, when she smiles. I'm sure Cheryl doesn't want to waste her smile on a moron like you. Just then, our teacher entered and everyone went back to their seats. After that incident, Cheryl and I grew super close. She told me that she had a rare condition called Mobius syndrome that made it impossible for her to have any facial expressions. The kids at my previous school kept bullying me, so I begged Mom to shift me to a new one. But I guess I'll always be a weirdo. Cheryl, you're perfect just the way you are. I'm gonna make sure no one makes you feel otherwise. I asked our teacher if Cheryl and I could organize workshops to educate kids about Mobius syndrome, and she gladly agreed. Our workshops were a great success. Every kid who attended told Cheryl how brave she was for talking about her condition, including our school's most popular jock, Chris. You're awesome, Cheryl. Just the way you are. OMG, did Chris just call me awesome? Pinch me, Aria, so I know it's not a dream. Even our principal praised us and told me it was heartwarming to see the efforts I'd put in to help Cheryl. A few days later, we had a debate competition in which both Cheryl and I participated. When the results were announced, I stood first and Cheryl stood second. We both hugged each other, but just then, Cheryl's mom marched up on stage and started yelling at her. You always stood first in your previous school. What happened to you? Why have you suddenly turned stupid? But she came in second, and that's pretty awesome too. You should be happy for her. Of course she'd say that since you bagged the top spot. Cheryl, this girl's your competition. You need to stay careful. Whatever did that mean? After that day, Cheryl and I participated in a few more competitions, all of which I won while she stood second or third. She didn't seem to mind, but I knew her mom was giving her a tough time for it. She thinks I was better off in my previous school. But doesn't she care about all the bullying you faced? She says because of my condition, it's something I have to learn to live with. And here I thought my stepmom was a witch. Months passed, and soon it was time for prom night. Cheryl had a massive crush on Chris since our workshop days, and she felt he liked her too. I think he's gonna ask me out for prom. I'm so excited. I've already decided what I'm gonna wear. Just then, I saw Chris heading towards us. But instead of asking Cheryl, he asked me out. I felt awful, and obviously, I politely turned him down. Why did you do that? The way he was looking at you, I think he really likes you. You're so lucky, Arya. Everyone likes you. Oh, I have my share of haters too. Besides, how can I go out with a boy my best friend has a crush on? Remember? Sisters before misters? Later that day, our science teacher had asked us to prepare a project and told us the best one would get a scholarship opportunity at a prestigious university in New York. I need to win this one. I'm pretty sure my stepmom wouldn't spend a single penny on my college education. And if I win this competition, Mom would finally stop breathing down my neck. No matter which of us wins, a pizza party with lots of ice cream is guaranteed. For the next few days, Cheryl and I got busy with our projects. When we brought them to school on the submission day, I was surprised to see how amazing her project was. This looks so incredible. I'm sure you're winning this time. You really think so? I spent the last 3 nights working on it. Just then, it was announced that we had to keep our projects in the auditorium for the teachers to review. After placing my project next to Cheryl's, I was about to leave when a hand roughly turned me around. How dare you agree to go out with Chris? I asked him out for prom night, but he told me he was taking you. What the fudge? First Cheryl and now Jenny? Did the entire school have a crush on that guy? I have no idea why he said that. He did ask me out, but I refused. You lying witch. Suddenly, Jenny pushed me hard and I landed straight on Cheryl's project. Oh God, Jenny, what did you do? I frantically tried saving Cheryl's project, but just then I saw her walk in. What's taking you so long, Arya? Ah, my project! I'm sorry, Cheryl. It was an accident. Stop lying, Arya. I just saw you ruin this project. I tried to stop her, Cheryl, but she said she had to win this competition at all costs. I was shocked at how evil Jenny could be. I was about to slap her, but Cheryl caught my hand midair, and my heart broke to see the distrust in her eyes. I can't believe you'd stoop so low to win a competition. I should have believed my mom. All you ever cared about was winning. Our friendship never meant anything to you. That's not true. I tried to stop Cheryl, but she ran away with tears in her eyes as Jenny smirked at me. I was summoned to the principal's office, but given my spotless track record, I was let off after a stern lecture. After that day, Cheryl refused to talk to me and started hanging out with Jenny instead. Watching those two together made my blood boil, and I couldn't concentrate on my studies. For the first time, I got a C in science, my favorite subject. My home life was already a mess, and whatever little happiness I found in school was being destroyed by Jenny. On prom night, I was in my bed watching my favorite MSA videos when Jenny barged into my room, dressed like a wannabe model. How does it feel to be a loser, Aria? Sitting all alone on prom night in your tacky clothes. Why do you hate me so much? What have I ever done to you? Remember Mom's wedding day? I was the flower girl, yet everyone kept talking about how pretty you looked. And then I bagged that play, but you got chosen for a movie. You've always tried to one-up me.
Aria's so pretty. Aria's a genius. Aria.
I didn't do it intentionally. And is it really my fault that I'm good at what I do? No, but do you have any idea how that makes me feel? So technically, I should have stopped my growth just because you weren't growing at the same pace? You know what, Jenny? I am not responsible for your insecurities, and I am so done with you. The moment she left, I called Chris and told him I was ready to go to prom with him if he was still interested. He gladly agreed, and when I arrived at the party on Chris's arm, I could see Jenny's jaw drop to the floor. And then she looked angrier than a raging bull and came charging at me. But before she could reach me, someone stepped in between us. Don't you dare mess with my best friend.
Cheryl? You said you wouldn't be attending the prom.
Well, guess what? I changed my mind, and I am so glad that I did. How else would I have gotten the chance to hear you bragging to your friends about how you lied to ruin things between me and Aria? Jenny looked stunned for a moment. Then she tried to attack Cheryl, but before she could, a crowd of angry girls picked her up and threw her out. Cheryl apologized to me a lot, and I decided to give her another chance. Later that night, when Chris dropped me home, I opened the main door, but right then, a bag came flying at me. Thankfully, I dodged it just in time. How dare you think I'll let you into this house after what you did to Jenny? Stealing the boy she likes? Humiliating her at prom? Take your bag and get lost. Go scrub someone else's toilets now. No one talks to my daughter like that. It was Dad! I was thrilled to see him and ran straight into his arms. He'd listened to every word of what Mom said, and he was furious. Dad asked me if this is how I'd been treated in his absence, and he immediately sent Mom and Jenny packing. Dad then told me he'd been captured by the enemy and held hostage for 2 years. But then the government struck a deal with them and they released him. I missed you so much, Dad. I missed you more, sweetheart. As Dad pulled me in for a hug, I knew my life would be perfect again. Hi, my name is Valerie and I'm from Seattle. Growing up, I lived on the penthouse floor of the fanciest hotel in the city, with the weirdest parents on the planet. My parents owned the hotel and about a dozen more around the world. They were millionaires and everyone in town loved them. They'd wave and smile to the doormen and the guests as they walked into the hotel, but the moment we arrived in our penthouse, everything changed. They'd send me to my room and spend the rest of the night shouting into their cell phones. When I was 5, I asked my dad to read me a bedtime story. As usual, he was busy on the phone.
Please, Daddy, it'll only take a second.
I asked him again, and he snatched the book out of my hand and threw it out the window. Here's your story. Don't interrupt Daddy when he's on the phone. The end. Now go to your room. When I was 14, my history teacher, Miss Jackson, gave me an assignment to draw my family tree. I asked my mom and dad about it, and their faces turned white. We are your only family. That's all you need to know. What about grandparents or cousins? Do we have any pictures? I could use them for my project. The next day, my teacher was gone. She'd been reassigned to a new school. I was so upset. I knew my parents had something to do with it. When I came home, I confronted them about it.
but they swore they didn't do anything. I could tell they were lying. Things at school weren't much better. I was shy and a teeny bit clumsy. And one day in the cafeteria, I tripped over my shoelace and spilled my lunch all over the most popular girl in school. Sorry. She and her minions made it their mission to make my life miserable. Hey, leave me alone or I'll…
What, you'll tell your rich daddy and get us transferred like you did to Miss Jackson?
After that, none of the kids in school wanted anything to do with me. My only friend in the world was the doorman's son, Peter.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know. Because the sun was in his eyes. Peter always found a way to make me smile. And on days when my parents were away on business, I'd sneak down to the lobby to hang out with Peter. We played chess, he helped me with my algebra homework, and even taught me how to play the harmonica. When I turned 16, things got even worse. My parents spent most of their time away on business, and Peter's dad wasn't working as much as he did before. So I spent most of my days alone in the penthouse. One day, I was wandering around the apartment looking for my calculator. I couldn't find mine, so I went to my parents' office to use theirs, and I saw a painting hanging lopsided on the wall. I walked over and adjusted the picture, and then I heard a clicking sound. What's that? The wall behind the painting wasn't a wall at all. It was a hidden door. I pulled it open and found a huge safe I'd never seen before. The safe had a combination lock. I tried a few numbers, but none of them worked. I started to walk away. This was my parents' secret safe. I wasn't supposed to be in here, but I couldn't resist. My parents were never good at remembering things, so they had to have written the code down somewhere. I searched through my parents' drawers and notebooks looking for clues, and then I found it. Stashed away in a secret compartment in my dad's drawer was a list of passwords and the code to the secret safe. I typed in the code, and the safe opened. Inside were a bunch of boring old documents and a photo album I'd never seen before. I opened the photo album and saw an old picture of my parents. They were much younger and didn't have any of their fancy clothes and flashy jewelry. They stood in front of a tiny old shack with a baby in their arms, but it wasn't me. Next to the photo was a birth certificate. I had a sister named Raina who was 16 years older than me. I was furious. My parents had lied to me my whole life. On the next few pages were letters from Raina begging my parents to come see her. Raina had a family of her own and wanted to meet me and reconnect with my parents. My fury turned to confusion. Why would my parents hide Raina from me? Why would they shut their own daughter out of their life? I needed answers, and I knew my parents would never give them to me. They'd only lie, or worse. My despicable parents might send Raina and her family away, and I'd never see them again. Raina's address was printed on one of the letters, and she only lived a few hours away. I could take the train and get there by morning. Without thinking, I packed a bag, grabbed some cash from the safe, and hopped on the train. A few hours later, I was on Raina's doorstep. Raina lived in a run-down apartment building. I knocked on her door. The door opened, and I gasped. It was like I was staring at my future self. Aside from her green eyes, we looked exactly alike. Valerie? Raina? Raina hugged me tight, and then a 5-year-old girl ran up and grabbed my leg. "This is your niece, Amanda." Raina invited me inside. She explained that she'd left my parents' house when she was in the 11th grade. "The last time I saw you, you were so small." "You knew about me?" "Of course. I used to sing you to sleep when you were a baby. I left the house a few weeks before your first birthday. Leaving you behind was my biggest regret. I'm sorry, I don't remember you." "It's not your fault. I know, it's our terrible parents. They're not terrible, they're just set in their ways. Controlling and overprotective one moment and never around when you need them. I know what you mean. I had to leave so I could breathe and be my own person. But now, I want them to meet Amanda. I want us to be a family. Maybe I can help with that. I can't ask you to do that. You don't have to. Our family is broken, and I'm gonna fix it." Raina drove me back to the train station. On the bus, I started nodding off, and then several of the passengers' phones started beeping and buzzing, and then everyone started staring at me. I glanced at the notification on my phone and saw that I'd been reported missing, and I was all over the news. The moment I got off the bus, a couple of policemen escorted me to their car and drove me back to the hotel. "Where have you been? We've been worried sick." I went to see Raina.
"Raina,
How on earth did you—
I saw the photo in the safe. I read the letters. Raina told me how you refused to see her and her daughter.
That's not the whole story.
Spare me your lies. You've never told me a single truth since I was a kid, and that stops today. Your granddaughter, Amanda, wants to meet you. You've got a second chance to make things right with our family. I invited Amanda and Raina over for dinner tomorrow. Hopefully, you'll have the decency to be there. Then I stormed off to my room. I heard my parents whispering late into the night. The next morning, they were the nicest they'd been since I could remember. They pulled out all the stops as they prepared for Raina and Amanda's arrival. They brought in the finest chef in the city and bought Amanda a ton of gifts. When Raina and Amanda arrived, my parents were on their best behavior. We sat around the dinner table eating and smiling, and for the first time, it felt like I had a real family. Raina and Amanda moved into the penthouse next door. Raina even took a special interest in my parents' company. My dad offered her a job working beside him, and I got to watch Amanda after school. I read Amanda's stories, took her to the zoo, and taught her to play chess. Amanda and I did everything I'd never had the chance to do with my parents when I was her age. Things were going better than I ever could have imagined. We were all so happy, but a few weeks later, Raina started staying out late. At first, it was 1 or 2 nights a week, and she'd drop Amanda off to stay with us. But 2 nights a week turned into 4, and eventually, Raina started staying out for days at a time. She even stopped showing up at work. One night, I was reading a bedtime story to Amanda, and she was pretty upset.
Where's my mommy?
I don't know, sweetie. She'll be back soon.
But you said that 2 days ago.
I didn't know what to do. Each time I called to check on Raina, she didn't answer her phone. My parents weren't much help either. Every time I tried to talk to them about Raina, they'd just change the subject and rush off to their room. What's going on with you? Amanda has been worried sick. When did you turn into mom and dad? I thought you were cool. Then she grabbed Amanda's hand and stormed out the door. I was so confused. I wasn't trying to control Raina like our parents. I just wanted her to be more responsible when it came to Amanda. A few days later, my parents hosted their annual gala at the hotel for millionaires and celebrities from around the world. The featured event was the charity auction where fine art and jewelry were auctioned off to raise millions for people in need. Raina was supposed to help with the auction, but as usual, she was a no-show, so I had to take her place. She was supposed to do a final check of the items up for auction to ensure that everything was labeled correctly. I was halfway through my checklist when I heard glass shatter. I turned to see 3 people in masks rushing through the glass doors. I hid behind a large statue as the masked robbers snatched jewels off the counters and stuffed them into their bags. I hit the silent alarm and then the police burst in. The robbers fled. The police caught 2 of them, but one of them headed my way. Just as the robber was about to slip out the back door, I jumped up and tackled him to the ground. I pulled off his mask and saw that it wasn't a man at all. It was my sister, Raina. I was speechless. Raina was arrested and taken to jail. When the police searched Raina's hotel room, they found that she was the ringleader and she'd been planning the heist for weeks. I was sick to my stomach for days. I didn't understand how Raina could do such a thing. And with Raina in jail, Amanda wouldn't have a mother. Our family was broken before, but now we were shattered to pieces. I destroyed our family.
You can't blame yourself for this.
I'm the reason Raina's in jail. If I hadn't found her and brought her here, then maybe none of this would have happened.
Raina has always had problems. She's been in and out of trouble since she was a teenager. Lying, stealing, hanging out with the wrong crowd. We tried to help her when she was in high school, but she ran away. She lied about not wanting us to stay in touch with her. Our home was always open to her, but she refused to see us. We even sent her money to make sure she and Amanda were okay.
Why didn't you ever tell me any of this?
Raina made it clear that she wanted nothing to do with this family. We knew how much you always wanted a big sister or a big brother. We knew if we told you the truth that you wouldn't understand. It would only hurt you. We're sorry we lied. We didn't know how else to protect you. When Raina came to live with us, we hoped that she'd changed for Amanda's sake. But instead, she fell into her manipulative ways. We're so sorry that she hurt you.
I apologized to my parents and eventually forgave them for lying to me. My parents adopted Amanda and raised her as their own.
They even stopped working so much so they could spend more time with me and Amanda. Our new little family wasn't perfect, but we loved and supported each other through everything. Every day, I wrote Raina letters to tell her that I loved her and missed her. After I graduated from college, I opened a counseling center for young women. And one night, when I was closing up for the evening, Raina walked in the door. "I'm sorry, Valerie. I was a horrible sister, a crappy mother, and a terrible daughter." "That may be true, but you're family and you're here. That's all that matters." Then I hugged my sister and she cried in my arms. Hi, my name is Demelza. Please like and subscribe. My first memory of Mom is of her voice. She'd sing lullabies to me every night, and it was the most beautiful sound in the world. The minute she stopped, I'd start screaming for more. By the time I was 1, I could hum every lullaby perfectly. Dad would play the grand piano, and I'd jump onto his lap and press the keys, delighted by the sounds I made. On Dad's 30th birthday, there was a grand celebration at our mansion. In the middle of it, I climbed onto the table and started singing the birthday song. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Daddy. Happy birthday to you.
When I was finished, I looked around in surprise to see grown men crying. Oh my God, she has the voice of an angel. I always had a feeling Demelza was gifted. I'm so proud of you, darling. My parents hired the best musicians and vocal coaches for me, and there was no stopping me after that. At every party, I'd put on a show for our guests, and I'd make them pay me too. My life was perfect until one day when everything changed. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad had just returned from a business trip, and I stopped short when I saw a scrawny little girl get out of the car too. She was trying to hide behind Dad, but he gently pushed her forward.
Demelza, this is Isabel. She's your sister, and she's going to live with us now. Will you take care of her?
I looked into her scared, dark eyes and immediately took her hand. Always. But the day Isabel walked in, a dark shadow was cast over our happy home. That evening, we overheard a huge fight between my parents.
You've broken my heart, and now you've brought a reminder of that to live with us? She can't stay here. I won't raise a child that isn't mine.
She has nowhere to go. Her mother's gone. I know you hate me right now, but please, don't take it out on her. She's just a kid.
I didn't want Isabel to hear this, so I said, "Come on, I'll play something for you. What's your favorite song?" I didn't fully understand what was happening, but one thing was clear. Mom hated Isabel. She pretended like Isabel didn't even exist. But Dad and I adored her, and we more than made up for Mom's ice-cold attitude. But in the 8th grade, we got some news one day that turned our worlds around. Dad had been in a terrible car accident, and he was gone. We were all devastated, but Mom just shut herself up in her room for weeks. One night, I was reading a story to Isabel when Mom suddenly barged in.
"What are you doing in my daughter's room? You're just a poor maid."
Mom, are you okay? She's not a maid. This is Isabel, remember?
How could I forget her? Everything bad that's happened to us is her fault.
I stared in horror at Mom as Isabel started to cry.
Pack your things first thing in the morning, Isabel. You're going to be sleeping with the maids now.
What? No, she's not going anywhere.
Either she goes to the maids or the orphanage. This is her last night here.
As Mom was leaving, she suddenly pounced at Isabel, grabbed her stuffed bunny, and threw it in the fire.
No, my mom made that.
Isabel cried for hours, and I hugged her to sleep. What had happened to my mom? The very next day, Isabel was shifted to the maids' quarters and made their helper after school. I was scared she'd be sent away, so I didn't fight with Mom, but I'd sneak food to her and help her with her homework at night. And at school, we could always hang out together. But one day, I was really surprised to see Mom marching into the principal's office.
Mom, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm here to withdraw Isabel from school, of course. You can't do that. She has to go to school. Why? She's never going to be anything but a maid like her stupid mother. You don't need an education to sweep floors. As she turned around, I grabbed Mom's wrist. If you make her drop out of school, I will too. And I'll tell everyone why. Are you sure you want everyone to know how you really treat Isabel, Mom? Dad would be so disappointed in you. Mom looked shocked, then angrily pulled her arm away and left. I'd won this little battle, but God knows what she'd do next. Things weren't great at home, but at least I had Eric. He was my boyfriend for 2 years and was just crazy about my voice. One evening when I was on a date with him, I suddenly started getting calls from Isabel.
Come home right now.
I ran home to a scene of complete chaos. Mom was tearing apart Isabel's room. What's going on? Your dad's watch is missing, and I'm going to search all the maids' rooms. And when I find it, I'm kicking out the thief for good. Just then, a servant came from another room, saying it was under Mom's personal maid's bed. Mom looked completely shocked to find out it was her, but she threw her bags out instantly. Some days later, it was Isabel's 13th birthday, and I snuck into her room with a cake. When she blew the candles out, I asked her what she'd wished for. I wished your mom was dead. Isabel, you don't mean that. She's my mom. Isabel stayed silent, and I got up to leave. I'd never seen that look of hatred on my little sister's face before. In the middle of all this drama, I had a huge audition coming up. A prestigious music academy was looking for talent from different schools, and being selected would be a dream. But 5 days before the audition, I woke up with my throat hurting. I called out to the maid, but to my horror, my voice was gone. Mom rushed me to the doctor, who diagnosed me with laryngitis. What he said next left me shocked. Your voice will return to normal soon, but this is the end of your singing. If you strain your vocal cords too much, you could lose your voice permanently. I just couldn't believe it. On the day of the auditions, I slipped into the auditorium with Eric, feeling devastated. I wanted to be up on that stage more than anything. And then, one of the judges said, "The last performer is Miss Isabel." Wait, what? Isabel stepped onto the stage and started singing. You made me insecure. I was stunned. Her voice was beautiful. The judges gave her a standing ovation and said they'd be in touch with her soon. As everyone started to leave, I caught up with her. Isabel, that was amazing. But why didn't you tell me you could ever sing like that? She brushed my arm off angrily, her eyes blazing. You never asked. You just assumed that you're the only one with any talent. But I guess that's something we both got from our father. It makes you unhappy, doesn't it? Why would you say that? I've always had your back, Isabel. Yet, I've been living as a maid in my dad's house for years. And you did nothing. You think sneaking me food makes up for how I'm treated? No, it doesn't. All it does is make you feel good about yourself. Isabel, I tried. You should have tried harder. I hate you, Demelza. As she stormed off, I felt heartbroken. As Eric walked me back home that evening, suddenly a cyclist came charging straight at him. I pushed Eric out of the way just in time, but he landed on the pavement, hitting his head. I quickly called an ambulance, and after hours of waiting at the hospital, we were shocked to get the news. Eric was in a coma. The doctors were hopeful he'd wake up soon, but weeks turned into months, and before I knew it, a year had passed. I was almost done with high school, and Isabel was in her music academy on full scholarship, but we never spoke anymore. One day when I went to see Eric, I was shocked to see him sitting up in bed. "Oh my God, you're awake!" He gently pushed me away. "I'm sorry, who are you?" "Eric, it's me, Demelza, your girlfriend." "Can you sing?" "Yes, well, I used to, but then I got sick and had to stop, remember?" "No, I just know that my girlfriend sings beautifully. I couldn't move or see all these months, but she'd talk and sing to me often, and I could hear her. I know her voice, and it's not you." Suddenly, my blood ran cold when I heard someone behind me. "Babe, that was me. You could hear me?" "Isabel?" Yes, it's you.
She ran forward and hugged him, and then they kissed. Suddenly, I just lost it. I pulled Isabel by her hair. Are you completely crazy? You've been visiting my boyfriend and singing to him? Tell him you're lying. I am not. He's mine. Let me go, witch. And suddenly, she pushed me viciously and I went flying into a trolley. I attacked her and we went crashing straight into the machines. And the next thing we knew, we were both thrown out of the hospital. I turned furiously to Isabel. We're done. For good. You've become a hateful monster. I don't even know who you are anymore. But you're definitely not my sister. Finally. And with that, she left. I went on a very long walk to clear my head. And by the time I got home, Isabel was gone. The next morning, Mom discovered a lot of things were gone too, including Dad's watch. I'm going to report her to the police. I'm going to... Mom, just stop it. She's gone. That's what you wanted since you first saw her, right? And so what if she took Dad's stuff? It's hers too. Let it freaking go. A year later, I went off to university to study music. If I couldn't sing anymore, I could still play. In my final year, I was leaving the campus one day when I stepped on a newspaper. It had Eric and Isabel's face on the front page with the headline, "Billionaire to tie knot in 2 weeks." Well, good for them. But just a few days later, I walked into a coffee shop, and to my shock, I saw Eric there. And he was kissing a blonde girl that definitely wasn't Isabel. I just walked away. It wasn't my problem, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. And when her wedding day arrived, I just couldn't not do anything. Even if she hated me, she was my frickin' little sister. And that's how I found myself bursting into the church and running like crazy down the aisle. Hold it! This wedding can't happen! As Isabel turned to look at me in horror, I ran straight at her and hugged her. I held onto her tight as she squirmed and shrieked. OMG, you psycho, get off me! I love you, Isabel. I'm not going anywhere till you listen to me. As Eric looked super mad and everyone stared at us, she dragged me off to a small room. What do you think you're doing, Demelza? Isabel, you can't marry Eric. He's a cheater. I saw him kissing a girl the other day. I swear, I'm not lying. You think I don't know about that? Well, I do, and it doesn't matter. I stole your man, and he'll take care of me. At least I got rid of you and your psycho mom, so just buzz off. Isabel, listen to me. You're just angry right now. I'm so sorry about everything. Mom was unbelievably cruel to you, and I should have fought harder. You deserved so much better, and you still do. Don't marry this jerk, please. Why do you care? Because you're my little sister, and I miss you so much. I had 2 things that I loved the most, my voice and you. I lost my voice for good, and I don't want to lose you too. Please forgive me and come with me. Oh, Demelza, I'm so sorry for all the horrible things I did to you. I thought I wanted to marry Eric to tease you, but I now realize that everything I've been doing in my life was to not end up alone. I just wanted to belong to someone. You belong to me. You're my family. I made a promise to Dad to take care of you, and I will, always. And with that, we hugged each other and walked back to our home. Family always comes first.